Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, oh, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy atrazine.
Well, I'm back. Anything happened in the news lately? I haven't been following the news. I have my phone on silent. Anything interesting? I'm sure nothing interesting happened, while I was dealing with family and the death of my grandpa. What? Oh my God, what a time to be living in. If you had bought stocks, hold on one second. If you had bought stocks in Nothing Ever Happens, those stocks have plummeted this month. Like, they have plummeted this month. What an insane fucking thing. I was at the drive-in with my mother and my kids, and I just so I just happened to check my phone real quick because we're watching Lion King, which I've seen 100 times. And yo, dude, you didn't have to do all that. I've been gone, I've been dealing with my grandpa and dealing with family and stuff. It was I guess I might as well open up about it a little bit since I've been gone for so long. Short story. My grandfather was a really, really cool person and also a really not cool person. Pretty sure my grandfather threw my grandmother down the stairs when she was pregnant with my dad. Bit of a violent dude. Probably why she was became a hardcore feminist and okay, all right, Steel. All right, Streamlabs. Thank you so much, Rudy. I really appreciate it. So he was a bit of a violent piece of shit, and why does it do an individual one for each of those? I got to figure out how to do that so it does one for the dono. But even so, you know what? No, fuck that. Everyone deserves a fucking notification. Everyone deserves a notification because we got 5 new members. I appreciate it. I thank you so much. But yeah, so that was my grandpa. But my grandpa was also, someone who's suffered head trauma in the Army because he was in a cop in a race riot. He was an MP in a race riot. And then he got a forestry degree. And then the government sent him to Alaska to figure out what the hell we had purchased because we didn't know. Right? To go catalog plants and species and talk to natives. He became a friend of multiple different Inuit tribes. And then, the USO shipped him out like Miss America and like a Santa Claus to come hang out with him because he was living in an isolated part of Alaska, as occasionally meeting and trading with the natives out in the middle of nowhere. Then he became a lumberjack in Alaska. He won Mr. Alaska 2 years in a row because he was, the bodybuilding competition in Alaska, 6'4", giant muscular man. And, when I knew him, he had some anger issues from time to time, but he gave me a lot of wisdom. He taught me a lot of things about the world. He was a very real person. He kept it real, but he demanded respect, sometimes that he didn't earn. But at the same time, his life was crazy. Then he worked for the fire department, fighting forest fires, being dropped in planes to stop the, forest fires coming from Canada into Alaska and vice versa. In the 70s, digging trenches on these little teeny planes with men, hoping to fucking, stop, with little hope for evac unless they dug them well enough to stop forest fires. And then came back and, had a typical government job. He's a very interesting man. And he had a lot of influence on me growing up. Not all of it good, but a lot of it great. Yeah, he's done everything and did everything. He was equal parts good and bad. But towards the end, he became an alcoholic, especially when my great grandfather died. It started ruining his brain. He was getting dementia that was made way worse by alcohol. He would call me up saying crazy things, screaming at me, cursing me out. So we didn't have a very good relationship the last few years. And did he hate the government? No, he was a typical Republican. And then I wasn't invited to his deathbed. I was disinvited to his deathbed. So I had to do everything and talk to people through phone calls and stuff. And write my final words to him, to my dad, to read to him. He was in hospice for a while before he kicked the bucket. So that's where I've been. There's a lot of things that I could say about that man that are bad. There's a lot of things I can say about that man that are good. He was a very flawed person, but in some ways he was my hero, and a very, very flawed hero that I didn't like sometimes. So yeah, that's where I've been. That's what I've kind of been dealing with the family and stuff. Everybody in my family is fucking alcoholics and stuff, but it is what it is. I was planning on coming back around now anyways, but with this happening, yeah, I just had to. I mean, this is crazy. JD Vance just got picked, which is honestly, I was not expecting. Just not expecting him to pick a fairly left-wing intellectual who wrote Hillbilly Elegy as his VP pick. But the attempt on his life and all of the news surrounding it as we try and figure out and pierce through the lies that the FBI is telling and inevitably will tell is crazy. So I hit up Prime and I was like, dude, obviously we're talking about this. Yes, I want in. Normally he DMs me and I just accept. But, I've been telling him, like, I've been having issues and, I kind of been telling him what's going on so he knows why I'm not there. I was like, no, I want in. Like, let's go. And he was like, yeah, I don't know the angle. And I was like, dude, let's talk about stochastic terrorism again. Let's talk about, the left constantly saying that Donald Trump was responsible for January 6th because he said things that weren't an incitement to violence, but were considered stochastic terrorism. And what does that mean with all of this? Trump is literally Hitler. The Supreme Court gave him the power to do anything. Republicans are a threat to democracy. MAGA Republicans are. If all of that shit, if we're responsible for January 6th, right, and Trump is responsible for January 6th, doesn't that mean that the left is responsible for the assassination attempt on Donald Trump? And if not, how the fuck is he responsible for January 6th? Right. And all these other things and have a conversation about it. And like kind of talk about it, maybe some of the morals of it, the philosophy of it, etc. But I'm sure it's going to get into like the, the act itself, and all of that, as well as, JD Vance and breaking news might even occur, of course. Right. Because the FBI just got into his phone a couple hours ago, or at least they say they just got into his phone a couple hours ago. So it wouldn't shock me if we get a, and they said like, oh, it doesn't look like he has any social media. Bullshit. They also couldn't get into his phone, but they were sure he didn't act alone. Bullshit. You can't be sure of that unless you're in someone's phone. You can find all their communications. I don't want to get too conspiratorial with it, but it will be fun. It will be an interesting conversation. Of course, it wouldn't shock me if in like the next 24 hours, somebody leaks something and we find some of this guy's social media, because he exists and it's just highly unlikely that this guy didn't have a Twitter, didn't have a Facebook, didn't have any of that stuff. If he was like a right wing kind of guy, like an accelerationist, third positionist, radicalized, then like we're probably looking at Telegram and like maybe Discord or something else, and like that shit's gonna get leaked at some point. I will be shocked if we don't get some leaks soon, or ever. That would, because I just don't have that much confidence in the FBI to keep secrets that well. But yeah, so that's where I've been. That has been my grandpa, sorry. Obviously that's a rough kind of approximation of who he was, but he was a firefighter, fought forest fires, probably beat my grandma, kind of a piece of shit, an alcoholic, friend of the Inuits. Like I remember one time he told me a story about he was playing cards with one of these natives, waiting on a boat to ship out, and they had been drinking and they got drunk, and then all of a sudden he just like lost it and was just like, what the fuck? And he was like, hey, what happened? Like, what's going on? And then he was just like, no, it's done now. There's nothing I can do about it. And he's like, what's going on? And he had left like all of the shit that his tribe had he was sent into town to trade. And like all of the stuff that his tribe had like purchased was like sitting on a boat somewhere that had shipped off without him because he had gotten drunk playing cards. And then he was just like, well, what's done is done. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. And he just remember being like, number one, what a loser. What the fuck? But also number two, like, that was like a strive to be Zen moment for him where he was just like, dude, I wish I could be like, I wish I could just go back to playing cards after that. Like I would be losing it. I don't know. The story was better when he told it or anything, but it's just, random things. But yeah, somebody asked if I had a Twitter link to this. I don't know if you guys saw, because you probably can't read old chats sometimes. Actually, let me switch this to live chat just in case there's chats I'm missing. And I don't put stuff on. I don't put out shout outs on Twitter anymore because number one, my Twitter account. Sorry, my Booker's Twitter account. Is deeply, deeply censored. I might break out of it at some point. Who knows? But I mean, I'm censored on Twitter or X or whatever, to the degree that like not once but twice people with over 300,000 followers were incapable of ratioing me because their own posts got like 1 or 2 likes, because they would like try and like clap back at me, and X or Twitter had hidden me from every single one of their hundreds of thousands of followers, so like I would ratio them despite having like 800 some followers. And another account that doesn't exist anymore had over 2,000 followers, but like this account just it's like I talk shit on it, and and I occasionally do it because I have to have an account to like reach out to people, but it's not possible for me to gain followers on that account. Like I stay at like 888, and then I'll like every week I'll lose like 10 or 15 followers and like gain a couple of followers. But yeah, it doesn't do me. It's just a waste of time for me to share things on X, to be like, hey, come check out the stream, because it'll literally get like 2 likes and like 10 views. I must go finish saying, so what? He's saying goodbye, have fun your stream. Yeah, appreciate it. For sure, I appreciate it. But God, this has been crazy. So I have no idea what I hate when that happens to me. Like I feel your pain right now, Alex. Like I have big hands, and like I hate when I'm on my phone and like just like I'm cutting hay. Oh, okay, so it's not a typo. You're literally haying. Oh, you're like, it's not a typo. Okay, my bad. All right, I'm just a dummy. I'm just disconnected with the farmers. I'm just one of those city liberals that doesn't understand how my food is made. Oh, fair enough, brother. But yeah, consider liking. If you want to share it out to people, please, be my guest. I heard fucking the Destiny thing. Yeah, I guess I do need to talk about Destiny. It is the Destiny thing is wild. I mean, like, obviously everyone knows that Destiny is an entertainer and a hack, right? Like, I think everyone but his audience, and even most of his audience, knows that he's an entertainer. Like, he doesn't have serious political opinions. But he's good. He's fairly decent at debating, because he's good at, he's good at gish galloping. He's good at, finding that moment where you say something either accidentally or like that exposes a weakness in your argument, and then attacks that. Right. He's very good at internet drama debates. He's incredibly good at drama farming. But like, yeah, I think Destiny unknowingly, like, I think he fucked up. I don't think he realized how much he fucked up. Like, cause he's getting a lot of good views right now. I think I saw him, or whatever, somebody posted he had like 28,000, views live. And it's like, cause I mean, that's what drives the algorithm, right? If you want to be popular as a political content creator in the space, I've noticed mostly what you need to do is you need to say midwit shit slightly smarter than what the average person says. And you need to say things that enrages one of the political tribes. Right. So you have to say things that aren't well thought out, that aren't that intelligent, but are still smarter than what the average person is kind of thinking, but is just wrong enough and absurd enough that your political group goes, yeah, those are good talking points. And then the opposing political group goes, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, blah, blah, blah. How dare you say that? That's so evil. And that's what you have to do to stay relevant, to be relevant, and to gain popularity, is you have to gain the algorithm. And these algorithms are designed to enrage us and keep us on the platform. I don't know how long they'll stay that way, because I don't think it's good for advertisers. It might be good for governments. It might be good for politicians, but it's not good for advertisers. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm like full in on like the James Lindsay kind of aspect that, of that, like, our economy is designed with DEI and shit to like destroy, Western, economic power base, while at the same time, strengthening China so that like, so the, Eastern Dragon can rise kind of. I don't know that I'm like full in on that, right? Like, I do think that there are quite a few people within the economy, businessmen and CEOs that are going to recognize that this, like, these algorithms and these things are like, their advertising is not worth what it once was on YouTube.
or what it was on X, because it is it's kind of it's directly negatively affecting their bottom line. And I say this because I've seen research from, you know, marketing firms that look at like products and how they're placed with ads, and whether how those ads are placed with content. And when content is seen to be controversial and highly political, etc., it does okay on certain brands, but overall, especially with products that like there isn't any controversy with, like toothpaste and, you know, tennis shoes, you know, just random junk you buy, it can leave a negative impact on your brand. So it can actually actively harm your brand and your revenue when it gets subconsciously associated with that. So like if you're on Twitter, for example, like literally everything on Twitter is negative. Obviously you can game the algorithm if you're really into cat videos to only seeing cat videos. But most people that are on Twitter, what they're seeing is just Nazis and communists constantly, because that's what the algorithm feeds you. It feeds you the extreme ends of the political spectrum constantly, just giving you the dumbest accounts, you know, like the MMA guy, you know what I mean, that like says the dumbest like Nazi shit constantly. Or well, I wouldn't say Nazi shit for the most part. I would say probably that's too far, bridge too far. I would just say like, you know, like random, like, oh, was it the Jews? Oh, I'm noticing. Oh, the Holocaust numbers are all fake, and like just baiting you constantly. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Twitter is another level of toxic, but I mean, like YouTube gets that way too. But it's not short form content. So TikTok and YouTube Shorts are worse. But they're not as bad as something like Facebook or Instagram or Twitter/X. Like those platforms are more toxic. But it's just the way that they're like, they kind of have to be, right? It's short form content. The more short form content there is, the more shocking and negative you have to be to gain a lot of traction, right? You know what I mean? Like you're not going to get a ton of, like YouTube has an advantage over other platforms. And, you know, I would say the same thing with streaming services, but the problem is that those streaming services have their own issues, which is that they just put whores. They just give whores and people with the right political opinions, you know, they put them into the front. I mean, like you can look at Twitch and like there's no fucking okay, I can't remember his name right now, but like is it like Jason something? You know who I'm talking about. Somebody in chat will know who I'm talking about. It's like the former MMA fighter, Jake Shields, that's it. Here he is. Former UFC MMA fighter, 5-time world champion. Yeah. Like he's got 711,000 followers, close to 712,000 followers. Right? Israel killed over 100 Palestinian kids in the past 24 hours. They're using a time when America is distracted to carry out more massacres. Yes, Israel is intentionally doing more massacres because the U.S. is distracted right now. Like what? Right, like right now it's just a whole bunch of shit on J.D. Vance and like how he's tied to the Jews and how he's, you know, he called Trump Hitler and like, which he didn't. He said he considered he was a potential Hitler, which is bad enough. In 2016, when everyone was like, "What the fuck?" I saw a post, Yoshi. I saw a post and it was like breaking news. Tim Pool, you know, rushed to hospital after having an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Nurses and sources say he was muttering civil war. I was like, all right. In the midst of everything, that's pretty fucking funny. It's like I like edgy humor, you know. Sometimes I think, you know, there's a time and place for edgy humor. That shit was funny though. There's like kind of a threshold for edgy humor, you know, like how funny it is can change, like, you know, how acceptable it is. You know what I mean? Like people that are really good with it can kind of get away with it whenever. Like what's that guy? It's a stand-up comedian. He did Shark Party, and he had a Netflix special, Fire in the Maternity Ward. Can't think of his name right now, but he had a Twitter account when the Boston marathon bombing happened, and he said, you know, like he tweeted within like an hour, like within like 30 minutes of the bombing hitting the news, he tweeted out, you know, some lines shouldn't be crossed on a day like today, especially the finish line. You know, it's like, good God, man. But this is like, he's just so good at it that you're like, all right, fair enough. I also keep checking Twitter because I'm just like, I'm waiting for something crazy to drop. And I mean news, like I don't really give a fuck that, like, you know, Destiny is cloud farming, you know, by saying the most, like, whatever he can to try and, like, you know, enrage people, you know what I mean, or like some Jew thing or whatever. I don't give a fuck about the drama most of the time. But I mean, it's pertinent because, you know, it's everywhere, but I just mean like the reason I'm looking for Twitter occasionally and just scrolling through is seeing if like some new news drops or something. Oh God. Oh God. I was fucking Owen Benjamin talking to fucking Thomas Murphy. Oh, okay. Or Bob Woods. Bob Murphy. God damn it. My brain. This is your brain on fucking no sleep. Or like Tenacious D being like, don't miss Trump next time. It's like, who cares? I have a hard time caring about, like, especially Hollywood people virtue signaling that, like, you know, I don't know. It is interesting and potentially dangerous that this rhetoric is occurring from the left. I don't know what it means. We'll be interested to see more people and kind of flesh it out. But I do have a hard time hearing it and, like, being like, oh my God, the singer from tonight. Like, I just have a hard time being outraged in general. Like, I just don't get outraged. Yeah, they keep calling it an AR-15. I think they're calling it an AR-15 style sniper rifle. I have no idea what the weapon is or caliber of the weapon, because there's just so many conflicting reports. Because for whatever fucking reason, the media is like, I don't like. At this point, it kind of feels intentional. Like, it almost, like, I don't want to be too much of a conspiracy theorist, but like I saw, you know, that like the last time like a shooting happened or whatever, like they were talking about like bump stocks or something. And like they had someone in an animation studio with an AR-15 with a collapsible butt stock, like going like boom, 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 like the collapsible butt stock moving back and forth like a fucking sex toy or something. And it was like they were showing that on like while they were talking to like a congressman or something. And I was just like, this feels intentional. Like it is difficult to be this wrong, because in order to even make that animation, you have to have held a fucking assault. You have to have held a weapon with a collapsible butt stock and like moved it and know that moves, or, you know what I mean? Like, you would think, I mean, obviously they could have looked at it and saw maybe it moves and gotten it wrong, but they're so comically wrong about guns with massive swollen budgets that they never have a guy that just like goes like, oh, you're doing an article about guns? Let me look at it. Yeah, this is wrong. Like, they don't have a gun guy. Like, how does CNN and MSNBC and all these people, these giant budgets with all of these journalists, not have like one fucking dude that like just like one person that like is their gun guy, that is an expert on firearms, that they just pay fucking, you know, a small salary to, and his only job is to just look overview and edit, you know, articles that have like that deal with guns, to be like, hey, that's not how that works. Let me fix that for you. It's like, it feels intentional. Now, I understand the mainstream media is anti-gun, like I get that, but like, you would think they could find a guy that's anti-gun out there somewhere that, like, you know, was in the military and like has fired a lot of guns or something. You know what I mean? Or something. I mean, like, I do think they lie intentionally, but like, there's no reason to lie about, like, there are reasons to lie about things if there's advantage. But like, there's no reason to attribute malice where stupidity can be attributed, especially in circumstances where there doesn't appear to be any motive to the lie. Like, I totally understand a lie to, like, scare people, right? Like the AR-15 sniper rifle or whatever. Like, throw all the scary words in so they're lying intentionally. Totally get that. But, like, the bump stock thing, when it's just a collapsible butt stock and they're, like, animated to where it looks like a sex toy, like, that feels intentionally dumb for no fucking reason. It's wild. Mainstream media doesn't really care about things, getting things right because they get paid regardless. I mean, so it's a balance, right? Like, you don't want to be wrong on everything because you do have competition, right? So you want to be wrong on things that gain you an advantage and right on things where it doesn't matter, right? Because you're still in a competitive market. Like, obviously it's not a free market, right? Like, obviously they have all these connections and things like that, but, like, you know, New York Times is still competing with the Washington Post, and they're working together and colluding together in a cartel-like sense to a degree, but, like, there is still some level of competition. So it does behoove the individual owners to not get everything wrong for no gain. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to look at the incentive structure. Maddow is getting sued for defamation. I don't know how I feel about defamation. I don't know that I believe in defamation, to be honest. It's not like one of those things as a libertarian, I'm going to, like, put my flag in the ground and be like, we must fight defamation. But at the same time, like, I don't think it's justifiable. Like, I don't know a good, like, because, like, where is reputation held? Reputation is held in the individual mind. No one owns reputation. So, I mean, like, I'm against fraud. And so, you know, I think, for an example, you could sue someone for fraud in that way, which kind of just comes to a place of, like, reinventing defamation. You know what I mean? Right? It's like, I don't think you as an individual can sue because someone lied about you. But I do think you as a customer can sue if someone lied about someone else and it changed your opinion about doing business with them, and they were set to gain financial interests in that same market. And so, like, when it comes to big companies, at least, it kind of is like, it's a complicated way of reinventing defamation. Like, some form of defamation kind of, like, exists in a certain way. So, like, I'm not necessarily gonna fight that with so much, because it's like, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You know what I mean? Like, but no, I don't technically think that defamation is justifiable. Reputation may not be owned per se, but it is how you are recognized as an individual or group. Yeah, I agree, but, like, there isn't an argument that private property rights are violated in that way. Right? So, like, if I'm a pizza shop owner and I lie about another pizza shop owner, right? Then the customer can say that they were defrauded, right? Because I made up things that were untrue and it changed their opinion about going to get pizza at pizza place B. They decided to go to pizza place A because I lied about food poisoning that occurred there, right? So in that regard, right? But if I'm a journalist and I just lie about food poisoning at a certain place and I have no reason to do it, I'm just doing it for shits and giggles, right? Like, I don't think you really actually have a natural law case. That being said, defamation and IP is one of these two where, like, I think a lot of covenant communities and a lot of places prefer it, and it seems to have a market advantage to institute it. So it'll likely be in voluntary contracts where kind of everyone kind of agrees that, like, we don't like this. So you like there are ways in which that would probably make it into common law in most places anyways, because the consequences tend to be fairly positive, right? Like, there are certain things where it's like, you know, it's not an act of aggression, but everybody kind of wants to live in that world anyways, or most people do. And so if you're setting up like a insurance company or something, you're going to put shit in there like that. You're going to put defamation loopholes in that, right? Because, I mean, like, imagine you live in Ancapistan or whatever, right? And there are two media publications, and one media publication, like, has something set up with their insurance company or whatever that, like, allows them, like disallows them from defamation, and the other one doesn't. Oh, you're probably not gonna trust the sources of the people that have no incentive to not lie, versus the people that do have an incentive to lie. Like, we value from journalism truth for the most part as an individual consumer. And so if it's publicly known that that these liars are liars that lie all the time and that there's no incentive to stop them, probably not going to do very well in business. Reputation may not be owned per se, but once you get past the commandments about God, the others are pretty good standards for behavior. Oh yeah, yeah. I'll agree to that. I don't think that goes against anything I've said in the past. Like, I do think the Bible is a collected work of wisdom of human behavior through thousands of years. And some of that shit is wrong, obviously. But we dismiss that much functional lawmaking in history at your own peril. Right? Like, I think you do yourself a disservice to just be like, oh, these sand-dwelling, uneducated buffoons knew nothing about humans. What is this document that is thousands of years of collective wisdom that has functionally survived and been edited after multiple different famines and wars and empires, that was collected from the most intelligent amongst these people, and also what was believed is functionally true for history that is multiples longer than all of the American history, but just a dumb book of silly ideas. It's like, yeah, you're an idiot if you dismiss it that way, which is how most atheists treat the Bible. I do think that there's a lot that we can learn from it mythologically and functionally. But that doesn't mean that it's fucking godly. That certainly doesn't mean that we can't dismiss things. It's just, you should probably have some evidence if you're going to dismiss those things. You should probably think about it deeply if you're willing to dismiss thousands of years of tradition and wisdom. You better be right, because these things are tried and tested. Your ideas aren't. Some of the poetry isn't as clever, but people are generally good at observing other people. I don't know that the poetry's bad, because, like, I need these books in their Aramaic. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I remember when I learned about, like, Latin poetry, and I learned that, like, sometimes they would change words, positions, and sentences so that there would be visual clues within the poetry, because they didn't do rhyme schemes. They did pentameter. But they also did word placement in ways that weren't necessarily natural to create images within the document, so that, like, ship would be over rough seas. So that it would stress the idea that this ship was being cast from side to side in a storm, right? They thought differently, right? And so it's like, I don't even know that their poetry's bad. It just might not translate well in our language and in our modern world, and then the way that we currently think, because most of this is written before there was a scientific mind, right? Like, truth was about function. It wasn't about the scientific process, which is, time was circular, not linear, right? Like, it's a very different mind that created those texts, one that's hard for us to understand. Hell yeah, Game Boy Flyer. Well, I'm about to hop into this Discord. This is going to be fun. We're going to debate obviously the entire thing. It's going to be this one topic. Wick's going to be there. Connor's going to be there. Somebody else I've never heard of is going to be there. But let me get on there real quick, and we'll see what happens. All right, and then we'll do center. And then we will do StreamYard. So let me make sure it's working. Mute myself. And then, I'll do that in a second. All right. Let me Minimize this. We'll hop in the Discord. And we'll see what happens. This is going to be an interesting night. Testing, 1 2 1 2.
I got
there we go. Doing good.
I got my boogaloo outfit ready.
You got your boogaloo outfit ready?
Yeah,
We were supposed to get dressed up for this. I can get dressed up. Well, I mean,
you don't have the what the boogaloo uniform is?
Am I?
I mean, I'm surprised that. I mean, I know you probably don't. I'm surprised that Fabian here wouldn't know what the boogaloo uniform is.
I didn't say I didn't know what it is. I just thought it was funny that you said it.
What? Why do you think I've been wearing Hawaiian shirts this whole time? You thought that was for?
You're silly. You're silly, man.
You thought that I was just doing this for my health?
Hey, man. Man,
I feel like I'm missing out on something.
I don't know. I don't know in any way, shape, or form that I'm gonna believe fucking anything that comes out about this shooter and data, right? Like, I mean, the FBI being in charge and shit. But I do think it's very interesting that there's this whole like push where they're like, you know, he was a registered Republican, and it's like, well, first of all,
a Jew.
First of all, let's just say he was right. Let's just say he was a Republican. He was a right winger, right?
Please not, because he wouldn't have missed.
Well, yeah. Apparently, I mean, like
he's a rookie, rookie Republican.
Well, apparently, school students, you know, people that he went to school with said that he tried to, and they confirmed that he tried to join like the gun club, and he was like a horrendous shot.
And just evil, apparently.
Yeah, but I mean, like, number one, I don't ever buy that. Like, whenever people interview like people in like that went to high school with this person or whatever, number one, there's always a possibility that those people are just making shit up because they want their 15 minutes of fame, or that they play up that they knew the person better than they did. And then number two, hindsight's 2020, and I feel like a lot of times people are like, yeah, he was always a little off, and it's like, I can look at that guy and know that he was always a little off, but I mean, but even still, like, knowing that this person tried to assassinate a fucking president changes the way that you look at your memories, right? I mean, it drastically changes the way that you recollect things because you have this new knowledge that you didn't have then. So I don't know that I ever really put much faith or stock in like people's opinions to like the TV or whatever. So like evidence wise, even if this guy was a quote unquote right winger, at best he was like a third positionist accelerationist, like you're saying. Like, he wasn't a fucking MAGA Republican. He wasn't a Rhino Republican. He wasn't a Never Trumper Lincoln Project guy. Like, if this guy was a quote unquote,
nah, he was a Never Trumper for sure.
I mean, literally he was, but like he wasn't like a centrist Rhino, like Republican.
But hold on, you're forgetting
You're
forgetting a big thing, Fabian. You're forgetting a big thing. Remember, before the primary started, what did the Democrats tell their people to do?
No, I'm not forgetting that. I said
register as Republicans.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Hold on, we're getting moving.
Oh.
There we go. No. I'm not forgetting that at all. I was saying if this guy was a Republican, like I absolutely understand that it was a closed primary state, and that like it's very, very likely. Maybe not. I don't know what percentage likelihood it is, but it's certainly probable. That he registered to vote for Nikki Haley.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if he was like Mitt Romney's biggest fan?
It's just, I mean, it would be hilarious. I mean, it wouldn't because I don't. I'm not.
I would laugh at that.
I mean, like maybe, but let's be honest, he was.
The chances of it are very low. I agree.
Right, like he wasn't like this guy is too much political rhetoric about violence, and he's a threat to our democracy.
So I'll shoot him in the face.
Right, yeah, like at best, if he was what you would consider colloquially a right winger, he was a fucking like Nazbol accelerationist, third positionist that's like probably like an environmental extremist and like a leftist economically, but like right wing was like save our race and save the white race, and you know he's not, and even then that'd be weird because the kid was Jewish, but you know who knows? Who knows? I'm not going to believe half the shit that comes out.
Yeah,
pretty boy toyed right there.
Look, it's short,
And then also,
professional,
real quick,
right? Here for
people
business.
people talking about him donating to Act Blue. That all just as much as registering as a Republican is meaningless, so is that, because he did it on an inauguration day, which just as easily could have been a lost bet. Like, it kind of looks like there's a part of me that thinks that like he had a bet with somebody and they were like, and he's like, oh no, they're gonna win, and then they're like,
Scott,
No
dude,
speculation there. He had a bet. He knows.
There's no evidence. Look, there's no evidence that
There's no evidence one way or the other. What I'm saying is that isn't evidence that he's a leftist. I'm saying it also could be that he donated $15 because it was a lost bet, or because he was 17 and thought he was a lefty then and then changed.
It's yes, you're right. Anything's possible.
It's also possible he take his dick back and call himself Sally, but you know, anything's
It's
possible.
possible. It's possible. But I just want to, in my opinion, I think that him donating money to Act Blue is better evidence than him registering as a Republican in the state of Pennsylvania. Because in the state of Pennsylvania, it's a closed primary. And so if you, let's say you hated Trump, for example, you would want to be a registered Republican. I know people in Pennsylvania who are the most left-wing people you've ever fucking met. They are registered as Republicans in Pennsylvania, specifically
we saw all this.
They vote against Trump and then they vote blue in the general.
We saw all this with like the Bernie bros, right? Like there was so many people that were denying the existence. Like the left was like, the Bernie bros aren't real. They were always Republican. They just didn't want Hillary Clinton, and that's why they voted Democrat in the Democratic primary for Bernie. And that's why, because how could you possibly support Bernie Sanders and support Trump? It's impossible. So these must have been all Republicans that registered as Democrats so that they could vote for Bernie. And then at the same time, you had Democrats that were intentionally voting for Trump early on in 2016 because they were like, oh my God, if Trump wins, Hillary is going to demolish him, right? Like the concept of like who they register for isn't a great metric. But also, again, the day after inauguration, voting a small amount of money also isn't a good indicator.
None of the metrics that we have, I'm following the conversation, gang, but none of the evidence that we have about the shooter is enough to really make any claims.
Well, there's plenty of
going for sure.
Let me throw this out here real quick. All right, so if the FBI isn't lying, which is a gargantuan fucking if, right? Because
we found out
let's
so much
be
about
honest.
Vegas.
Yeah, right. We found out so much about Vegas, right? But if the FBI isn't lying through their teeth, and this 20-year-old really didn't have a Twitter account, a Facebook account, an Instagram account, didn't have anything other than maybe a Discord and a Telegram, that's the most right-wing shit ever. Like, that's the most Groyper accelerationist third positionist shit ever, is that like he only had a Telegram and like, you know, like wasn't on Facebook or Twitter because he just got censored or kicked off at some point because he said wild shit constantly and was like, fuck that, I don't have a Twitter. Because it's mind-blowing to me that we believe that this person that was politically motivated enough to attempt to assassinate a president also wasn't online and involved in like arguing about politics ever. Like, how the fuck do you get, what do you get, radicalized by MSNBC Rachel Maddow? Like, what are you talking about? It happens, but it's a fucking coinky dink for sure.
First of all, it happened. Second of all, he absolutely could have been arguing under like anonymous pseudonyms, like a lot of us here do, right?
Well,
I mean,
the FBI just got into his phone, so we'll know.
Hey, speak for yourself. I have no pseudonyms.
Yeah, he could have deleted it. Yeah, he could have deleted it. Yeah, some people put their names out there, some people don't. I think that's fine. I don't know.
Some people are not.
I
There's those
agree.
that let the balls hang low and those that don't.
The only reason I don't use my name is because no one can pronounce it. So,
all right, that's a fair reason. I definitely can't. I have no idea what it is, but I already know.
As you know, it reminds me of
like Ali
it
Muhammad
reminds me of
or
that. It reminds me of like what is that movie like it's a comedy movie where they go after to kill their bosses or whatever, and he's in the car and he's like
Horrible
he's talking to the
Horrible Bosses.
yeah, Horrible Bosses, yeah, and he's talking to the car and he's like what's your real name, Greg? And he's like, and it's this giant long ethnic name. He's like, that's a fucking mouthful, I'm gonna call you Greg. He's like immediately turned around. He was like, no, I want to respect you and call you by your real name. And then it was like, okay, no, fuck that, it's Greg again. Like, that's too much for me to fucking say.
Okay.
Hello all. This is the Revelry Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. I'm really excited to have this conversation. I mean, I don't know, it's a weird conversation. It's a weird few days. But I'm glad that you stopped by.
Everything has been off since Harambe was killed. Let's be honest.
And with a squirrel jumping the accelerator.
the times we shifted into a new world after that. All right.
Okay. All right. A different track on the timeline. All right. Let's go. Let's introduce all these amazing individuals, and then we'll get started. So, my friend Electroid. Oh, I didn't know someone commented on a hairdo, and I didn't know who it was. But first, Electroid, looking nice. I like your long hair though, but like this is nice too.
Yeah, got to do what I got to do. It prevents it from getting uncomfortable and unprofessional looking. It's just that's what the man says I have to do.
You're looking like a goddamn hippie. They're like, I don't know. Can we trust
I know.
Can it be
exactly
a
right.
firm?
the man needs to know that I'm his servant, right? That's how that works.
Well, if you make enough money, they don't care what you look like.
Well, I'm not there quite yet.
I like the new look.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Oh, thank you. I'm looking forward to this discussion. I think that a lot of stuff has happened. Obviously, when I first heard, it was very shocking what happened, and it'll be hopefully an interesting conversation. I'm sure one that may get very heated. And you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Absolutely. I think the other thing is that like any white guy with long brown hair, right? It was like, after this weekend. So
Lactoid, you went from looking like a hippie, lefty, to looking like you're married to a black or Hispanic congresswoman that constantly talks about white people being the problem.
I would take that. Well, hold on. White people being the problem?
Yeah.
I thought I'd be married to a black congresswoman who was very much about
No. Like the CRT obsessed Congress and Senate women that are young always have to have a white husband.
yeah, I'd be the fantasy of one of these, right? But but like Candace Owens before the recent.
A specific one you look like. There's a specific one. Have you seen her boyfriend? He looks just like.
Do I look like AOC's boyfriend?
Yeah, you kind of look like AOC's
look like
boyfriend.
AOC's boyfriend, Admiral Gibbs. Like Admiral Gibbs.
AOC couldn't handle this much, man. Let me tell you.
Admiral Gibbs looks like AOC's boyfriend. Not Lactoid at all. Don't say it's about Lactoid. Like,
I've been told I look like JD Vance, and it bothers me.
You do kind of look like JD Vance.
This guy's
I don't like it. I don't like it.
How does nobody heard of JD Vance? He literally wrote Hillbilly Elegy. That was such a popular book. Like, I don't know why people are like, who's this guy? And then they say that, and then they're like, huh?
I've told you my opinion on books, man. It's only the women and the gays that are.
Okay, well, that movie. You watch movies, right? It's a fairly well movie.
Let's move on. Oh my god, guys, let's move on. But Lactoid, I will say that like only like a little bit of facial structure, but like you have like a much stronger chin. You've got like a solid, manly chin. He does not. Like that's why he's got that beard now. But yeah, thanks so much. Next we have our friend Scott. Scott, thanks for coming back. Yeah, I don't know. Say things.
I'm Scott. You can find me at Fabian Liberty on YouTube. You can find me on Twitter too, but I'm censored as fuck, so it kind of just doesn't matter.
What on Twitter?
X, whatever. Dude, fuck X is dog. X is such a fucking stupid fucking name. Like X was just for a second. X is dumb, not because it doesn't sound cool or anything, but because it is impossible to work well in search results. Right? Like you can't put X as a platform. Like it just doesn't work. It sucks. Regardless.
Okay.
But I've been gone for a little while. My grandfather died. So I've just been kind of dealing with that and family stuff. It was complicated. He was a very, very flawed man, but also a great man in a lot of ways. But I had to come back, especially with all of this craziness that's going on. Like it's absolutely the time to not the time to be gone. So I'm happy to be back, and I'm happy to discuss this topic. And that's kind of why I suggested it. So yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for your assistance. And our condolences to you and your family. Sorry about that, your loss.
It happens.
To our friend Corey. Corey, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me. Always grateful to be here. And my heart goes out to Scott because coincidentally and sadly, although not the same outcome, but I had a close call with my own grandmother in terms of she fell. She's 91. She's now in the hospital recovering. Thankfully, she didn't break her hip. She just fractured it. But like, yeah, she's confused, and it's hard to keep the medical equipment in her. But so yeah, my heart goes out to you. And I'm glad that you're back, though.
Thank you.
And
Yeah,
all that
glad to be
said,
back.
I also thank you. I also agree with Scott and Lactoid in terms of a lot of stuff that has happened. It's shocking, a lot of craziness. And so with that, for the next 2 hours, I'm looking forward to talking about House of the Dragon. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84. You can find me on X, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next, we have our friend Wick. We haven't had Wick on for like a year and a half, maybe, I think. It's been a very long time. But Wick is one of our MVP, our star guests. Been here for like, a part of the crew for a very long time. Been a good friend, and doing well on his own channel. So we love to see it. Thanks for being here, Wick. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, friend.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. So as if you hadn't heard, Wick TV, you can find me on YouTube, Wick at Wick TV, and on Twitch and Kick at Wick TV, WHICK TV. Yeah, a lot has happened. I've had some discussions with some people. I'm looking to have more discussions with more people, but I think that we are at an inflection point in this country. I think that we are at a tipping point when it comes to politics, and what happens over the course of the next few months is going to echo for a long time. And so, yes, I'm here to talk about it and discuss it, and yep, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shit, I was gonna say something. I'll remember it later. Next we have our friend Ali. I mean, look at me in the center, gotten more handsome. And also like mysteriously Muslim, but but Ali, thank you for coming through.
Thank you for having me. I go by Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. A lot has happened, a lot to think about. I'm just so glad he wasn't an Arab. I just gotta slide down. I'm just so that was such a one
jihadist.
One point for the boys, But with that, I'm looking forward to getting to the discussion with you guys. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I cheering that he wasn't black. Holy fuck, man. Like the conversation would be completely different. We know it, right? And I think it's interesting that, white people don't have to worry about that. They don't have to have that kind of anxiety. It's interesting how that works, right? But Wick, I remember what I was gonna say. Wick Dash TV? Did someone take
Yeah,
Wick
someone
TV?
was on YouTube. I had to use a dash. I don't know why, but
Oh my god. That's
it sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, if you just Google Wick, WHICK, you'll find me. Okay.
All right, cool. But yeah, oh god, I'm only like now just taking in Gibbs.
Metaphorically, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Gibbs is actually a man of peace. I think, despite everything, he's actually a man of peace. He just likes the aesthetics of a bomber. But Gibbs,
Bomber. Listen, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I have been wearing the Boogaloo uniform almost every time I come on these panels. I just now embraced showing the body armor, which coincidentally just Apache flew by my house 5 seconds ago. So I'm thinking maybe you Democrats are sitting here planning on taking out more conservatives today. I don't know. A little concerned. Also, as a Hispanic, I'm very glad it wasn't a Hispanic guy. But if I had to pick one group, I'm real sad that it wasn't. I wish it wasn't an Arab guy, because my oil prices would be going way up in my stocks if it was right now. Because Iran, they would be done.
Thank you.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't. So yeah, I'm screwed. Don't buy Exxon this week.
You're fantastic. Okay, let's move on. We have our friend Counter Points. All right, beloved friend of the channel, back with us. I think just because it's an auspicious day here. But we got him back 2 weeks in a row. I'm very grateful to have you here, friend.
No, I'm very happy to be here. Excited to get into it. I'm a little tired. I was running around town yesterday, but overall pretty excited. It's obviously weird to be living through so many historical events in such a short life, but you know, at least it gives us good content, so I'm excited about that aspect of it. If you're into science fiction or Warhammer, then go ahead and check out my main channel, Counterpoints 40K. If you're into debate, check out my second channel, Counter Fire, also known as Counterpoints Coliseum. You can find it under that search verbiage. And then finally, I do have a ill-attended to essay channel that's linked down in the description of both of those channels as well. But yeah, happy to be here. Looking forward to the content.
Thank you. Next, we have a brand new person from a friend Tom's community, but Ghosty, I believe is how it's pronounced, right? Ghosty?
Yes, Ghosty.
Yes. Well, we're happy to have you here. Introduce yourself to me and the rest of the audience.
Okay. Ghosty, as Prime already mentioned, it's spelled with a 6 and 2 I's at the end, and kind of newer to YouTube and streaming and stuff. So yeah, not much to say, but I'm excited to be here and talk about this crazy time we're living in.
Okay, thanks so much. Last but not least, our Dark Lord and Savior Doobie is here. Really excited, more patriotic than ever. I love the background; actually, it really works for you. But how are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me.
So yeah, I got overexcited. Invited a little bit more people than I should have. But I really want to talk to you all. Wick was the last one. Whatever. Wick was like, but like I was excited to have you. So
Okay.
anyway.
Damn, I see where I rank. Go ahead.
Right. But I'm glad you're all here. So we have a established topic here, and you know it's about what you can guess. But before we move into that, I wanted to hit up our friend Counterpoints just for a little bit, and ask you about what seems to be a massive security failure for this Secret Service. Now you've been a cop and in the military, so you're basically a one-man army, right? So people shouldn't fuck with them. But I imagine you are you're closest we have to an expert, so I'm going to ask you stuff. So let me lay out what I would think as a layperson. I've had a lot of time to think about the Secret Service, like for years. I've put thought into the Secret Service, like honestly. Not because I
How
want
to
to test
overcome them, how to get around their.
This
What
guy
are we
stole
doing?
your idea, I guess.
Now we know why you were pushing DEI this whole time. I see your long game.
Oh my god. But yeah, counterpoints. It would seem to me that in a rally like this, that the rooftops would be a covered area, right? That like just like on the White House, they have snipers like on the rooftops. That for this type of area, you'd have that covered. And like, let's say if you were in a like a plaza, right? With buildings on all sides of you, right? Like, I guess the Secret Service would do an assessment of like, hey, there's a lot of windows here. Can we actually cover all these windows, right? If not, maybe let's not have it here. But it seemed like in this case, you know, it was out in open field, actually pretty easy to secure, but still there was holes in the security and something happened. So, like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so the things that make the most amount of sense we can't confirm right now. One of the details that was interesting to have been alleged is that Trump was allegedly requesting additional Secret Service security that had been denied by the DOJ. That's not verifiable at this time. Then also there was a post just a few hours ago that was saying that local law enforcement had a SWAT team, quick reaction force, that was actually in those buildings, and they technically were supposed to be outside, but because of the heat and because of their gear, they actually went inside. There's another report that came out basically saying that the shooter was spotted in the roof area, One of the cops actually took a picture about 25 minutes before the shooting actually occurred of the gentleman being in that location. But by the time they directed a local law enforcement person to that location, the guy had disappeared, and law enforcement no longer had visual contact with him. And I think looking at the angles, you can kind of understand why law enforcement and why the Secret Service used the assets the way that they did. They did have a, you're talking about counter snipers. They had a counter sniper team immediately behind the president, basically overviewing all of those buildings. There was a second team that was kind of lower by the balconies, and they actually had a decent view of where the sniper was. So utilizing those resources, we would have to verify all the details that I just gave you. But if you're working with a limited team, the truth is that no security is 100%. And oftentimes, part of the reason why I have a lot of anxiety when going in public places with tons of people is because I know how vulnerable public events are to terrorism, mass shootings, cars, VBIEDs, IEDs, all that kind of stuff. So realistically, I think it was an issue of manpower, if I had to guess.
Manpower. But it's
They
again
needed like another 5 or 6 people to be on those rooftops, at least.
Yeah. Okay. You think it might be a manpower issue, and no one can say at this point, right? None of us on the outside can say.
Well, manpower. Okay, sorry, real quick. Manpower, deployment, and also normalcy bias. So, manpower, basically having enough people to deploy them, deploying them correctly, because the truth is that they probably had enough local law enforcement in order to put a couple of guys on top of where the shooter was. And then the final thing is normalcy bias. So, a lot of people, when something serious is going down, it takes them a few seconds, if not 30 seconds to like a minute, to realize like, oh shit, something actually serious is happening, because they're in denial that something real could actually happen. And I think that also explains some of the reaction times that you saw from Secret Service agents and law enforcement on the ground.
Can I add to this slightly?
Please, go ahead.
So a lot of Republicans and people, I don't know, Republicans is probably the bad word, just a lot of people in general have been like kind of like looking at one of the sniper teams and being like, why did they take so long? Did they like why was their reaction time so slow? And so obviously there's a lot of speculation on that specific thing. But I do want to say that it appears from their kit that they were likely the long range team and the other team was the mid range team. So even though we can talk about like, there might have been a communication failure, like there might have been, whatever, but people are like, why did they wait to shoot? Or even though it looked like they had a beat on them, their equipment was set up for likely more than like 600 meters. And the other, it's like when you do this and you have multiple sniper teams, you have different equipment for people that are looking at buildings and places much farther away with optics that are really, really sensitive to movement and are not designed to shoot, because he was really close, which is also kind of makes the whole situation like, how the fuck did you let that happen? Because he's like within viewing distance of like people, and he wasn't camouflaged or anything, and we don't know about like how he got on the fucking roof, and there's a lot of questions and a lot of but I just want to point that out as well, that like that team that everyone is like, they hesitated by a couple seconds. They might not have even have hesitated. It might have actually been the difficulty of like getting him in the sights and getting the shot correct because of their equipment.
And backing Scott up real quick, just to expand, is like, you're talking about adrenaline. You're talking about trying to find the target. You're talking about trying to make sure it's not a friendly, like it's some stupid yokel cop who's climbing up there to look for something, and making sure that you're not shooting a cop. And then also the target, the roof that he was on, if I'm looking at it correctly, actually was slanted. So the shooter basically only needed to expose his head and the rifle. So you're talking about hitting something that's basically the size of a basketball from 150 yards away, which, people who shoot rifles, like, they might think that that's a small distance. But for a layperson to put that into context, that still is a football field and a half away. So, and you're also talking about like, somebody was asking like, oh, well, these are supposed to be the best of the best. Is it really possible that they choked or they fucked up? And my answer is yes, because you're talking about the most extreme scenario possible. You are talking about trying to take a life in order to save people's lives. And not only that, it's the president of the United States. I can't think of something more intense than that scenario.
I mean, it is their job, but yeah, but things happen.
Yeah,
Communication breakdowns
I
happen.
think
I just wanted to point out the optics specifically because I think it is important that, like, I mean, you know, counterpoints when you go to the range, right? It's 2 targets that are 300 meters, and then a couple 250s, a couple 125s, and like a couple of 75s, right? Like, and you're doing that with iron sights. You're not doing like, so 150 seems like a close distance, and it is for a good shot with the right optics, but with optics that are intended to be long range, like it might take another second or two. And this all, you know, from the first shot, supposedly timelines, we don't really know. It could be 30 seconds if he fired at police or not, right? But it is plausible that it was just difficult to do the shot that quickly.
I just don't know.
Sorry to stomp on
why.
Ghost.
No, it's fine. If you look at the layout of the area, though, I just don't know why it was possible for him to get on the roof. It just in the first place. It's like you said, like 150, 200 meters away. It was broad daylight, and it would have been. It was like it was the closest building to. So I just feel like they should have been watching that in the first place. I know people were like pointing him out before. I don't know how soon it was before the shots went off, if it was like immediately, but I just think it was a major fuck up that he even got on the roof in the first
Yeah,
place.
actually, I saw reports that they actually think he might have camped up there overnight. So he was waiting before the rally goers even got there for Trump.
I mean,
They secured that building.
I
They
heard
were-
a lot of maybe he
conflicting
parachuted down. Who
Well, I was
knows?
going to let you go, Breeze, but,
No.
just
Well,
all through this
supposedly,
now.
hold on, real quick.
speculating about anything,
Supposedly,
like
this was a police staging area, and supposedly they sweep the roof. So it's pretty unlikely, unless they're just lying about that.
All right, I was going to wait
That's
till
how
the
that
opening
went.
on this.
Also, we know that he left his dad and told his dad, "Hey, I'm going to the shooting range." Right. So his father would have to be lying, and the police would have to be lying simultaneously about that, and that is possible, but not the most pretty unlikely.
Yeah, his
I,
dad.
mean,
makes-
I gotta say, this is the biggest crock of bullshit I've ever heard out of y'all. Like, I mean, you're telling me they couldn't get some $40 drones up there, like for like a couple hours to watch all these things? Like,
Yeah, they should have,
bro,
for
this
sure.
is this is all cope. Like, I mean, like, yeah, oh yeah, it took them a few seconds. Oh, the distance, bro. I could shoot 150 yards with, like iron sight pretty easily. Imagine if I had a decent scope on there, plus like years of combat training. Like, this is just. I'm sorry, I'm not
But
buying
this
what
kid
you're
didn't have
selling.
years of
Like,
combat.
What are you? Hold on. What are you not
the
buying
shooter.
specifically?
Not the shooter. The counter snipers took so long. I mean, there's so many holes in all this that like the only thing you can look at. Like, I hate to
Hold
be the
on.
crazy conspiracy theorist, but
I was
I'm
about
gonna
to
be
say,
the
I want to
crazy.
give you enough. I want to give you enough rope to hang yourself. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I like don't want to be the crazy conspiracy theorist, but like when I'm sitting here and I've already gone online and like and people are going, oh, registered Republican, oh, he works for BlackRock, oh, he's over here doing this, he's over here doing that, it took this team this long, there was this many
MK
reports,
Ultra.
all this reports are both his parents are saying, like I don't know about y'all, but something smells real bad, and it
Yeah,
smells like
Gibbs. Gibbs,
hold on.
please. No,
Hold on, hold
no,
let me
no.
finish. Hold on, let me finish.
I want to
And
let
it's
him finish,
just
and I want to
one.
ask him a
I'm gonna
follow-up
be
question.
done. I'm gonna be done here in 1 second. I'm almost done. And then on
Okay,
top of that,
counterpoints you can
we
wake
got
afterwards.
$40. We can't put $40 worth of drones like over a building. That's ridiculous. And then on top of that, there's just something smells here, right? And it smells when last week, Biden said we have to put Trump in a bullseye. I mean, and this week
Oh,
he
yeah.
gets shot at. No collusion,
Yes.
no equal thing there at all. I
Gibbs,
mean,
I love you.
yeah.
I love you so much.
I mean, we can keep going down the
So
rabbit
hold
hole,
on.
but
Yeah. So
I'm
let's
just
do it.
throwing some things out there smell
So
fishy.
I'm gonna summarize some of the things that you said because
Sure.
I know that if I ask you specific follow-up questions, you're probably gonna dance around a little bit.
Sure.
So BlackRock,
I love tap
hold on. No. Give me some rope. So BlackRock, the DEI people, they put their Manchurian candidate shooter in a commercial for teachers' pension funds 8 years ago. Then they recruited him in order to shoot Donald Trump. Then they called up the Secret Service
Wasn't
and
8
the
years
local
ago,
law
but-
enforcement. Well, whatever, 4
Yeah.
years ago, 2 years ago, whatever.
Yeah,
Then
that's
they call the local law enforcement and the SWAT teams and the Secret Service, and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna shoot Donald Trump in the face. Go ahead and stand back and stand by." And then Biden was like, hey, you know what would be really funny is if I tweeted about this before we shot this guy in the face. So I'm going to tweet about putting a bullseye on him. So does that seem like a plausible series of events to you?
Well, when you say it like that.
Yeah, but like, listen.
Could
Here's the
you
crazy.
say it in another way?
Well,
that
wait,
doesn't
do
sound
we know
retarded?
which kind of gun that Hunter bought? I mean, we should be tracing that. It could be.
So like, let me
Well, I
throw
think
one
it's just
other
an
at you.
AR-15. But
Hey,
I'm just saying,
has
like,
the
is
truth
there
ever been
is there
stranger
is there
than fiction?
another?
I'm just saying,
is there a
I don't want to hear all
narrative
this bullshit
that doesn't
and then
sound
go, oh,
retarded? Is there a narrative
surprise.
version of that doesn't
Yes.
sound retarded?
Yes, I can
What
give
is
you
it,
the
a sleeper
narrative version
cell
of that
they
that
just
doesn't
went
sound retarded. Hold on, I can give you another
Please
narrative
do
version
it.
of that doesn't sound retarded. It starts with a George Carlin quote. You don't need a conspiracy when like interests align. So you don't need him to be a BlackRock plant. You don't need the CIA to fucking, activate one of their people. You don't need any of that shit. What you can simply do is you can have a group of people that are ideologically possessed, that are ideologically not fans of Trump, working Trump security. You can give him shit security, give him the B team. You can give a bunch of people that are completely unmotivated to actually do anything because the people that are above them don't punish them if they do a shitty job. And I don't mean like shitty job as in an attack actually happens, but like, it's like, hey man, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? You need to tighten up. And then you have a bunch of lackadaisical people that aren't well prepared because they don't like the fucking guy and because he's not given the protection he needs because everyone goes, oh, he's not going to get it. And then this shit just happens because of gross negligence and a bunch of people that don't fucking have anything with him.
I'm good with the incompetence narrative. Sorry, Wick, just real quick. I'm good with the incompetence narrative because I, again, worked for local law enforcement or whatever. And just as an example, real quick, we set up on a house for like one of the richest guys in the neighborhood, and he had been burglarized multiple times. And we set up with cameras, and we had 2 people watching the cameras for like a month. And the burglars broke in again, which is like statistically so weird and odd. But the people behind the cameras were asleep. Right. So that's
Yeah.
like, yes.
Or the
local law
cops were in
enforcement-
the building instead of fucking sweeping the building like they're supposed to because it's hot outside.
so-
and nobody gives a fuck because it's Trump.
Right. So local police departments can be wildly unprofessional.
Here's the problem with all of this, right? Like what Gibbs is saying, what Scott was narrativizing is that's really the problem. Is everyone's taking very, very limited amounts of information, very, very limited amounts of information, a ton of unverified information, and they're telling a story. They're telling a story that fits their worldview in order to push what they believe onto the social media and the public for other people to eat up, right? And that's the problem that we're having today.
Yeah, I
right?
resent that. I resent that
Speculation's
bullshit
fun.
accusation.
I resent that as well. That is
Speculation
total
fun
bullshit.
and all that, right? But this is what you're doing, right? You are creating a
No,
narrative.
you're lying.
Right?
You're saying that I'm doing it to push a specific narrative for engagement. I'm not
You're
doing that.
taking this personal.
I
I'm
do
saying
wanna
this is
hear
what's being
what you have
done
to say.
in general. This is what's being done right, left, and center. Everyone is
Okay,
doing
well
it.
then don't put my name in your mouth when you're saying everyone's
Holy shit,
doing
I'll
it.
put
That's
my
not what I'm
name in
doing.
your mouth every time I want. You can't do a shit thing about it. You can sit there and you can
What, do you
take it.
think you do
That's
this?
all you can do. You understand that, right? You have no power.
Well, no,
here.
I can interrupt you and say, "Don't
that's
lie
it.
about me."
You can interrupt
That's
me,
okay.
but that's
Like,
fine. I'll just
go
keep
ahead.
talking over
Wick,
you.
do you think
but
that
here's
you
the
do
problem with
this? Do you think you engage
narrativization.
in
We
narrativizing?
continue to narrativization. We continue to use this limited details. We slapdash a story together that sounds good, that gets the updates and tweets, and then we continue to push this thing. And it's a problem, and it's one of the reasons that we have so many issues discussing the facts of the matter is because these stories take a life of their own and they turn and morph into quote unquote facts, right? Because you hear, oh, well, I heard this reputable person that I thought was great, like he laid out all this information. And so when the actual information comes out, when the actual facts of the matter come out, and we actually verify or can't verify these very things that have been speculated, it's very hard to change anyone's mind because the first thing you hear from someone you consider a trusted source sticks in your head, and it's hard to ever change your mind. And that's why I think I have a real problem when people like Gibbs, especially, right, who starts making up shit, right?
Wick, that's
Making
such
up
bullshit.
shit.
You do the same thing, Wick. Like we just had a discussion a couple weeks ago where you imply that I'm an anti-Semite for saying that it's okay to protest in front of a synagogue. Right, where you called all the pro-Palestinian protesters there anti-Semites and Nazis for protesting the sale.
Nazis, but I called them anti-Semites.
Yeah, you did for protesting the sale of land in the West Bank, right? Illegally occupied land in the West Bank. Right, but
Not for protesting it, for chanting
rather than
long
looking
live the
rather
Intifada,
than
that's
looking
why.
into that story, you immediately started calling them anti-Semites. Immediately started calling me an anti-Semite for saying that they're not anti-Semitic. Like you did the same shit.
Okay, I want to jump in here.
Why are
since I was
you
also
here on a
addressed.
fucking high horse?
Again, that's just not true.
So I
Hold
need to get some champagne for this. I will be right back in 2
That's a good
seconds.
plan. I like that plan.
That is true,
So-
by the way.
So hold on. Okay, so Gibbs, I'm going to give you a chance, but I want Wick to respond to that, and then Gibbs will go to you, friend.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I didn't use unverified sources. These were things that were like not facts. I looked at what the video showed, which was them chanting "Long live the Intifada," which is an especially outside of a.
Yeah, but it was
fucking
one video.
Synagogue.
It was limited.
It's anti-Semitic
information.
thing to
Yeah,
do.
you ignore the video of the pro-Israel protesters saying,
I didn't.
"Go
I
home,
said that they were
sand
racist
N-words."
in doing that.
You
I
ignore
think
the
it condemned
context of
as
them
well.
being there. You didn't bother to look into the sale of the
You
the
keep
land of the
making
West
shit
Bank.
up. None of this is true.
Okay, then why is it then afterwards, after I left the stream, you said, "Oh well, I actually looked into this and I found no evidence of land being sold to the West Bank." I looked. You just go to their fucking website. It takes 2 minutes. You can do it. So I know that if you actually looked into that, you would have found that.
No,
So either you
okay,
didn't
show
actually
me
look
at
into
that
it, Wick.
event. Show me at
Either
that
you didn't
event
actually
what
look
land
into it, Wick,
parcels
or
were
you're
being
a
sold.
fucking lying.
Again, all you have to do to show me a liar, show me, right, at that event, what West Bank parcels were being sold, please.
Okay. Do you acknowledge then that the company that was holding this event?
This is a trick. See, this is what you're
It's not a
doing.
trick. You're
This
doing
is
the
what you're
narrative
doing.
thing. You're doing the narrative thing. You're doing the narrative thing, Wick. You're doing the narrative thing.
You can't
No,
show
listen,
me
you're
at
not
that
gonna let
event
me answer the
what
question.
West
You're
Bank
not gonna let me
sales
answer
were
the
being
question.
I was
sold
here for the
because
Trump
you
shooting.
don't
Why the
fucking
fuck
know.
are we talking
You
about
know that
Israel
if that's
Palestine?
I don't care about this.
It's
shit.
Israel Palestine again.
Hold on. I'm just
Hold on. I'm gonna give him space. Give him a little space. We got plenty of
You do
time.
this
So
all
go
the
ahead,
time.
Gibby.
Okay, Wick, this point about narrativization is bullshit from you because you do this all the time, not just with Israel Palestine, but with Trump, right? Calling him a fascist and making all these crazy implications about what's going to happen to the country if he's elected. Why wouldn't you support him being killed if you believe half the shit you say about him?
Because I am against political violence. I don't think the correct
Why?
answer, even if I think Trump is a threat to democracy, you know what a bigger threat to
The
democracy
state is political violence. I'm the only one against political violence here.
God damn it. So again,
Do you think
taking
people's
out
lives
your
will be worse if Trump's
political
elected?
enemies
Do you think
through
people will
violence
die
and
in our country if
force,
he's elected?
right? By assassination is a bigger threat to political or to democracy because that opens up a can of worms, a Pandora's box.
Democracy is
where
political
everyone-
violence.
The can of worms is open.
Oh God.
Hold on. According to the Supreme Court, Trump can do basically anything as long as it's.
Oh my God! Please, Pisco,
okay.
stop.
Yeah, I want to take it there because I think Wick agrees with that narrative. Right?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Well, hold on. So
Why?
no. I want to back Doobie up, even though he's being a smart ass here. Okay. One of the things that I have found frustrating about this discourse over the past 96 hours or however long it's fucking been is the fact that I do think Trump is a threat to democracy. I don't think he cares about the rule of law. I don't think he cares about republicanism. I do think he loves nepotism, loves cronyism. I think that he's a nepotistic crony asshole. And the reason why I wouldn't want him to be assassinated is because I wouldn't want there to be reciprocal violence back towards my political side. But I am sympathetic to the people on the left who are like, yeah, if the dude died, I wouldn't give two shits about it. And that's where like the whole thing, it feels a little disingenuous to have people like Pisco, and I love him dearly, but he's like, I would never condone political violence. Whereas he literally like 2 weeks ago was frothing out the mouth, arguing that now the presidency is effectively an absolute monarchy. So if it's an absolute monarchy, if it's a dictatorship, and it just depends on who's seizing power, why wouldn't you take the person out?
Let's go to Gibbs, who's been waiting, and Lactoid.
Yeah, so I object to this, like where we say we can't take facts. I mean, like, first, the counterpoints did narrativize a whole situation, gave it to me, and then my headset went out, right? It's clearly collusion by the government already going there. But secondly, on a real note here, like I said, he made a narrativization. Let me do a narrativization because, Wick accused me of doing that. So I'm going to do one now, an actual one. Here's one. It's real simple. A couple weeks ago, many people in America thought that Trump got convicted in a kangaroo court. Just what was it, last week or the week before last? The Supreme Court gave Trump a big win. All right. This week or last week, Biden goes, hey, we're going to put Trump in we need to put Trump in a bullseye. All right. Because he's already losing the campaign. That shows all the poll numbers. And he looks like he's got dementia. This week, Trump got shot at and hit in the ear. Now, I'm not saying any of those are connected, but It is a line of things that go in order.
His
And
dream is becoming
those are
true.
just hold
Presidential
on.
hit jobs.
I'm just saying that a lot of things happen. Those are facts. Now I'm not putting those in any kind of order. Oh wait, chronologically maybe. And then other than that, y'all draw your own conclusions as thinking Americans that hopefully have degrees of some kind.
Do you
I
think
feel
it was
like that you put it
Biden?
together.
Do you
Hey,
think it
I'm
was
not saying
Biden,
who it was.
or do you think it was?
I'm not doing what Wick said and
Do
narrativizing anything.
you think
I'm
it was
just
his
saying
dream?
I
Maybe
listed.
advised
Hold on.
him.
I listed events in order that we do know. These are
No,
hard
I need to
facts.
know.
Hold on. Hard facts
Okay.
that I listed in order. We didn't narrativize that. I just say.
I just need to know if you think
And
Biden is
so it's
incompetent and can't run the country, or competent enough to call a hit. I just wanted the other.
listen. I don't know if you've ever watched any mob documentaries, but sometimes the people at the top of the mob have like Alzheimer's and shit. It's a problem. That Biden crime family. I guess crime
True, I
families have
did.
a lot of things in
I did
common,
watch The
no matter
Sopranos.
the
Yes.
level. But like, here's another thing. On top of that, it's this idea that what I'm doing is disingenuous is bullshit. Because I literally his own guy here, Counterpoints, his friend in Progressive Victory, they both just gave a narrative, and then I give a counter negative, and Witt goes, "It's terrible that they're giving narratives. That's a bullshit, Gibbs." And so that's terrible. It's fake news, and what I just can't
I tried to
believe.
go before counterpoints, but Prime wouldn't let me.
I'm just saying that y'all are just
Fake
over here
news.
like giving us that bullshit and expecting us to eat it fucking like it's an all you can eat buffet when everybody can see that it's bullshit. And I don't know how y'all can sit here and say, "Oh, these aren't facts," when I only listed 4 or 5 facts there, and they all seem to be at a linear direction.
Gibbs. I think that most people can accept the fact that the popular perception around Trump likely led to some teen or some 20-year-old taking shots at him. Okay,
Oh,
what
how
we're arguing about is whether or not it was intentional.
It
That's
wasn't
what we're arguing about.
Well, I mean, anytime you shoot somebody, it's usually intentional.
Okay, what was it? A conspiracy? Was there more than one person? Was Biden involved? Was the Secret Service involved? Was local
I
law
know,
enforcement involved?
a lot of fishy things. I'm just saying,
He's
even
just
if he
asking
wasn't,
questions.
I'm
That's
just
it.
asking questions.
You're just
Questions.
jacking.
He's
You're
putting
just
things in
jacking us.
order. You're just
No, I'm
asking
not.
questions.
It's really
You're just
simple.
shutting down questions. That's
Yeah,
all
you
you're
should
doing.
these are
He's
facts.
just
I
asking
brought a fact.
questions, so he's jacking with us.
No,
Yes,
I
you're
mean, I
jacking.
am
This
asking
is a
questions.
censorship,
And
man.
hold on, I'm asking questions, and I'm giving facts. Convenient how the scientific method usually works. You collect data, you ask questions about the data. I'm just saying.
Yes, that's a
Data.
scientific method. Yep.
Actual data, though.
I mean, what data did I give that was not a hard fact? I didn't even list the bullshit Wick listed, where it's all these crazy bullshit. I listed 4 or 5 facts in a row, and wow, lo and behold, they go in a linear line.
You know a fact that I would like you to. Sorry, you go ahead.
I just think what matters right now most is how our country is going to react to this. And I think it's very dangerous to jump the gun and to make all these assumptions and start like theorizing about or hypothetical. I can't fucking talk. Theorizing about civil war. Yes, that word, about civil war and all these things before we even know the motives. For all we know, this kid, he lived an hour away. He might have been thinking about some kind of like terrorism, like or public violence for like a while, and took an opportunity and like really isn't even involved in politics at all. And now I just think it's dangerous to make all these assumptions before we even know about the motives and more about this kid.
Yeah, but who gives a shit about the motives? With the results
why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Since the conversation has moved from like strictly the security aspect, why don't we like introduce like the topic proper, because we're like pretty much into it, and we'll start with Black to it anyway, because he's the one's next. The topic, this past Saturday, there was an assassination attempt on former President Trump's life. As of now, it seems that it was a lone gunman. His motives are currently unknown, as he was killed by law enforcement. However, this comes in an increasingly radical political environment where both sides have accused the other nominee of being an existential threat to the United States if reelected. Liberals/leftists have long made the case that stochastic terrorism is a threat. That the heated political rhetoric will drive a mentally unbalanced person to commit violence. The right has downplayed these claims and washed their hands of it all. In the wake of this incident, should conservatives reevaluate their stance on this issue? Would it be fair for them to blame the left's rhetoric for this attempt? And if so, does this recontextualize the violence we saw on January 6th? Can we now blame Trump for that? And credit to our friend Scott for assisting in coming up with this topic. I really appreciate that. All right, so we'll start with our friend Lactoid, work our way around for opening statements.
Yeah, I've got a lot to say. So, firstly, there's some dispute over whether or not what his actual motivations were, what kind of political affiliation he had. While it's true we don't know for sure, I've been hearing people say that he donated to the Republican Party as well. That's not true. I looked into that. The only political donation that I've been able to find is a $15 donation to a progressive organization when he was 17. He did register as a Republican. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in Pennsylvania, which is a closed primary state. If you hated Trump, you should be a registered Republican, so you can vote against him in the primary and vote against him in the general. The fact that he's a registered Republican doesn't mean jack shit, so we can't really glean anything from that. In terms of the actual, what led up to the shooting, or maybe not even what led up to this specific shooting, but I think what this shooting did is open our eyes to what I think is some perceived hypocrisy, or actual hypocrisy in my perspective. So, when condemning January 6th as an insurrection, right, there's a lot of points being drawn together and a lot of lines being made and a lot of thoughts being connected that you may or may not necessarily belong connected, but a key component of that is, look, Trump riled up his base by consistently repeating false claims that the election was stolen. He repeatedly said to go fight. He repeatedly said this. He repeatedly said this. He amped up the crowd. He amped up his base. And then this happened. What did you think was going to happen? Of course, this is going to happen when you amp up your base. And this is the logic that the left has used to insinuate that Trump is responsible. The problem is this is a two-sided coin, because the exact same logic could be used here. When you continuously lie about Project 2025 and attribute it to Trump when he's denied it, when you fearmonger about that particular thing, when you fearmonger about what Trump has said, when you say that he supported Nazis when Snopes said he didn't, that Charlottesville comment turned out to be a lie, which Snopes finally admitted 4 years after. When his speech prior to January 6th is taken out of context, when peacefully is not mentioned, even today, for example, Wick knows what I'm talking about. Maybe not by him, but perhaps by somebody that was on a show. When that telling is reiterated without the context, with the critical context to explain, you demonize and add a sense of vitriol to the conversation. And if the left is going to say that Trump is responsible for January 6th because of his rhetoric, I don't see how you get away from saying that Biden is responsible for the attempt on Trump's life or any violence that happens to Trump going forward, right? And I think, although personally I would not hold Biden responsible, just like I don't hold Trump responsible for January 6th. I'm consistent on that front, but I don't see how you guys get away from that inconsistency. And I think Republicans can be inconsistent on this as well when they're defending Trump and saying, look, you can't hold him responsible, but then they're being super hardcore with Biden, saying that he is responsible. I don't think that's fair either. I think that you do have to be responsible and consistent at least, or at least attempt to be consistent. So either it's all, you're responsible for all of it, or you're not responsible. You got to pick a side here. I reject all the conspiracy theories. I do think this is an attack on democracy in some regards, right? It is an attempt of assassination on someone running for president, and it is reprehensible. I fully condemn it. Rest in peace to Corey Compatore. And I am comfortable rejecting it, unlike a lot of, even if you don't think the left is responsible for hyping it up, you have to admit that a lot of key figures of the left have been absolutely okay with it, and in fact been more than gleeful, I think, in commenting on the fact that somebody was killed and the president was shot, or the former president was shot, which I think is it's disgusting. I would never do it to Biden. You can hold me to that. I don't think I've ever glorified violence that people are saying, well, the right, is they can come back to me once they condemn the Nancy Pelosi comments or the Nancy Pelosi's husband comments. A lot of people have never said that. And you're responsible for your statements, right? I think that people are kind of lumping people into a group and then demonizing them. The essence of bigotry, it's shitty, and the people who are doing that, specifically in this case, Destiny, Jack Black, they're just disgusting behavior. Fuck them.
So much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
So, mostly everything Lactoid said. Maybe some slight disagreement, but mostly everything he said. But let's talk about it a little bit more specifically in how we determine this from a philosophical perspective. So there's a reason that in common law in most Western societies and liberal democracies the concept of hate speech, the concept, which of course, you know, is obviously something that the left has been trying to force into law for a long time. But the concept of these forms of speech, not being demonized unless it's direct and actionable violence, like a call to violence for a specific person, pointing at them, saying on this date, etc., is important, is because anything else moves from the domain of first order consequences to second order consequences, right? So, you know, if I commit an action and it's directly attributable to that specific action, in a scenario of cause and effect where that must occur, then that's a first order consequence, right? I fire my gun in self-defense, but I fire it wildly and it goes through the wall and hits and kills my neighbor, right? You might think that that's acceptable, and you might say that it was, but it is a first order consequence. But you might, when you start theorizing about that concept, also realize that the initial aggressor in the situation would be the criminal. And so that's when there are gray areas in first and second order consequences such as this, right? Who's actually responsible when there is an aggressor in the situation that kind of causes your situation. And then that kind of becomes a second order consequence. And so when you're talking about the concept of stochastic terrorism, you are absolutely talking about second order consequences. You were talking about people saying this person is a threat to democracy, or, you know, Joe Biden saying, you know, MAGA Republicans are a threat to the soul of America, and that they're against democracy and that they're evil. I don't think he used the word evil in that famous speech with like the red lights and stuff, but you get the point, right? Or, you know, when you have countless Democrats. So once we move into the domain of second order consequences, it then becomes a level of, for most people and most normative ethics, it becomes consequentialist. You know, I tend to look at it from an objectivist standpoint of, you know, rational self-interest. Others might look at it from a utilitarian standpoint, or they might look at it from, you know, a virtue ethicist standpoint, et cetera, right? Is it a man of virtue that says these things, especially when they're lies? And there are a lot of lies being told on both sides. And so once we understand that, if we take it from a consequentialist or objectivist position, and we can talk about the virtue ethicist position, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear cut. Lying about people and saying shit that they're a threat is usually considered to be not good by them. But from a consequential perspective, what occurs then is what are the probabilities and the ratios and the things that are occurring in the world, right? It can be a minor evil, if you will. It can be, you know, less egregious to say an offhand comment, but it becomes what is the context of these things. And I think the important context of many things, and this applies both to January 6th as well as to the attempt on Donald Trump's life, is the cultural perception that there's nothing left but violence. So it's not so much saying this person is evil, this person is a bad person, this person is a fascist or whatever. Those things are certainly bad. But I think what ramps up the likelihood that that has affected us when we look at Trump is this belief that the Supreme Court gives him carte blanche. The belief that there is that Joe Biden is such a doddering fool that he's going to lose the election and this person's going to be president and there's nothing else we can do. And if he's a fascist, he's going to use all of his power to completely destroy America. And so it is things like the SCOTUS decision and things like that. Similarly, I think the
Blood, I want to talk
changes.
too. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Well,
look,
fucking
we only
Lactoid
have
had a
till
long intro.
11:30. I'd like this to
I'm
get
almost
some more time, right?
Yeah, we only have until 11:30.
Almost
exactly.
done. Just 10, 15 more minutes.
No. I will just finish the comparison with January 6th, which is a similar situation occurs with January 6th, where Texas, went to the Supreme Court and it was shot down, where, all of the states were not doing a substantive review of the ballots, right? And there is a perception that there's nothing we can do. This election is going to be stolen from us. There's never going to be a good investigation in any of these states. And SCOTUS has rejected the state's right to sue. And so it becomes this thing, what do we do but this? Mentality that I think leads to these things. And so, yeah, I would say that it is wrong to say these things, but it is also context dependent. And in both of these situations, I think some of that. Obviously, Donald Trump also made statements that said, don't be violent, don't do these things. So you can't really call Donald Trump an insurrectionist and not immediately say that Joe Biden needs to step down and most of these congressmen need to step down if you have that opinion about Trump. But yeah.
Okay, guys, we got a lot of time on this because this is our only topic. So, it's okay if
No, but I want to get in and throw some punches.
Okay, all right. Well, Corey, please.
Oh, I got 30 minutes then. That's what I'm hearing from what you said.
That's exactly what you heard.
I got a dissertation ready right now.
No, I will try to be brief because I know you want to speak, Connor, and probably everyone else, and we'll also so. Okay. To I guess maybe a little bit of a Lactoid's point. So at the end of the day, I am not an expert on rhetoric. Okay, since arguably I have no problem admitting I have no rhetoric whatsoever. I'm pure. Unadulterated, no rhetoric at all. But the characterization that Lactoid sort of puts on the table in terms of I have no problem admitting that there's bad rhetoric on the left, and there's absolutely lies and deceit that occur on the left and left media. But again, to act like they're fully 50% equivalent on the left and the right, I think is totally disingenuous, and we can maybe get into that in the open. It's sort of like, again, bringing in whatever academic and science debates. It's like, debates on evolution and creation. Oh, it's just like 50-50. No, it's not 50-50. And totally, the scales are balanced, I would say, marginally or moderately in favor of bad and, let's say, inflammatory rhetoric on the right. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Wick.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it sweet. Stochastic terrorism isn't really a thing. I reject it entirely. I've argued with people about this before, right? Biden is no more responsible for the shooter, or the rhetoric around Trump is no more responsible for the shooter than the rhetoric around trans individuals is responsible for hate and violence directed against them. These are disconnected. They're not entirely disconnected, but they're disconnected in a way that makes it hard to really hold anyone responsible. Nor should we. I think it gets into really dangerous territory when we do go down those roads. There is a problem in our rhetoric, and there is a problem in our discourse with dehumanization of the other side, of seeing the other side of as the enemy. No one is free from sin here. Not the left, and certainly not the right. No one is free, right, from mocking when bad things happen to the people who are on the other side. It was disgraceful. It was disgraceful. The people who were mocking the death of that poor man at the Butler rally, simply because he had some yikesy opinions on Twitter. It was disgraceful and it was disgusting. It was disgraceful and it was disgusting. The people who mocked that young man who got stabbed by that homeless man in the city, when they found out he supported things like ACAB, he supported bail reform, all these things. It was disgusting when that side mocked that man and his wife or his fiance. It was disgusting. Again, this isn't a right problem. This isn't a left problem. This is a problem. And I think that the haste at which we look to blame either the right or the left as the problem also contributes to this. It becomes a wedge issue, a culture issue, a politicized, polarizing issue. And so we can't really address it because we feel traitors to our side, right? We feel like we're giving the other side ammo when we admit when our side does something that was wrong. The people such as Destiny, such as, I don't think Jack Black did this, I think it was his bandmate, who were saying horrific things about the shooting, and mocking fun and making light. I argued with Destiny directly about this, so I invited him on our channel. We had a fight about this, right? You can look it up. I'll repeat. We cannot condone political violence like that. It's just not okay. I'll keep it short. I'll keep it simple. That's it. We'll get into discussion. Thank you.
Damn, Wick. I mean, you took so goddamn long. Can you respect the channel?
I
Can you
know,
respect the
it's
time
crazy.
of everyone else here? I mean, honestly. I apologize to you. I apologize to the rest of you for Wick's behavior. All right. Ali, please.
Oh, just once again, thank God he wasn't Arab or Muslim. Alhamdulillah. And I'll just pass it to Gibbs.
Ah, Jesus, he's going to attack us.
I'll just pass it to Gibbs. Hey, what? Didn't
take the
didn't
shot?
happen?
Okay, no.
Sorry, you can't be whispering Arabic shit around me and not expect me to like.
Praise be. But yeah,
Oh
Gibbsy,
my
go
God.
ahead.
I'm fucking around.
I'm
All right.
not.
All right, boys, smoke them if you got them. We're gonna be here a while. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I think a lot of what's happening by the left is very disingenuous right now. This idea that they have sat here and gone, "Oh, the right are the ones with all the rhetoric." Whenever they talk about the January 6th insurrection, that wasn't really an insurrection, and we compare it to like I don't know the BLM protest that caused $20 billion worth of damage last time I checked, and that was before the insurance companies had even got involved, saying it's gonna be 20 years in some of these areas to rebuild. And then when they look at these things and they say, "Oh, that's not an insurrection," even though they took over land in the city, and then they want to say January 6th is. I think this is a very disingenuous take by the left, especially whenever we have actively many times Biden, who's the leader of their party, they've claimed that they're the leader of the party. They're sticking by this dementia-addled old man that looks like Palpatine fell down some stairs, and they're going to sit here and go, "Hey, you know what? He's our leader." And then when he says, "I'd like to take Trump out back and give him a beating," "Oh, you know what? This stuff with me, you don't need to worry about that. Let's put a bullseye on him." And then something happens and they go, "Oh, Trump's the one inciting violence. Oh, it's 60-40 or whatever, the right over the left." No, no. The left is some of the most vicious, like cancel culture, hateful people I've ever met. Nobody hates themselves more than the left, and then when they hate themselves that much, they hate everybody else too. And that's what's happening here. This hateful individual decided he was going to take a shot and try to kill the president. You know what? I can guess his motive. It was to kill the president. It's pretty simple. I don't know why we're going to sit here and do all this hand wringing and say, "Oh, what was his motive?" It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter his motive because the outcome would have been the same, and it would have probably been the boogaloo. Although conservatives seem to not be burning down cities when something bad happens to our guy. However, when something bad happens on the left hand side, I mean, $20 billion and whatever, and then we're not going to call that an insurrection.
Okay. Thanks so much. Seattle, before I gave 200 bits saying, is Wick's microphone backwards again? We can hear you. We can hear you.
Am I too quiet?
You were
Is
a
this
little,
better?
you were a little quiet there.
I'll try to be a
just
little
only
more
little
loud.
bit.
I promise. Okay. We can
Okay.
turn it up.
All right. I'm sure. Doobie will give you a reason to be loud. Let's go to our friend counterpoints.
Okay. Stochastic rhetoric, meaning that you lead somebody up to a violent conclusion, but then you back off at the last thing, is absolutely a thing. We've seen it done on the right wing for plenty of times. We've seen it done on the left wing for plenty of times. We can all come up with dozens of examples of people doing this, okay? Now, here's the thing. Lactoy brought up an interesting conversation about well, what's the difference between the left and the right when it comes to this rhetoric? How can you not be a hypocrite? How can you condemn it on one side but not condemn it on the other? It's because whether or not the underlying facts are true should be relevant to what rhetoric you're doing. Real quick, as an example, if I say Hitler is a bad dude, he hates Jews, he wants to kill Jews, he's a threat to the German Republic, and if nobody does anything, then we're probably fucked. And then somebody goes and tries to shoot Hitler, the underlying facts of the matter are still that Hitler is a bad guy and probably should get taken out. Okay? So, in this example, I want to read you something. I think this was tweeted out in 2022, so 2 years after the election. This is from Donald Trump. So, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. Now, from my end, this is the same rhetoric that led up to January 6th. So if there was outcome determinative fraud, then Donald Trump would be correct, maybe not in suspending the Constitution as he alleges in this tweet, but he would be correct in using every means available to him in order to try to maintain power, because basically he's preventing the fraud of the elections of the United States. However, it is now 4 years later, and none of his cronies, and neither he himself, has shown any amount of substantive evidence showing outcome determinative fraud. Whereas what is shown here is the fact that he is willing to suspend the Constitution in order to regain and maintain power. So as a result, if you say this person is a threat to the fundamental Republican order, it's not a lie. It's fundamentally true. And so I think Pisco and Dan and Destiny are being alarmist about the SCOTUS ruling. I fought them about this like last week or whatever. But one of the things that Fabian said that I think was really interesting was he said, the problem is not necessarily the rhetoric. The problem is the fact that you think that violence is the only option available to you. And I can see how, if you think that Trump is a threat to democracy, if you think that he will be an absolute dictator, and if you think that a voting is not going to work, how you would take the actions that this young man took. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much.
I got to respond to that after the openings.
Sure. Ghosty.
So in about an hour.
Okay.
Write it down.
So, no, I don't think it's fair to blame Trump for his own assassination attempt. But I also don't think it's fair to blame Democrats for their rhetoric. Especially when Republicans are guilty of the exact same. If you want to talk about fear mongering from the left, Trump's entire campaign is fear mongering. I don't even think he has a plan for his presidency. He just like perpetuates fear and uses his voters' fear. I blame Thomas Crooks for this right now. And like I said, what's most crucial, I think, is how we handle the aftermath of this. America has, no room for political violence, and I think it's unfortunate it's gotten to this point where someone had to die, but that's why I think we should all be very careful what we wish for, and take violent events like this very seriously. Violent events like this and others very seriously. And I do think Trump does show a lot of signs of authoritarianism. Sorry, I'm really bad with vocabulary. But yeah, I don't think it's smart right now to start pointing fingers and talking about civil war until we learn the motives. The US has a lengthy history of presidential assassinations and attempts, which is not to excuse it, but I just don't think we should jump the gun. I think we should take a step back, and hopefully this will be a wake-up call for Trump and both political parties.
Thank you. Doobie.
If stochastic terrorism isn't real, then it really shouldn't matter if people are being dehumanized or Trump is being made out to be the fucking devil. He's going to kill millions of people if he gets elected. None of that should matter if stochastic terrorism isn't real. So I don't think that makes any sense.
Okay. And before we jump into it, we're going to go to Lactoid first because he wants to respond in counterpoints. Hey guys, consider supporting the channel. Just going to make that call here. If you want to watch this on YouTube, consider the super chats. I got my eye out on that. All right.
I can't see you, Prime. I'll take your word for it.
So how about the channel? Admiral Gibson, for that sub earlier. I didn't shout you out for that. But how about the channel? Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, gift memberships on YouTube if that's a thing you like to do. Support this channel so I can continue bringing this content. All right, let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so something interesting was said, which is that, well, correct me if I exaggerate things or if I misstate something, but my understanding was what you said was it depends on whether or not the underlying facts are true as to whether or not it's this sort of stochastic terrorism or incitement or not. However, I went through a couple examples. I'm going to reiterate them as to the complete falsehoods that have been used by Biden or his campaign because I'm pretty sure all of these have been used by Biden and other major Democrat sources in order to discredit and attack Trump that are just wholly false. Let's talk about like one of the biggest ones, which has been a lie repeated for 4 years now, which is that he called Nazis very fine people at the Charlottesville riot where someone was killed, right? This was specifically repudiated by Donald Trump in that statement, and people kept peddling that bullshit for how many fucking years? People believed that, yeah, holy shit, he's a Nazi. He's calling Nazis very fine people. If I had a quarter for every fucking time I was told that. And so now it's been instilled into the brains of people that he thinks Nazis are very fine people, which was a complete falsehood. Snopes already said it was a lie. That's not true. You're talking about like the insurrection. Like, look, under the underlying facts of the insurrection, Donald Trump was wrong. Well, a lot of the ways the insurrection is being categorized is also false. Whenever people talk about we got to go fight, we got to go do this, we got to do that, during his speech that he gave prior to the riot that happened on January 6th, everybody always conveniently leaves out peacefully and patriotically. Why isn't peacefully included? Why isn't that like that very important word, that very important piece of context ever included? Because you're fear mongering. You're fear mongering about this guy. You don't want to include peacefully because fuck this guy. He's evil. We don't want him to win another fucking election. Cutting Social Security. I don't know how like much relatedness that actually has to violence. But again, kind of part of this overall fear mongering strategy when this is absolutely false. Biden reiterated this at the debate. And then the Project 2025 bullshit, okay? People have this belief that Project 2025 was written by fucking Hitler, right? And is being implemented through Trump, through mind control back from 1936, okay? This is what people believe. When first of all, he has specifically said he's not supporting Project 2025. He's supporting Agenda 47. That's been lied about repeatedly by Biden, his campaign, and plenty of other Democratic sources. And also the specifics of Project 2025 are also fucking lies often. Mark Hamill, fucking Luke Skywalker, he was fucking on Twitter saying how Project 2025 is going to remove no-fault divorce. Nobody has read this fucking shit. Nobody, like, you're not going to find that anywhere in Project 2025. Like 90% of the claims that people are making about Project 2025 are completely false, and he doesn't even endorse it. So you have repeated fear-mongering about completely false things from Biden and his staff and his campaign. Now, if you think, again, this is the crux. If you think, well, yeah, that's all bullshit, that's all lies, but when you're running a campaign, like just because you say these lies and you say this bullshit, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're responsible for what some crazies might do if you hype them up. I fully agree. So I'm not, this is why I said at the beginning, I'm not going to hold Biden responsible. Some people here might. Okay, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to hold Biden responsible for Trump getting shot or for Corey dying, like Corey, not this Corey, but the other Corey dying, right? That's fucked up. But this is a double standard. This is an absolute double standard. Lies are being used on both sides to incendiate, to cause a lot of incendiary, vitriolic hatred. And you are not free from that. Your side, at least, is not free from that.
Real quick,
hold on.
very quick.
I heard this.
Just point of clarification. So I put in. It was said, Ghosty said, I don't even think he has a plan, right? And I think the fact that many people don't even know that Trump has a plan is really telling about how much the media drives up bullshit. And if you try and Google it, right, like all you're going to get is Project 2025, which isn't associated with
the media. I'm sorry, just real quick. He had an entire debate to talk about his plan, and he didn't mention one thing. I just want to say that it's not from the media.
He mentioned he railed immigration for half the fucking debate, which is his one fucking thing that he's super passionate about, and he's not even lying about that.
Yeah. So just very quick, since you've never heard of it or you've never seen of it, us that are involved in politics and discussing it online should do like just the tiniest basis amount of research before we step onto a panel. So if you want to take some time, I gave you the links to his plan that has a name, that has videos, that have his policies, because you said you didn't even think he had one. So clearly you don't know anything about Trump or the Trump presidency at all. So if you want to learn about it a little bit, the links are all there for you.
Yes, and the reason she doesn't know is obviously because the big states, the deep states, out to get Trump and suppresses all his things. It isn't because Trump has failed to communicate, right, his plan accurately and succinctly to the American public. It's all someone else's fault. It's all someone else's fault. This victim complex that you that you're always like pushing, this narrative that, well, if only the media wouldn't lie about us, they'd all be able to understand our plan and we'd be happy and everyone would agree and we'd all come together in this kumbaya moment. It's just never true, right? Like, look, when we talk about like purveyors
nice straw
of
man,
political violence, right? The purveyors of political violence. Trump has been one of the biggest purveyors of political violence
So before we get into the
sorry,
finish, but I want to get in.
Okay. Yeah, Trump has been one of the biggest pushers of extremism. Yes, the left is not free from sin here. I would never say that the left has no blood on their hands when it comes to this topic. They absolutely do. I can point to specific figures who do this. I can point to things like even Destiny recently who did this, right? It's bad. But we cannot sit here and pretend that the right also does not do this. And again, this idea.
No one's doing that.
This idea.
Okay.
Not a single person on this panel has even suggested that the right doesn't engage in this.
Okay, and before we get into
go
the
to counterpoints and then
condemn it when they do.
before we get into the tit for tat of who is worse, by the way, the person that I hate the most in Twitch and YouTube politics is Hassan Piker, who is a lefty. I think he's one of the biggest pieces of shit on the internet. But anyways, so
Hey,
Lactoid,
we can hear some voices on your end. Hold on, Ghosty, we can hear some voices on your end. So consider maybe muting your mic.
Oh, you
yeah.
can hear that? Oh.
Yeah, no problem. No issues. Go ahead, Counterpoints.
So the reason why I read the tweet that I did is because I think it is particularly egregious. I think it's borderline indefensible. I think that it demonstrates the fact that he should, if he's going to make this claim, that we should be willing to suspend rules, regulations, and articles up to and including the Constitution, then you should be holding, if you're going to be doing that, you should be holding the fucking royal flush in your hand. You should have evidence of outcome determinative fraud that the entire American people have been completely defrauded in the election. And I'm saying 4 years later, he still does not have it, which means that one of two things. This guy is either delusional, which is an option, or he's malevolent, which is the more likely option. And so as a result, if you think that he's delusional or malevolent, and he's saying that he, as the president of the United States, is willing to suspend the Constitution, that is a demonstrable threat to the way that our republic functions. So
between Biden and Trump, who's actually ignored SCOTUS rulings between those two presidents?
No. I would like it
between Biden and Trump. Who's actually ignored SCOTUS?
Don't jump away. I want you to tell me. Okay, so I'll ask you a question because I'm making this point and I'm trying to make it as straightforward as I can.
At the end of your, can you read the tweet again when you're done?
Sure, I would love to. So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and closely working with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. So has Trump proven outcome determinative voter fraud to the tune that he's talking about in this tweet?
Not to my satisfaction. During January 6th, I was
anyone's satisfaction
when it was happening. When January 6th was happening, I was actively condemning it. Right at the fucking time. Right, I said this is horrible.
You still
right?
condemn it?
Of course, January 6th. Of course I do. Of course I do.
Of course, they should have showed up with guns and stayed outside.
There you go.
And way better if they would have showed up with guns.
I want to hear his response.
I'm giving
this is the issue.
Yeah. So I was condemning it, and I was condemning it for multiple reasons. The point I'm trying to get at is not only can I condemn that, but I could also see like a plausible, I guess, a plausible way here that Trump could be thinking what he was thinking. Even though I don't necessarily agree with him, right? And so if this is where the logic jump is, right? If you think that, so let's just assume it's going to be hard for you and a lot of people. I'm not even insulting you with that. Like perhaps it is, reasonably speaking. Let's say Trump did believe that it was stolen, right? He was listening to certain voices that were confirming the biases he had. He saw certain videos and he was saying like, there's no fucking way this isn't stolen. I was doing so good. I was doing this. How the fuck did this happen? Right, but he let's say he genuinely believed it was stolen. In that context, the statement there, although I disagree with it, is that an incitement to violence? Right? Is that stochastic terrorism? Is him saying these fuckers cheated? We got to fucking go back and redo this shit. This is awful. If we're going to insinuate that is like violent. Well, we're not ignoring violence because the question today is what motivated Trump getting shot.
Okay, so hold on. The reason why I'm saying ignore violence is because I think that you could create an entirely dystopian nation without violence. So for instance, like the CCP or whatever, I almost guarantee you that China, if you look at homicides, thefts, murders, robberies, rapes, whatever, they are probably statistically significantly lower than the United States of America, and yet they don't have obvious coercive violence that happens every single day. So I still wouldn't care if Trump was saying, grab your AR-15s, boys, it's time. What he's talking about is suspending the Constitution of the Republic based off of what he believes.
Right.
So
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. If your point in this is just like, oh, like Trump, like, this is a terrible take by Trump. Fuck Trump.
not a
If
terrible
that's
take.
it, you can
It's
say
a
it's terrible.
fundamental threat. It's a fundamental
threat to
the
democracy.
fabric of the
You know what?
republic.
Fabric
Of the
whoa,
republic.
You're saying the same thing, but in more words. Is that terrible? Is a fundamental threat to the fabric of democracy? Is that terrible? I think we would both agree that would be terrible, right? So you think it's a terrible take from Trump, and you want to say fuck Trump based on that one thing, or whatever, and everything else. I'm not limiting you to just that one thing. You can say that Trump is bad for all sorts of reasons, okay? But the question is, like, if you're fear-mongering about objectively false things, like the things that I went through before, and you really, really hype up this shit over and over and over again, and insinuate, hey, this motherfucker's Hitler, like this is exactly what Hitler did, even though it's not necessarily what Hitler did, right? There are differences. Like if this leads you to be responsible for the actions that come afterwards, which is what you're insinuating Trump is responsible for by saying this in the first place, you're caught in the catch-22. You got to pick one option.
I'm not, because I think stochastic rhetoric is absolutely a thing. And then here's the thing. So I want to rebut you real quick.
So Biden's responsible.
He's partially responsible, absolutely. So the rhetoric, though. So this is where I want you to follow me real quick. So let's say that this young man is either an accelerationist, or he's a moderate Republican, or he's a left-winger who entered into the primary, right? He's one of those three things, right? Let's eliminate accelerationist, because he wouldn't be motivated by the same reasoning. But let's say he's a moderate Republican, or he's a Democrat, or a progressive, or a leftist, and he just voted in the primary. Then if you have this tweet along with all the other behaviors that Trump has done, and you believe that that is a threat to the Republic, and then you have someone like Pisco or Dan, who I argued with viciously last week, come out and say that the Supreme Court has effectively made the president an absolute monarch with unchecked power, then at that point, the attempt on Trump's life makes sense logically. Now, I'm not saying that that is true. And if anything, if you want to indict Dan Can't Stream and Destiny and Pisco for being hyperbolic about this issue, I will agree with you. And I think that rhetoric did lead to the shooting.
Counterpoint. There's a fundamental flaw with your argument. There's a fundamental flaw with your argument.
We should let that linger for a second. That was an admission.
We got people in line, right? So we got Corey, Wick, and Scott. All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I should be brief, probably. So yeah, Lactoid. Maybe just as a point of clarification. So you're right. Okay, on Trump's speech on January 6th, he did technically say, okay, peacefully and patriotically.
Nobody ever mentions that.
Yeah. But I'm just curious. Like, do you think that you can add that to like any piece of text or speech, and that makes it, automatically like nonviolent?
It doesn't make it automatically nonviolent, but it's critical. But it's critical context to include whenever you're describing the statements of somebody, right? If I say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do that. Oh, just kidding, I'm not really going to do that. Does the just kidding, I'm not really going to do that, is that like necessarily get rid of everything I just said? Not necessarily, right? You got to look at the context. You got to and I think the context is critical here to look at, actually. I think it's one of the reasons why it was not an insurrection. But when you leave that part out, when you just say, no, he said this, leave out the peacefully part. Leave out the part where he said not the Nazis when it came to Charlottesville. Leave out like you're just. I'm
not talking about that. You're bringing out things that you're bringing.
No, I'm including that. I'm including that because what you're doing is you're clipping, right? You're clipping certain things of what people are saying, and you're giving people an impression about what somebody is saying without the things that are most defensible to them. When you do this, you're obviously going to give somebody a warped perception.
It's a lie of omission.
It's a lie of omission. This person's Hitler. Of course they're Hitler. Not only did this one website. I'm not coming after you. I'm just describing the process here. Like,
I'm trying to engage with you and like the points that I'm trying to make, though. Like,
yes, I agree. I agree. I agree with two things. I agree with one, that just saying peacefully, or really any amount of words, even if he got on his knees and pleaded with people to not do anything violent whatsoever, that would not be determinative necessarily that he didn't have some kind of violent intent. Nothing can actually be determinative, and in any context whatsoever, that he didn't have violent intent. And then secondly, when people say that and leave out the context, they are being irresponsible. I'll make that claim too.
Okay, sure. I'm trying to go step by step. I only asked you one question so far, just to establish something.
Well, I'm
Okay.
angry, so go ahead.
I know. Well, maybe control your anger and learn some, emotional regulation strategies. So
I
yeah,
can't. I'm a right winger. We don't have emotional regulation, right?
I know. So you spoke about broader context. Okay, so that's what I wanted to get to in terms of the broader context of Trump's whatever speech on January 6th. In your interpretation, overall, percentage wise, as long as he had that, peacefully and patriotically, that means the broader context is non-violent. It was never a call to violence.
This is why I went through everything I just said, because I specifically repudiated what your conclusion there just was. I'm not necessarily saying that him adding this means for sure that it was peaceful. Okay. What I'm saying is that when you're describing his actions, if you leave that part out, you're being irresponsible.
Okay, yeah. So
there is nothing he could have done to prove for sure that that was not an insurrection.
Okay, so then how would you characterize the tone of his speech? As an overall inflammatory, neutral, really positive and uplifting? Where's your barometer?
So I would categorize the speech
When
in
he
my
said,
opinion.
just to maybe add some, but I'm going to be clipping, so you can add whatever context you want. But I think he explicitly mentioned, that he got the most votes ever. Okay, which is obviously not true since Biden won. I think he mentioned that Biden got 80 million computer votes. I think that was specifically what he said. He also mentioned that Mike Pence has to do the right thing, so that they have to
if he said it, you can mention all of that. Yeah, if he said it, you can mention it. Right. I'm not saying that you can't mention it. What I'm saying is that
where's your barometer on the tone?
When you're tone, well, hold on. Tone and statements here are different, right? If you're saying that he's saying false claims, that's fine, right? You can bring up the particular claims, you can prove them wrong. What I'm saying is that the question is not necessarily whether or not he was lying. The question is, what was the purpose of what he was doing? Is the purpose of what he was doing to get people to go commit an insurrection? And when he includes specific phrases, certain commands, such as to be peaceful and patriotic, when he talks about respecting law enforcement, when you look at his actions of that day, I'm looking at the total picture, and I'm not seeing an insurrection. Now, you might disagree. Reasonable minds could disagree here. Yeah. But when you're not looking at the full picture, when you're saying, well, he said all this, leaving out the piece.
Okay.
I just answered. I just answered.
Lactoid.
No, I don't think you
you're
answered.
talking about
I said I don't see an insurrection. I'm going to repeat myself again.
Okay. So I
how do I view it? That's what you said, right?
Some categories. Yeah, exactly. I said.
What's the tone?
As an example of
what's the vibe?
What do you mean? What was the vibe?
Was
the vibe was political. Yes, it was an angry political
It's
thing.
amazing how the tone matters.
Gotta use the right word, Corey. What the fuck?
Yes, that's all I wanted to hear is if you could say angry political, okay, so as long as you can actually admit that, that's all I really
Democracy
wanted.
is political violence.
So when we talk about this, you are mad.
Dark Brandon does the same fucking shit. Who cares?
Is this on?
Your vibe right now. You're angry.
I'm doing it right now. Am I inciting violence?
Yes, you're an insurrectionist.
With everything you just said, is that you're mad because people leave out context when they leave out the word peacefully. Fair enough. But what you're doing is also leaving out all the context that led up to this, including the false elector slates that were prepared for this moment and everything leading up to it that also adds context to what happened on January 6th. So you can be mad as hell all you like about people adding context, but you don't have blood. Your hands aren't free to blood here either, because if you want to talk about this in a holistic, entire, rational fashion, you cannot leave out the false elector slot.
I'm always willing. Right? I'm always willing to talk about.
Fair enough.
I'm always willing to talk about any aspect of this. The point I'm trying to make is, if you and I are in a panel and we have the time to go back and forth, I'm not going to back away from any particular aspect of what happened here. Okay, but when people are talking about the insurrection, right, the alleged insurrection, what you guys would say is the insurrection, they aren't. Yeah, it is like a long form conversation in which specific snippets are being left out to make somebody look more violent than they necessarily are, to make somebody look more like a threat than they necessarily are. Hold on, how am I doing that? Do you think that somebody do you think that it's the same thing to make somebody look like more like a threat, as opposed to leaving stuff out that makes them look like less than a threat when it comes to encouraging violence?
They're similar things when it comes.
Not when it comes to encouraging violence. Making somebody seem like more of a threat encourages violence.
Talking about
making somebody seem like less of a threat does not encourage violence.
The question at hand, whether or not January 6th was an insurrection, an attempt, an auto coup, right? An attempt to overthrow the results.
And the burden of proof is on you,
right? But again, you have to, if you're going to accuse people of leaving out context, and then you yourself leave it out context. It makes like how are people going to take you seriously? And I
just
understand
did that
it's a
with
long
the Hur
course.
report.
Hold on,
I
understand. Hold on. I
It's Wick's
understand that it's a long conversation to have. I understand that it's a long form conversation, but I think that you are very angry because people choose to shorten it in one way, but you excuse yourself from shortening it in your way. But this is all beside the point. Almost.
But you're doing that now.
Let me address
You're
that.
doing that now, Wick, with the Hur
Wait,
report.
no. Let's leave the Hur report out for just 1 second. I have again never backed away, and if ever we're talking about like in full context, like the events leading up here, the overall theory of Jack Smith's case, right? Like yes, the quote unquote fake elector slates, those are going to be critical when it comes to analyzing what the overall theory is about what Trump did. What I'm saying is multiple things. I've never backed away from having a conversation about that. Whenever we're talking about stochastic terrorism, violence being encouraged by one person against another, leaving out context that makes somebody seem like less of a threat is not the same as leaving out context which makes somebody seem like more of a threat. Third, we weren't even necessarily talking about that specific aspect of it. When people are talking about what Trump said peacefully and patriotically was in the same fucking speech. And they're leaving that part out. There's multiple like branches. There's the same fucking sentence. There's multiple branches to all what the supposed theory of insurrection are. And yes, you're not going to be able to, in every casual conversation, get to every single branch. And if peacefully and patriotically was like on a separate phone call that happened like the night before, I wouldn't blame Democrats so much for leaving that part out. But when it's in the same fucking speech, when they literally just clip and ship the same thing they did with the Charlottesville bullshit, right? When they just clip and ship a particular part out of a paragraph and then just use that, there's no way to view that. That's not saving time. That's not like being reasonable.
Line item
That's
veto.
just bad faith. It's a line item veto. That's just straight up bad faith to make somebody look more like a threat than they necessarily are.
Okay.
All right, so
let's take this.
Sorry, I waited. Turns? It was my turn. I was told I had to wait. Tell Corey and Whitney.
I'll wait. Okay. We'll go to, after that, well go to Scott, Gibbs, and counterpoints. Okay?
Scott wants to finish the opening statement.
Sure, Doobie has something else to say.
Look, dude, fuck you. My opening statement was long because I had to bring up some philosophical points and understanding this, and you can't do that unless it's an opening because you just get jumped on too much. It's too complex. But I want to say this, Counter. One of the issues that I have with the way this conversation has shifted is in my opening that you kind of like you said that like it was an interesting point and you kind of piggybacked off of, which is the concept that like, is there a feeling of hopelessness from individuals because of the rhetoric that is coming through? You shifted it a little bit to a Mott and Bailey, which is the Mott being that the Bailey being this argument about the Mott being the factual aspect, right? You're stating that, well, if it's a fact, it's one thing, but if the underlying things aren't a fact, it's another. And the issue that I have with that is then you go along with all of your conversations as if there is an assumption that widespread voter fraud isn't a fact in any way because the Republicans have a burden of proof to prove said widespread voter fraud, despite the fact that you have the New York Times coming out and openly admitting that a group of Republicans and Democrats did what they could to, quote, fortify the elections, despite the fact that the Texas, when they tried to go to SCOTUS, they were shut down, despite the fact that in many states there was simply...
What are you implying there?
I'm implying that
I know what he's implying. And
I'm implying that they bragged about changing the rules to make voter fraud easier, to make individuals that wouldn't have normally voted.
Yeah,
vote.
This is the
what
problem.
Do you mean bullshit? They literally.
They bragged about on.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. About in media.
This is the Mott and Bailey.
We got a
This
bunch
is the
of
Mott and
dead
Bailey. You
people to
snuck
vote.
in.
It was awesome.
You snuck in the premise that it is untrue, that it is factually incorrect that there was widespread voting.
You snuck in the premise.
And then
fortifying meant
do you have evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud? Fabian, do you have?
I love when they yell because I got your fucking ass.
Yeah, is that why we're yelling, and not because you're being a little
Fabian,
baby? You gotta yell.
I want to ask you. I want to cut to the point here. I want to cut to the point here. Do you think that there is evidence of outcome determinative voter fraud?
outcome determinative is the thing you're sneaking in here. There's always evidence of voter fraud.
It's the thing that fucking matters.
It's the thing that matters.
No. Because the question is it factual?
You're saying no, like
and then
I'm
again,
interrupting you, but
you're repeating the Mott and Bailey, right? Because you're shifting it from is it factual, and then what you do is you're making two arguments simultaneously.
Notice he's not
One is
answering the
Okay, so Fabian, I will
no.
articulate why it matters.
I'm gonna fucking no. What you are doing is you're saying it is fact dependent, and then you say where is the evidence to prove that this is a fact? And I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that it is absolutely true that there was outcome determinative election fraud.
I can't prove it. I have no evidence, but here you go.
Yeah, Fabian.
First of all, I don't have any evidence. Like there's always.
I would like the
fraud.
opportunity. I would like the opportunity to articulate why there's a difference here for me. So if you say, "Hey, Connor, you said that there was no voter fraud," I don't think I've ever done that. So if you're like, hey, in Georgia, there was 10 different families that lived out of state. They registered in one state in order to vote. They also voted in this state. We didn't find out until after the election. Or if you say in Arizona, they let 60 Mexicans vote or some shit like that, like Mexican nationals. Then for me, I would be like, okay, I understand that there was fraud. Did this affect the outcome of the election? The reason why I care about that is because the person. Well, that's great, but I'm going to say it anyways in case anybody at home doesn't know. The reason why that's important is because there's a very powerful man, perhaps one of the most powerful men on the planet, who said that he was willing to suspend the Constitution of the Republic based on whether or not that is true.
You're re-explaining
Mexican
Mott and Bailey. You're re-displaying why your argument is fallacious. It's very simple. So Mott and Bailey is a defense where you're making two simultaneous arguments. You said that it is determinative of whether or not it is a fact. So just as much as you can ask me that it is a fact that widespread voter fraud was outcome determinative, I can then reverse that and say, do you know for a fact that there was not widespread determinative voter fraud? Do you know that for a fact? Can you say that it is a fact? Right, exactly. So when you say,
what I can say is a fact is no one has presented any evidence of this.
Shut up.
That's what I can say.
Shut up. I'm talking about counterpoints argument, Wick. Like you're just interrupting to try and like derail for your side.
I'm
Listen,
interrupting, trying to make this more entertaining.
Oh my God, I want to get to the point. I want to get to the point.
I'm not filibustering. What I'm saying is you then continue the conversation as if it is a fact. You're saying that you say it is fact dependent, and then you continue the conversation as if it is a fact because Donald Trump couldn't prove it. Let's just hypothetically say it is a fact. Let's say hypothetically it is a fact. Let's say the election was stolen. Would that not completely change his statement? And by your logic, would that all right? So then, if that is the question, how do you then go about in your argument as if the assumption is that
Scott,
it is not a fact?
I'm going to explain it to you. So now you're just talking about like how do we know what we know? Okay, that's what you're really asking me.
No, I'm not asking for a question of epistemology.
Shut
I'm saying.
Up. I listened to you for fucking 10 minutes at a goddamn time. You can shut the fuck up for 2.
I'm just interrupting you when your philosophy is wrong.
Just shut up.
The problem is the state.
I know that we hate each other. I know that we hate each other, but let's just try to get through it, okay? So how do we orient ourselves? Well, maybe not personally, but yes, I find you frustrating. So how do we know what we know, or how do we orient ourselves in a world using probability, okay? And what I would say is that there's in order for there to be outcome determinative fraud that actually makes Donald Trump the correct one, and then therefore make his tweet morally justifiable, there would have to be a cascade of failures. There would have to be shitloads of people who committed fraud. There would have to be law enforcement. Shut up. There would have to be a shitload of people who committed fraud. There would have to be a shitload of law enforcement agencies that missed it completely. There would have to be a shitload of fucking auditors who didn't do that. And then not only that, all the legal challenges that happened that Trump did, they had to get kicked out of court unjustly. And then not only that, Trump would have had to not publish the results, taking it to the court of public opinion. And right now, I have never gotten my Kraken. The Sidney Powell, Donald Trump, all of the fucking lawyers who promised me that there was wide-scale voter fraud that was going to shake the foundations of the republic, they have never sat down and had a press conference and said, we found 50,000 votes in the state of Georgia. These are all verified. We know that it's true. The court kicked us out unjustly. You can verify it using this, and this information. Therefore, Georgia should have been ours. And then they should have done that for all of the states that would have changed the election. The reason why I'm suspecting that they didn't do that is because they're probably fucking lying.
Okay. And if you want to have that opinion, I personally have the opinion that we don't know.
Why wouldn't I have that opinion?
I personally have
disagree?
the opinion that I personally have the opinion that in every state, with the exception of Arizona, the investigations included people investigating themselves and finding nothing, and then doing recounts of the.
Okay, do you have any
presumed
evidence of
fraudulent votes in
outcome
question.
determinative voter fraud? Do you have any
The
like
answer
do you
is
have
gonna be no.
any evidence of this? Please
Right, so
present it.
I think you can watch the live stream from
Oh,
Arizona.
say you don't.
And
That's
you can,
what he's saying. He does not.
I love how you just
want everyone
interrupt.
to be clear
I love
that
how
if
you
he
ask
had
a
it,
question.
He would present it. He would say, "Yes, I do.
I love.
Here it is."
I love how I'm in the
But he likes
position
to
of
filibuster. He likes to.
How?
obfuscate
Who's
with his
filibustering?
words.
You
He likes
interrupt me
lie.
to create straw mans and talk over me. Like
He
you're the one
mistakes your
filibustering.
verbosity for filibustering, but I know that you're just
We like
fucking verbose,
definitions
which is
on
a
this
pain in
panel?
my
I'm not
balls.
filibustering. I'm saying you can see plenty.
Yes, you're verbose.
You can see.
Can we define
You can
filibuster
see.
in
pl-
Black Law's dictionary.
You can find plenty.
If
you watch the presentations that were done in Arizona in it was Maricopa County, I believe. I could be getting the name wrong. When Cyber Ninjas was involved, and you know counterpoints. You said 16 Mexicans didn't vote. They found more than 16 3D incorrectly printed stamps that were digitally added that weren't even actual stamps. Now, do I know that level of voter fraud that they weren't properly able to investigate because it was the only county where it was ever actually investigated to any degree, and the Democrats fought them for over a year to try and make it to where they couldn't investigate them? Do I know that went over the 11,000 votes that would have switched that specific state? No, I don't know for a fact, because in none of these states was there a full-scale investigation.
I'm gonna, but
the
I'm
evidence
gonna explain-
doesn't exist for one side or the other.
I would like the opportunity to talk because I think this is relevant.
And after that, we got to get to Gibbs and move on. And Doobie, I'm sure Doobie has something to say, and he's bursting at the seams. Go ahead.
The reason why I'm defaulting to the cumulative amount of experience of hundreds, if not thousands, of human beings related to this election is because of the outcomes of all of this stuff, where they didn't go to the court of public opinion. They only went to a limited set of courts. They largely got kicked out of those courts. And then on top of that, when it came to civil suits, as an example with Dominion, correct me if I'm wrong, Rudy Giuliani and the Trump campaign had to pay like tens of millions of dollars to an electronic voting machine company because they basically said that it was hacked by Venezuelans and Russians and all that kind of shit. And when it came to the evidentiary providing of it, not only did they show that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, they showed that they continued to repeat untruths after they had been shown that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. They had to pay through the fucking nose for lying out their asses in public. So yeah, I'm going to default to these people when it happens again and again and again and again.
Okay, let's go
So
to
again,
Gibbs.
very quick. Let me counter very quickly. I will be very quick. Again,
Like 2 seconds.
I said you can have that opinion, and that's perfectly reasonable opinion to have given the evidence. And it's also reasonable that there wasn't enough
It is
investigation.
the only reasonable opinion.
You also admit even yourself that they were kicked out of many courts and that these court cases didn't go through. And you can have opinions one way or the other on that. I'm saying that you're saying that it is fact opinion, that it is that the rhetoric is based upon a fact, and there's not appropriate investigations for you to say that in any way, just
hold on. This is
epistemologically,
important.
you can't say
nothing,
that it is a fact.
Nothing that can be said or done. God himself could descend from the heavens and say, hey, no, there was an outcome determinative voter fraud. And you'd be like, well, I don't
How do you
know
know that?
about that. There's always...
Who's God?
I'm just going to make this claim right here. There's no amount of evidence.
The
There's
Christian one
no
is God
amount
or my
We have a
God.
Muslim God on this
anything
panel, thank
that
you.
would have shown
Wait, who's
that
God?
to you that there is
Our God.
no outcome determinative voter fraud. The only reasonable position based on the actual evidence and not just hearsay opinions and TikToks, right, is that there was no outcome.
Okay, so we got to go to Gibbs. Got to go to Gibbs, and then.
That's what happens when you don't do investigations,
let
right?
me just pull up all my notes for the last.
What about the 2016
4 hours that we had going here.
election? Do you think that was legit?
Oh, when Hillary claimed it wasn't legit, I remember that election.
Hold on.
Right?
Are any of you named Gibbs? I don't think so. Except for the beautiful redhead. Please,
Yeah.
Gibbs.
So first, before I begin my lengthy dissertation here, I would like to start off with 2 words we should look up definitions for. Since we like doing definition debate here. The first one's going to be double standard. That's a rule or principle which is unfairly applied in different ways to different groups of people. All right,
You
or
looked
people
them
or
up
groups.
this time.
Yeah, I did. And then hypocrisy is the practice of claiming to have moral standards or beliefs to which one's own behavior does not conform. And all right, so that's I think we can use those as basic definitions. I know they're not from Black's Law, but I feel like they're good enough to move forward with what I'm about to say. And what I'm about to say is so. It's interesting. I heard from 2 people like 3 hours ago, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Wick here, and they both mentioned tone. And all this tone was so important for how Trump said it on January 6th. He just said it
Wait,
so
I never
vigorous.
said tone.
Actually, I asked about tone. I asked about tone.
Well,
I didn't say
Come on.
Yeah, so we're gonna get to that. So maybe I misquoted Wick, but one of them somebody said tone, and then I feel like Wick kind of went with it. He can take issue.
No, I
in a
talked about the
second.
false slate of electors, and
Sure.
I talked to Lactoid about whether or not he was leaving things
That-
out. Tone was not a part of.
Yeah,
my
leaving things out, and tone is one of the things that got left
I
out
understand that
in the
facts
her
aren't really
in the
your
her
thing,
report.
but-
In the her report here. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about facts. I gave early facts earlier, and y'all took umbrage with those facts. Now I'm giving the only
You're
person giving
narrativizing.
definitions.
How dare you?
And now I'm the only person giving definitions. I guess that's a narrative too. And so I guess we don't call that. We do call this hypocrisy because the tone, don't matter for the her report. Whether or not he's stuttering or dementia addled, doesn't matter there. Last week when Biden said, "Hey, we're gonna put Trump in a bullseye," and then this week, literally, he got put in a bullseye. I mean, the tone, I guess, don't matter there because he added peacefully and
Well, he didn't say
patriotically.
when.
But he said peacefully and patriotically after he said he was going to put him in a bullseye, right? No, wait, he didn't. Let's go. Let's go. AOC famously talked about protests making people feel uncomfortable.
Bullseye thing's bullshit.
enforcing
Come on,
violence.
you know.
Hold on, the BLM stuff. Well, I can't even tell you how many people condone the riots on the left, and then some of them just hand waved it with all their angry speech saying, "Oh, this is what needs to be done." Tear down the system.
Vice president.
Eat the rich. Vice president. Exactly.
Donating to bail reform.
Yeah, I'm saying, and then we act like it's the same as when Trump gives this speech, and in the same sentence, says, peacefully and patriotically, and then y'all want to bitch about tone. And then I'm almost done. Then I do want to touch on Destiny and some of these other people with what they're saying and how they're reacting to this riots. Because it's terrible to laugh at someone that died, but I do want to examine the 2 similar incidents, which would be Rittenhouse and this, and I think it's ironic or interesting. Maybe that the side that are full of hypocrites doing the things that I've already mentioned before, on their side, when Kyle Rittenhouse killed him, they just random sampling, lo and behold, it happens to be 2 people with felonies. And maybe some sexual violence involved in there as well. And then on the side when the Trump guy dies,
Maybe
he's a firefighter. Not saying there's any reason why there's 2 groups there, but it's kind of ironic that one side's filled with one certain group of people, and then people are mad about it when they die, and the other side's filled.
To use the deaths of others.
What was that? What was that Martin Bailey thing? I don't know. Here's my Martin Bailey.
Bravo.
It's not a Martin Bailey, but it is hypocrisy.
Yeah, just being facetious. Yeah,
Let's go to Doopy, then Corey.
I guess I don't have a speech. Right? I have a question for Wick because I'm like stuck on this. I think you see you don't believe that stochastic terrorism is a thing. You don't.
Not in a way that will lead us to take any kind of action against people who engage in it.
What do you mean by that? So for example,
I have that opinion.
So if we were on here and somebody was advocating for killing Biden or killing anybody, like going out in the streets and shooting down LGBT people or whatever the fuck, like you guys apparently think Trump's going to do. Like if we're just advocating for people to do this, saying these people are going to come, they're going to fuck your kids, they're going to make them all trans, they're going to cut off the dicks.
That's not stochastic terrorism.
No, hold on. That is a version of stochastic terrorism, because if there's no way to deal with those people legally, the natural solution is to go out and fight them violently, because that's the only option left open to you, right? And as Connor explained earlier, it seems like a lot of the rhetoric on the left, especially as it's become clear that Biden, his chances of winning are dwindling, has been that if Trump gets into power, he's gonna he's gonna fuck up the countries and make it a fascist, like authoritarian dictatorship. The Supreme Court's made him a king. He wants to undo democracy. He wants to undo America, right? He wants to put all the immigrants in camps and all this kind of shit. So like, if that's what you actually believe about the guy, one, I don't know why you guys would be sad that he was shot at. I'd assume you'd want him shot at more often. And two, how do you think that this kind of like rhetoric doesn't push some people to go out and try to take shots at the guy?
So two things. One, obviously, right? Just because I think someone is a threat doesn't mean I condone any and all actions against them. This any means necessary kind of rhetoric, kind of idea. It's on both the right and the left, to be clear, that something is a threat, and so that any means necessary to get rid of that threat is okay. I reject that wholeheartedly. I absolutely also have sympathy for even people who are my opponents, right, who I dislike, who I think are bad people, when bad things happen to them. I think that's a very human thing. It's not something I'm perfect at by any means, but it's something I strive for. It's an ideal that I look to go towards. When we talk about stochastic terrorism, what is the difference between journalism and stochastic terrorism? I don't think there's much of it when it comes down to it. There are a lot of, like, let's go to the Enron situation. I know it's a few years ago, right? But reporting came out that Enron was fraudulent, right? It had stolen a bunch of money. It was doing some crazy shit. Those people got death threats. Those people were under attack and things like that in a lot of ways. And again, does that mean that the journalists who were reporting on what they had done are responsible for the death threats they get? That I reject that wholeheartedly. Just like if someone really believes, right, that Trump is a threat to democracy, that he's doing all these things, what is the difference between journalism on that, or even trans issues, right? I'll take this from the other side, right? If you really believe that there are hospitals that are trans in the kids, okay, and you are trying to expose them, and you are trying to give the facts of the matter as you see them, that's journalism, right? It could be bad journalism, it could be faulty journalism, but at the end of the day, there is no real difference here. So there's no real way to distinguish it. And so that's why I reject stochastic terrorism as a principle.
If someone
Brian?
genuinely seems to believe that the Trump is like the reincarnation of Hitler, and if he gets into power, he's going to put all the trans people in camps and gas them or whatever. So you're saying that if they were to go out and say this, if they genuinely believed it, it would be totally fine because this is journalism. They're speaking their truth.
If it is never not okay to say something that you believe is true.
I see. So, and you don't think this would have any kind of impact on people who might want to go out and do something about that, right? Because if that is true, right? If it were true that he wanted to put trans people in camps or whatever, why wouldn't you want him dead? Why wouldn't they want him dead? If he is going to be the king, right? If the Supreme Court's made the president king,
so many other
and if he gets into power,
with this
no, there isn't though. No, there isn't
is,
though.
not with
Right?
monarchs.
If the Supreme Court is basically making the president the king,
every monarch was
and the president can literally put people in camps with no criminal liability whatsoever,
How many were not
and the
deposed
president
by
can have
violence?
anybody the fuck he wants killed. Why? There is no other option, right? It seems like
Yes,
the
there
only
is.
option is to kill him.
There's plenty of other options.
Like what?
There's plenty of other
Vote him
options.
out.
What?
He's immune though, right?
What
He
it
can
would
send
find you right
he can
now.
send SEAL Team 6 to do whatever he
No,
wants.
okay,
right?
Ali, voting him out is an option. However, it's become very, and I think the rhetoric has ramped up since the debate because it seems like Biden's going to lose. It seems like he's falling apart, right? So I think people are becoming more desperate. It's more clear that that Trump is going to be the president. Unfortunately, I don't like him either. So the rhetoric has ramped up, and you're at the point where you can't vote him out. He's going to fucking win. So that fails.
Listen,
Not
hold on.
gonna work.
I want to interject right here, just because I want to reaffirm this point. I'm with Doobie. Not only am I with Doobie, like this is why I was pissed off last week at Dan, at Destiny for entertaining him, at Pisco, because you're saying that he's an absolute monarch. He can do whatever he wants. He can claim any part of the authority as a part of the Constitution. He can literally send rape squads to your house and have you raped, and he can claim it's an official action and no other branch is going to hold him accountable for his actions. And under that kind of hyperbole, then violence is justified. And so here's the thing. If Dan or Pisco came back and they were like, yeah, we were a little bit heated, we were pissed off about it, we were being hyperbolic, we were joking, whatever, then I would take that in stride. But I don't think they were being hyperbolic at all. I think they believe that shit. And so if they believe that shit, then it does stand to reason that if you earnestly believe that we are 3 or 4 months away from an absolute monarch being able to do whatever he wants to do with the power, and the court is enabling him, and the legislative body is enabling him, then then taking him out is a reasonable course of action.
Well, and it also follows if you think there was voter fraud, then it reasonably follows when Trump said, to suspend the laws and suspend the Constitution, it would also reasonably follow if you genuinely believe there was voter fraud.
If you genuinely believe it, but this is why hold on.
You just
real
don't
quick,
believe he
because I need
genuinely believes it.
No, Trump could genuinely believe it, but then I would think that he's delusional, and then
Just like Pisco is delusional too, and these other people are delusional because you don't agree with their takes on this.
I agree, but that's because the relevant thing that I said earlier, which is still true now, is the truth of the matter or the facts of the matter. Now, before Fabian interjects and says you can't possibly know all of the facts, that is true, but we can make reasonable assertions.
Well, let's talk about one thing that we hold on. Everybody here knows it's a lie, right? That Trump called Nazis very fine people at the Charlottesville protest. When Biden said that at the debate, he was lying, right?
Okay.
I'm asking if you agree.
Bad?
Well, no. I not only do I want you to say that it was lying, but like, let's imagine somebody. Let's say that was the tipping point. Let's say someone was like, "Oh shit, he's a fucking Nazi supporter. I got to stop the Nazi supporter," because I don't know if you know, Nazis aren't super popular among some political elements of this country, right? In fact, some people believe Nazi supporters are open game when it comes to violence, right? Punch a Nazi, right? Richard Spencer, everyone clapping when he got punched, right? People love violence against Nazis.
I want to follow your logic as quickly as possible, but then I also want to rebut it, okay? Or not rebut it. I want to expand it. So if you're saying that is stochastic rhetoric, it is intended to inflame the body politic in order to get them to take action against Trump. And if you believed everything that people said about Trump sincerely, then violence would potentially be justified. I can agree to all of that immediately.
Okay.
Well, no, it wouldn't be
justified. It wouldn't be. I know what you mean, though. It wouldn't necessarily be justified, but it would be explainable. But I think here's what the disagreement we have is, where and look, I'm going to be super charitable to you because you said that like Biden was partially responsible, so like you are kind of rolling consistently with this stochastic kind of element. I reject it because I don't see an endpoint, right? Arguably,
well, I don't think you can hold it accountable legally. Just to clarify.
Okay, fair enough. But like, let me ask you this then: does somebody who, let's say, I open up a library and I hand out the Communist Manifesto, and people start reading the Communist Manifesto, and that turns into like a full communist revolution, which leads to a massive genocide, right? And how morally responsible am I for distributing the Communist Manifesto?
Well, I like to live in a liberal and libertarian society, so I don't think like reading philosophy makes you necessarily culpable for people taking action based off of that philosophy.
I hear you, but the Communist Manifesto, though, it's full of lies.
Move on,
at least 10% lactoid.
It's full of lies. It's full of misinformation, and it leads people to believe terrible things. It leads to violence. So this is what I'm trying to. The Communist Manifesto, we can go through it page by page, and I can show you all the lies.
Well, hold on. So I don't want to get into a descriptive battle of the Communist Manifesto. I just want to flip this real quick, just to see if I can get you to acknowledge something. Yeah, like, dude, the first like 10 to 20 pages is like a description of capitalism. I literally thought that Marx was simping for capitalism for the first 5 pages because he was talking about its positive aspects.
He hooks you at the beginning.
Yeah. So anyways, but we can do that another night. But so I conceded that I think that Biden has used stochastic rhetoric, and that makes him potentially culpable for violence that ensues as a result of the worldview that he's trying to engender in the body politic. Okay. I think that you can point to Trump and indict him almost immediately for the same thing, if not substantively worse. Because Biden is the worst president who's ever existed. He's destroyed the country. The border is wide open. Tens of millions of rapists are coming across our border every single day. They're going to destroy the country. They're polluting our blood.
Wait, counterpoint. You get to say that. Hold on, you get to say that and be consistent. I'm not denying your right. Like, my whole thing about here is I think there's a level of inconsistency.
Do you understand the level
because
of
you accept
that can engender in somebody can lead them
to this is being inconsistent here.
Y'all.
So, well, hold on. The people, you guys. I guess.
At what point have
Whoa, hold on.
Lactoid,
I'm not.
grab
sa-
your
I'm
balls
not.
and say
I'm
it.
not.
Say it.
Well, no, because I recall this. I don't think Wick has been inconsistent because beforehand I recall Wick saying that he doesn't believe in the concept of stochastic terrorism and that he doesn't hold Trump responsible for the anti-trans rhetoric. And I'm guessing he also doesn't hold Trump responsible for the January 6th rhetoric in the exact same vein. We'll see if you're consistent on that, Wick. But
You have
that
to be inconsistent if you don't make positive positions.
his rhetoric regarding the speech, is he responsible for that?
I don't know enough about it to say, but I can say the slate of electors with the context of everything like that. Yeah, it's getting pretty fishy.
Okay,
but I'll let the courts
Ashley
decide.
Babbitt. Okay, Ashley Babbitt's death. Do you think that Trump is responsible at all for that, or the attack on the Capitol?
100%. 100%.
Oh, okay, hold on. So you say no, Wick, which is why I think that you're being consistent in a way that I am. But I think Counterpoints is being consistent in the other way, right? He's willing to hold Biden and Trump responsible
Yeah,
for
but
their language.
consistency only gets us so far. I don't care so much about consistency as I care about the truth. Does that make sense?
Well, I think the truth. Well, hold on. We can get
Natural
at
truth
the,
is to be
the
relatively
truth-
consistent.
Well, the truth is a conversation. Like what I'm trying
Truth
to
is
do
always
is
consistent.
What I'm trying to do is like consistency test you. Now, the issue that I have with Counterpoints, although I acknowledge that you're consistent, so I don't think you're being bad faith. I think that the conclusion of your beliefs here is just untenable, right? There's a concept in law known as proximate cause, where theoretically, yes, like Hitler's parents are actually responsible for the Holocaust when you think about it, right? They fucked and made him, and then he went on and did it. So if they never fucked, it never would have happened. But for them fucking, the Holocaust never would have happened. But reasonably speaking, we're not holding Hitler's parents responsible because there was another actor involved, right? There was another mind that decided this was the right thing to do. This is what I want to do. And we can't possibly hold Hitler's parents responsible for that level of action. That is the mentality that I'm applying here. Trump and Biden are obviously not responsible for what happened to Trump or what happened on January 6th because there was other people who made those decisions in between, right? The proximate cause is not proximate. The line is not there.
Okay, hold on. But this is where I disagree with you, and I disagree with you fundamentally, and I want to articulate it. So we operate within a democratic republic where people actually speak words, and then they are vested with power that allows them to take action. And not only that, the way that they use their words can be can orient their people, their I don't know what you would call it, their demographics, their constituency. It orients their constituency to take certain actions. And so you're saying proximate cause, we can't blame Hitler's parents. But I'm saying in a democratic republic, you are only one step away. And so when it comes to like stochastic violence or whatever, I'm not saying that you should be able to criminally charge it. Hold on. You should not be able to criminally charge stochastic rhetoric, but you should absolutely be able to criticize the fuck out of it. And that's what I'm
criticize
doing.
anything, sure.
No. Stop. Hold on. Before I need to deal with that fucking eye roll before I fucking have a stroke. Okay?
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay. No.
Go in the other direction.
The reason why
not a bi
this
eye roller.
the reason why this is important is because it's not arbitrary and the consequences are not arbitrary. So acting like one person's stochastic rhetoric and outcomes is the same as another person's is fundamentally not fucking true.
Okay, so here's the
You're
problem,
right. Some
Counterpoint.
lead
Here's
to
where
a
I'm gonna disagree
gunshot.
with you real quick.
True.
Counterpoint.
Okay, after that,
Some of those
I do need
gunshots
to
are
get to
deserved.
Corey, because he's been waiting.
I'll make it quick. I'll make it quick. So counterpoints in the same vein, right? Though, if we're going by your logic, if something were to happen to Dan or to Pisco or to Destiny, right, we could say that your rhetoric today might have directly led to that in a stochastic manner because you pointed out how they have caused harm and are using language that is an actual threat. And so someone could hear that and say, oh my God, I have to stop them and go out and do the same thing. You see how this gets so
but here's the thing.
drained so quickly.
Not only do I take that on, that my words could lead to negative outcomes for other people. But hold on. On top of that, I think it is the responsibility of any political ideologue in order to establish what they believe is the reasonable rules of engagement for their audience. What should their audience be willing to do based off of the rhetoric that's around? And I think the irresponsibility of our current country is the fact that we have political pundits who are incentivized to make the most hyperbolic, the most insane rhetoric possible. And then whenever somebody acts based off of the perspective that they articulate, they back up and they say, oh, it's all just words, man. I'm just an artist. I'm just a performance.
We can't just blame the politicians for this.
Do
you know why it worked? They do it.
It's bullshit.
Do you know why they do it though?
Because they're incentivized
it works
by advertising
because it
dollars.
Works. Not
Yeah,
just,
because the
no,
average
not
person
just
is a
advertising
fucking
dollars,
moron. Yeah.
Votes, right? We want that hyperbolic. We want this reciprocal radicalization.
That doesn't make it good.
To happen, right?
Content.
I know it's not.
It doesn't make it good.
But it's a problem.
Doesn't help.
Like I know it's a problem, but again,
Yeah, this is why I hate democracy.
problem
This is why I
was with
think
the word
democracy is the worst form of
responsibility.
government except
You're
for all the
almost
others.
there. You're almost there.
The
Counterpoint.
problem I'm having with you is the
Fuck
word
you, Jimmy.
responsibility. Okay,
Hell
with the
yeah.
word responsibility.
Fuck democracy.
right? Because that's a problem. Because how do we hold people responsible? If you have a responsibility to something, people should be able to hold you responsible for it. And how do we hold people responsible? I don't think that there's
Through the
any
law.
real metric
And
which
cultural
you can
pressure.
do so in a just and fair way that also doesn't lead to massive amounts of censorship, not just from the government, but self-censorship. And that's something I just fundamentally disagree.
No, cultural pressure. No. This is really important. This is why we have furries and Japanese VTubers and sexual degenerates and lolicons is because you say that we are prohibited from
Why'd you raise
using
your hand,
cultural
dude?
I'm
What side do they
passionate
stand
about this
on usually?
point. I'm very passionate about this point is because you're saying that we cannot use the tools given to us, which is cultural pressure. I fundamentally reject that. In a liberal and free society, cultural pressure is the only thing that civilians have as a weapon at their disposal to out.
The problem is,
Okay, sorry. I gotta move on. Corey, and then Ali, and then Doobie.
Look at the moderator favoring the counterpoints. Okay, I'll remember this. Prime.
Okay, Gibbs. Okay,
And we need to get the Canadian perspective.
All right, go Lactoid, go for it. So yeah, Gibbs. I guess rewinding. So when I originally asked Lactoid about tone, he originally danced around, but until I finally asked him again, he said it was politically angry speech. Now, when it comes to Trump's speech on, would you characterize it in the same way? Like it's a politically angry speech, or it's neutral, has no effect whatsoever?
The vibes, Gib, the vibes.
Yeah, the vibes. If I was gonna do a 1 to 10, and 5 being neutral, I'd probably put it a 6.5.
Okay.
Maybe a 7.
And so sure. And the characterization in terms of even though despite the fact, that he said, whatever, peacefully and patriotically, whatever, march to the Capitol, as long as that's included, that probably brings it down to your level, right? It's not an overall angry, inflammatory. It's not an incitement to violence. That's what you would say, right?
Yeah, I would say something along those lines. I mean, how many times have we had people give angry speeches and they not be called violence? Like Martin Luther King, he gives some angry speeches and then he calls for peaceful solutions in those, right? I mean, I'm not comparing Martin Luther King to Trump,
do you have
but
any examples?
maybe similar
Specifically? I'm not going to pretend like I'm a historian on MLK.
I don't have a specific quote off the top
I'll wait till you get the doctorate on that. But
Sure,
A million people marched. That's some violence on the grass, on the pavement, on the
Sure. So
your
you
feet must have hurt.
So in that vein, you brought up earlier, the bullseye thing. How is that inflammatory then, by your metric and definition?
How is it inflammatory? Okay.
Yeah. How is it? Does a bullseye actually incite violence? What if it could just be just a dartboard?
Sure, I guess. I mean, it's interesting though.
Yeah. So
that's the exact terminology. Hold on.
Bullseye and shooting.
I mean, it's just interesting. I feel like this is kind of disingenuous what you're doing right here. Yeah, can we say it's like a archery board? Maybe it's a charcuterie board for us fat people. I don't know. It depends on what you consider the bullseye. But
so you want to read into it, right?
Hold on. I'm just saying it is interesting that a week later, someone put a bullseye on Trump.
Oh yeah, I could say the same thing. It's just interesting, that.
Can you name a time Trump said that? Last time Trump was talking shit about
wait, Corey.
And then Biden's talking about putting people in bullseyes. I mean, you can see which one of those rhetorics so mean. Oh, Trump's so mean. He said he'd beat him at golf. Biden's, over here talking about assassinating people in speeches.
Wait, Corey, finish the sentence you were just going to say. Wait. I want Corey to finish the sentence because Corey was about to.
I'll be back.
Because Corey was hold on. What Corey was about to say was, well, isn't it also reasonable that someone could look into Trump's speech and then come to the conclusion that they had a right at the Capitol?
No, that's not exactly. I was going to in that line of questioning. I was going to frame it exactly like that.
Exactly like that, weren't you?
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of like, if we were going to characterize it as an angry political speech, okay, would it be fair to say that he's actually looking to make a crowd angry and politically angry?
Can you say
Wait, hold on, wait. This is perfect. You're right,
Yeah, I
Corey.
know.
Isn't this what the Democrats have been saying since it fucking happened? So if you can say that and you can use that as a basis to try Trump, was what Gibbs saying all that unreasonable?
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, I mentioned that in my opening statement in terms of like there is bad rhetoric. So that's why I'm asking. So you would agree?
These are rhetoric comparable.
Okay,
It's not
so
comparable rhetoric.
yeah, how is it not comparable?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
So then, Lactoid, do you agree? Do you agree with Gibbs' assessment that the bullseye thing that's like inflammatory?
That's a much higher escalation of the.
I don't agree with Gibbs.
Okay, what about take you out
the
back
conspiracy kind of line here?
Hold on. What about take you out back and beat you? I want to take him out back and beat him. Is that more inflammatory? I'm just by your own logic. Like what Trump said.
Can you repeat it?
What the exact quote Biden said on multiple speeches is, "I want to take Trump out back and beat him." So
yeah, that is a bad thing to say. You should not have said that. I don't know if I'm saying that.
It's not an exact quote because you have to add stuttering.
But is that more on that same scale you gave me? Is that more or less inflammatory than the Trump January 6th speech?
In terms of overall political ramifications and detriment to the country, I think overall tone of Trump's speech is arguably potentially worse.
I gotta move from this way. So we gotta go to Ali. Right, Gibbs had his hand up. Ghosty, she didn't have her hand up, but I want to hear what she has to say in which way. And then we're gonna go to Scott. All right.
Okay, so I'm one of those idiots who doesn't understand everything about politics and just reads the headline and watches you find people for my opinion. You know,
so Democrat voter.
Yeah. There we go. I am a Democrat voter. I do like social policies. You know, if there was a cool enough Republican, I'd probably vote for him. You know, I vote based off the vibe, Corey. I vote based.
Did you see the picture after he got shot? Yeah. You don't think that's cool as fuck?
Which by the way, that shot sealed the win for him. So any shit talk about this, anyone saying anything, I don't think it's even negative.
That's why Theodore Roosevelt, obviously, he won as well, right after he got shot.
Who are what? Roosevelt didn't have Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, my friend. All right.
True.
And he still won. Okay. Yeah. So Trump's gonna win doubly with this fucking photo.
But
then he chose JD Vance and that to get away with that.
My question isn't really like, okay, I have a question more than the same, because for me it's I love Jesus, but Christians are fucking annoying, and it would be the same thing with like love the politics, hate the people that follow the politics. So I don't think that the politicians are necessarily inciting violence when they're tweeting crazy shit. This is just nowadays what happens. Presidents tweet things, they say things, but the people that follow these guys are the idiots, and so they could take that and interpret it as an incitement of violence. So I don't see I guess I agree with Connor here, and I disagree with Lactoid. I think it's Lactoid, Gibbs, and Doobie, I'm assuming, that are on one side, because I don't even know who the fuck it. Yeah.
Yes, we're on the right wing side. They're the left wing side. Yeah.
I'm just okay, but obviously, what the people what the presidents say, or especially like the president, especially with someone like Trump, that the people that are reading his words, even if you throw the word peacefully in there, Lactoid, people are going to read between the lines.
That matters. You can't just leave that out.
It doesn't matter because
it doesn't matter at all.
No. I'm excited here. Hold on. To be clear, my first thought when I heard about the shooting was, "Fuck, they missed. Too bad." Right? That was my first thought. Right? I don't like Trump. Right?
What the fuck?
I agree.
You guys are bad people. That wasn't my first thought. My first thought was, "Holy fuck, is he okay?"
Better luck next time.
Why?
He looked fine. He got right up.
No,
I didn't see the video. I heard he got shot, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
I don't care about things. He got right up, went golfing the next day. Everything was Gucci. Man took a hit and thought all he was thinking was, I won.
Nah, he's about to have a spiritual revelation. You get that close to a
He dropped down. He was praying. He's like, I hope it's an Arab. It wasn't an Arab. It didn't work out in his fucking favor.
Well, that we know.
I was going to say earlier, but I didn't get a chance to. Jihadism is so passe. You guys are so 2010s.
We're done for white
boy
terrorism,
decade. Yeah.
White boy summer.
The second thought
So
was
lactoid wick.
Honest with yourself.
When you guys see the types of people, lactoid, to your point, when you see the types of people on the left, wick, when you see the types of people on the right, you don't think this shit is kind of expected? Like, to Gibbs's point, if I really, really, really hate Trump, and to counterpoint's part, like I said, I've been hearing all fucking week that this guy's gonna be the monarch, the king of America. I was like, hold up. How does that even fucking work? I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm not gonna read the fucking Constitution shit. I'm just gonna leave if it
Only one page.
Well, sure. I'm still an idiot.
Words. Too bad I'm not reading.
You're
like-
saying Biden's rhetoric would encourage someone like you to do something, right?
No, not me specifically.
No, not
'cause I
you, but
couldn't give a
someone else
fuck.
like you. Someone else
Well,
like
yeah,
you.
I would be the general idiot in the world who's just sitting there, who's like, well, fuck, something has to happen, right? And I just don't understand how you, like, I'm just listening to this. I don't get how you guys don't see
me
how
explain.
that could work. I don't think Biden called for a hit, but I think there's someone who listened to the fucking Peace Go Counterpoints discussion, and I want to say is probably one of the Counterpoints fans, right? Who's like, you know, a little bit of the middle of the line. He's like, you know what? Fuck this. We're not having this.
I want to address this. Two
How do you
things.
not see that?
Okay? So first
Yeah.
of all, we have no idea this guy's motivation at all, right?
Yeah, it was to
don't.
kill Trump. We know his
Well,
motivation.
he went
It
and
could have
killed the
been a
president. What do you mean?
groiper who was mad that Trump was eliminating the anti-LGBT language.
He was a Taliban member,
from,
let's be honest.
Right, that thing. We don't know. We don't have enough
could have been.
information to guess. We
That's why
can
he missed.
speculate.
That's why
but
Destiny was
I
so
don't know,
mad.
right? Like, well, the reason I know he wasn't a lefty is he actually got out and did something.
Yeah, but I'm
That's
saying,
how I
don't you
know
think any
that's not
rhetoric
true,
at
right? He
all
didn't
could?
just tweet
No,
about
I'm
it.
saying
He actually
rhetoric in
tried to
general. I'm
do
not
something.
blaming one
That's how I know he's
particular
not a lefty.
person.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is maybe it's because I'm older, right? Is I remember a time when we didn't have everyone just because you thought the other person was a direct threat. You didn't have these extremist, violent reactions. Now, obviously, there's been other times in history where we have the 60s, we had the Reagan stuff, but that guy was just schizo, right? We had the
Jane
Civil War,
Fonda,
obviously,
maybe
right?
this 20-year-old
that guy
wanted
was-
Jane Fonda.
That guy was just schizo.
Wait, do you think that you're
but
speaking from a little bit of a place of privilege? Because it's like if this stuff is like a direct
from a
threat-
place of privilege?
Yeah, hold on.
Oh, yeah,
Hold on,
privilege
wait,
that I'm
hold
an
on. So
intelligent
Trump,
human being? Yes,
Trump, who
that
might
is my
be a white
privilege.
nationalist,
That I
like
have more than
Trump's
2
Nazi.
brain cells to rub to fucking
No, hold
together.
on. Trump
That
might
is
be
a
a white
privilege that I
supremacist,
hold.
white nationalist
That my
Nazi.
parents loved
And
me growing up.
who
That's
loved
a
this
privilege that I
intelligence wants
hold.
to kill
A
That's
lot
a
of you
big
didn't,
privilege,
right?
Wick.
But
like
Go,
how
go.
like you say like, oh, this, you know, this is he's a direct threat to democracy, he's a direct threat to America. Well, shit, that matters to people. To some people,
The
that's,
soul
oh
of
shit, this
America.
guy might kill me. This guy might kill my parents. This guy might put me in a fucking camp. And so
I
it's
cannot
a
be
much
held
bigger deal than you're
responsible
making it out
for
to be.
retards. I
Well,
just
no, it's not
can't.
retarded. Hold on, wait.
It
like
is
I said,
retarded.
the opening of
Neither can Trump.
The opening of my statement, opening statement was a joke. It was a joke, but also it's honestly the first thing I fucking thought when the guy got shot is, oh shit, I hope this guy isn't Arab, because that leads to huge problems for me, like gigantic fucking issues in my day to
Yeah,
day.
but was it the Arab's words that would have done that, or was it his deeds that would have done that?
Well, I mean, a lot of the times it's the words and then the deeds. The deeds would have just added a cherry on top to the reasoning that people use, right? Like
guarantee
we already hear all the time that we're a
would be
threat to the
worse
West and
because
so
of the
on and so
deeds.
forth. So this is just like a, you know, it would be a kill shot for it. And so like I never said it was any one specific rhetoric, but rhetoric in general would have pushed this to happen. And I would assume it would be like the president's ideas and then the people discussing the ideas that enforce the shot.
Sociologic slash elite is totally. Hold on, I just want to make a quick point. He not only is he totally right, Democrats would enforce it. So basically, like if an Arab Muslim shot Trump in the face, then immigration from the Middle East and North Africa would drop to zero. Travel to the Middle East and North Africa would be super vetted.
Yes.
Like you would be.
I don't
yeah,
disagree with that
so
part.
they'd be fucked.
I don't disagree with that part. The part where I'm disagreeing with Ali here is that like the words make you responsible or the words directly lead to these kinds of things. I think that's a slippery slope.
Why wouldn't you assume that? Why wouldn't you assume that?
What else? Wait, what else would be the reasoning for? If not the words that the person heard that informed their opinion, what would be the reasoning other than that? Than the words that they hear?
He still
Well,
has
because a Muslim guy
agency to-
shot the president in the face. That's people would probably be upset about that.
I'm
You
not
know,
talking
it's
about that
it's like the
part. I'm
Norm
talking about the
Macdonald
words part. Okay, I'm
Well,
talking about the word part. So here's the thing: like, I can say a statement, or you can hear a statement, and that can be interpreted in so many ways. Am I responsible, right, for every single interpretation of my words? Absolutely not. I'm just not, right? There's no way we can be held responsible for every single permutation of bad faith, good faith, just neutral, right? Interpretations of our words. So when Biden or says something like, we got to put a bullseye on him, just because some retard on there may have heard, right? Like, oh, that means I should kill him. Like there's no way that we can use that to hold someone responsible, right? Does that make sense? And
Well, I mean,
you
not
tracking
responsible,
what
but
I'm
you're the
saying?
president
And
of
it's
the
like
United
it's some
States.
idiot who heard
During
fight
what?
like hell. Like that's obviously like not a reason why they should be held responsible if they break into the Capitol.
Wait, so if somebody heard that, I don't know if all of you heard the conversation between Counterpoints and Pisco and Destiny and Dan, right? And the kind of stuff that they
I
were
didn't,
saying.
I'm sorry.
They were. I think they flat out said that basically they made the president a king. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He could assassinate American citizens. No liability for anything he fucking does. His total immunity. So if that's the case, and Trump is about to win the election because Biden's falling apart, why shouldn't someone kill him?
I would love an honest answer to that.
There isn't one.
I've been waiting.
Why shouldn't?
I'm
Because
waiting
that,
for
the
Ghosty to
cure
go before me.
is worse than the disease. The cure would be worse than the disease, just from a
How?
strictly pragmatic angle. You shoot Trump, right? Suddenly he's a martyr that you can't kill or deal with.
There is
at all,
civil war,
right?
Yeah.
And
No, there's
there
civil
is
war.
blood on the
Who would you fight? Hold on. People have said this, and I think it's one of the dumbest points I've ever heard.
Who would they rally
Who
behind?
would you fight? So hold on. So some random progressive shoots Trump in the face. One, who takes over MAGA, who is as charismatic as him, who can
Vivek.
actually
Let's
carry
go, Counterpoint.
Vivek
Let's
is a
go.
fucking Walmart
That's
How did
the-
World War
and
One
then two,
start?
Vivek takes
we
over
haven't
and
gotten-
leads a
we
armed
haven't
insurrection.
gotten to the stupidest point yet. Let me get to the stupidest point. You said it's a civil war. Okay, civil war against
I didn't say that. You
whom?
did that.
No,
I
Lactoid
said it. I
did.
said it. I said it.
Yeah. Civil war against whom? So you put on your plate carrier, you grab your AR-15, you jump in your Ford Ranger. Who are you going to fight?
You go to California and you kill
No, that's not. Hold on. It's not going to be like, oh, they're going to load up and just start shooting each other. What's going to happen is they're going to
Well,
load
I mean, that's
up.
what civil war means.
Well, no, not necessarily. That's not how the U.S. Civil War started. How the U.S. Civil War started is they loaded up and they took control of shit and they said, "Fuck you! Don't come over here. This is ours now." That's how Civil War starts, and that's how it would happen if Trump got shot.
MAGA? Okay, so would MAGA do that, or would the progressives do that?
I think that if Trump got shot, you would probably have like a bunch of MAGA chazzes
MAGA go
in the
crazy.
South, probably. Yeah.
Okay, and the
You're
MAGA
acting like the
chazzes,
Arab
what
Spring
territory
never
are they
occurred.
seeing?
Right? Like, no, hold on. You're acting like.
What are they
Hold on.
seizing?
Like,
Well,
I've
for
been
in
waiting
Michigan, there's
because I was
only
hoping
one
for
government.
Ghosty to go, but
I
regardless.
think I'm next anyway.
No, you're. Oh,
Yeah, because I'm
shit,
racist,
maybe.
but racist against Arabs.
I've been
because
waiting for like
Americans are
waiting for a while, but no, listen, you're being silly. You're being silly counterpoints.
the
you're
Arab
asking
Spring.
No, Connor's totally right about that.
But I'm
He's
no,
not.
you're
He's
being
not totally right.
no. Hold on, you're being silly.
You're gonna go
because
seize your local Whole Foods, you fucking freak? What the fuck
No,
are you talking about?
The local government.
You're memeing. You're memeing, and you're not. Hold on. You're memeing, and you're not having an actual conversation.
I'm memeing because the answer is stupid, but you can continue,
No,
and
it's
I'll
not.
try to take
It's
it
not.
seriously.
It's not stupid to suggest that when you have political rhetoric that is getting increasingly inflamed, when you have political factions that are increasingly getting further and further apart, where values are no longer shared predominantly, and political left and right just discuss the different ways to make those values happen through policy, but instead the values are totally opposite. Something like that can be a powder keg that can cause small events that explode into larger events. It is a cascade effect.
So even if we took the small event, okay, let's say Admiral Gibbs in Texas, they say all of Texas is like, we're MAGA country. Trump was our God King. You killed him. Fuck you guys. We're seceding from the United States. We're protecting our own border.
Right.
We're
I don't think
protecting
that's the
our own
likely first
border.
thing.
And then on top of that, hold on. And then on top
Gibbs
of
would
that,
back it.
Gibbs has his Halo MA5 assault rifle, and
We're
he's
ready.
standing post outside of the local fucking grocery store.
No, you're creating
job,
a narrative
Gibbs.
that you think is silly by stating a narrative that I've never stated. What I'm saying,
And what is the narrative
no,
that isn't silly?
shush. What you create a silly example to then say to straw man me. What I'm
So
saying
what's
is
the not silly example.
yes.
I'll
Will you
give
let
you a
me
not
shut the
silly
fuck
example.
up? I'll get to it. It's very simple.
What's racist?
If you, I gave it to you and you still then completely rebutted and refused to deal with what I said, and then said,
Because you
"What if
philosophized.
Texas altogether?" No, it's not philosophizing. I'm giving you the most likely scenario. Shut up. I see you trying to interrupt me again. The most likely scenario, if Trump were to be assassinated, is in the sense that a civil war could pop off, right? I'm not claiming that it would occur, but if it were to occur, it would likely be small factions of random bouts of violence, much like we had with like the BLM, but much worse. And then you having states having to crack down on that violence. And because of like the media and online things and videos of like cops beating up real American patriots, you then have more people getting involved. And before you know it, you have random acts of violence and balkanization. Like the fact that the government is stable is based upon the idea that most people prefer that stability and choose to engage with the state, at least in some degree. If everyone tomorrow just magically said, fuck the government, I'm not paying taxes, come and take them, right? The state would dissolve instantaneously. And so if enough violence occurs, if enough things occur, if enough actions and pop-outs occur, you might have eventually a state like Texas being like, okay, you guys, we're going to protect our own fucking border and be sovereign. Like, but that's not like the next thing that occurs, right? Like, we're talking about a powder keg and saying that this could have been something that would have blown up said powder keg.
So hold on, I want to jump in here. So hold on, Counter. I want to jump in here.
So it is Gibbs' turn. It's Gibbs. We'll go to Ghosty. If Scott has anything else we can add.
Yeah, it was other stuff I wanted to say. I just had to, I was just like, that's silly.
And I'll also toss it to DB after that. So go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I take umbrage with like pretty much everything Counter said with this like haha fugazi like scenario that he put out there where it's not going to happen. I've like thought long and hard about this, and I think we already came really close to a civil war in the manner that Scott described recently within U.S. history just now in the last year or two. And I don't think it was January 6th. I think it was whenever we had the border standoff. I don't think people realize how ready the Texas National Guard was to do it. And that's at a state level. That's a much bigger level than what I would describe in my next scenario, which I think is much more realistic. And this is a much more realistic scenario. You made the joke about me being the guy going down there and standing out in front of the, local Whole Foods and like with my, prop gun and scam people. But I'll give you a much more realistic scenario that I think is something. And it's the same basic scenario that actually started the Texas Revolution with the come and take it flag, which is where they fought a battle over a cannon. What I think a modern scenario would be is if you go look at these little state National Guard posts, I think it would be very easy for me to see a like group where they're armed by are guarded by like 3 to 5 people, and they're just basically an armory in the middle of nowhere. I could easily see, oh, Trump taken out. And immediately a party like the Texas Secessionist Party, who's the third biggest party in the in Texas, and then has groups like the Sons of Texas Freedom and some other groups that are actually like borderline terrorist groups, and some have been labeled as potential terrorist groups. I could easily see them hitting an armory and then saying, come and take it, which is already a Texas rallying cry. And all of a sudden now you have people going, well, it's either these guys or these guys or the government we have. And the government we have already tried to stop it with criminal prosecution. Now they assassinated him, because once that happens, nobody's going to believe this wasn't on whatever. You're going to have tons of people do this. And then they go and hit an armory. And if you don't think that's realistic, you're fucking lying to yourself. Like, that's something that I could easily see happening with just like people I know. Like, now I wouldn't do it because I'd rather be a political leader and not die on the front lines. But, I'm saying, hey, one can hope, that we get the Emperor Gibbs one day. But I'm saying that, like, it's not too far off, like, from a realistic scenario. And when y'all hand wave and go, ho, 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 it's the Republicans being all whatever. Most of Republican rhetoric, I feel like, when they say is more defensive, like aggression, right? It's like, hey, listen, you're coming for our lives, back off, like, et cetera, et cetera. Look, we do have to fight for our rights. Even Trump, after he gets shot, yells, fight, 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 right? He's trying to defend his freedom, versus what I would call what the left is doing. This is why I think what a lot of the left has been doing is disingenuous, which is, I think, it's aggressive, offensive aggression. And so they're sitting here saying things, put him in a bullseye, take him out back and beat him, punch a Nazi, like all these things. I mean, punch a Nazi's face, but like in general, all these things seem to be hey, we're gonna go in there and say, hey, let's do these aggressive acts. We're gonna have things like the BLM insurrection, and then we're not gonna call that an insurrection when it caused more deaths, more money damage, and then
oh my God, okay.
Oh, hold on, counterpoints, don't stop me. Hold on, counterpoints. I let you and Scott have yours. 30 minutes of fame, and I'm almost done here.
Maxine Waters incited a insurrection during the BLM riots.
I'm saying I started, and I'm sitting here going, like, looking at this stuff, and they have the audacity to sit here and try to compare this to the January 6th stuff and go, oh, yeah, the Trump guys, they're just riling things up. When every time something Republican and angry and aggressive comes out as one of these speeches, there's no riots anywhere. There's no riots, and the only time there is riots is when the leftists do it, and generally it's way more damaging than what happened at the Capitol. And then we have a clear leftist donating to a POC PAC who was a registered Republican after he donates to a progressive PAC who's sitting here in a state where they told him to register and vote against Trump, shooting at the fucking former president. It's blatantly obvious to everybody. So when you sit here and say, "Oh, we're not going to sit here and have some kind of revolution,"
like a groyper to me. I'm not gonna.
I'm just saying.
From physiognomy, definitely a
but,
groyper.
Gibbs,
We don't have enough.
But I'm not even a MAGA guy. I'm just saying.
You're talking about like you want an example of a riot on the right. That would be Charlottesville.
That would
right?
be the left like instigating that riot as well. If you
not one. It wouldn't be the guys marching down saying Jews will not replace us. Right?
At a march that was planned, and they had
no violence.
To be honest, that
There's
might
no
be a
violence.
that might be a left-wing protest.
Hold on.
for the
Yeah, it
university.
could be.
Nazis are left-wing.
Hold on. Didn't they? Yeah, they are lefty. Didn't they have permits?
That's just a BDS movement. That's all that was. Right?
Yeah, hold on. Didn't they have permits? And then like the lefty like counter protesters.
There was no.
So
Yeah,
one
there was
was a
no
lawful
violence that
protest,
night.
and one was not a lawful protest. Correct?
There was a counter protest. There were the.
That was not lawfully permitted
to
be there.
Who died? Who actually died there? Who actually?
I'm sorry that the conservatives are
actually
armed.
died. Hold on. Was it what the people on the conservative side or on the liberal side? Who actually?
I mean, they were both liberals because the Nazis.
There was
nice try.
There was a woman who was hit by a car. There was a woman who was hit by a car, but Trump was again. People lied about that when it came to insinuating Trump said that he supported it.
And there was divinity violence at the lefty protest.
And to deal with you specifically.
Relevant.
Oh, okay. I've been waiting for 5 minutes. Can I go now?
No, to deal with you specifically, to deal with you specifically, I looked it up again because I saw that speech with Trump. Right, I actually had watched it live when that happened. It might even done it on stream. I don't know. Like I forget the timeline here. But I did watch it live, and I remember the line. Right, very fine people on both sides. And
make me lose my shit.
Go ahead, do it. I found the transcript. I read the transcript. Very fine people on both sides. Later on, he does condemn. I remember, just like I remember previously.
How much later on?
Like in that paragraph.
In that paragraph, he says that he was not referring to the Nazis.
I can do it.
How convenient that got left out.
I can do it for everyone.
That's left out.
So this is Trump, right? Quote. Excuse me, they didn't put themselves down as neo-Nazis, and you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group, excuse me, I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down to them a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues of George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him?
Remember when they did that?
Are we gonna take down the statue? Good, that we should take down the statues. Fuck Thomas Jefferson and fuck George Washington. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now, are we going to take down his statue? So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. You had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had some troublemakers. And you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You got a lot of bad people in the other group too. That's the full paragraph.
Thank you. Thank you for reading the full paragraph. It's completely agreeable. I read the whole thing.
Lie in that?
Well, yeah. Where's the falsehood? Where's the objectionable content?
Why would that drive President Biden out of retirement because he has to save America from that horrible speech?
Yeah,
because that's what he said over and over again. That was the catalyst to make him.
By the way, condemns
to make
totally.
him come out. It's bullshit.
Condemn totally. Crazy.
Condemns totally.
Prem,
do we?
as you read, right?
It's Ghostie's turn finally.
He wasn't
So-
going to run again, but Biden was just such a bad president. He was going to destroy the country if he wins the election, so he just had to run again. And he even says in this whole like little website that you sent me, Scott, I've been reading through it, and like
This little website,
this is
his
not a
website.
plan. Yes, okay, his website, better. It's not a plan. It is fear mongering. It's literally like I'll take a couple quotes from it. President Trump's plan to shatter the deep state and return the power to the American people. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively. The Biden administration has weaponized the FBI and DOJ to target conservatives, Christians, and their political enemies.
What's wrong with that?
The bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies.
What was that a response to you? Do you remember? He made that as a response to something specific, which was they had opened a bunch of cases into specific Christian organizations. So, like, he's doing this in response to something they actually did. So, I don't understand what your issue with. How can you call something fear mongering when it's done in response to something else? Let me
Well,
just
because
ask you
she's
that.
afraid from what she sees, and therefore.
Yeah, but
she's-
okay,
yeah.
but is it fear mongering if you say you're doing something because you did something because of something that happened? So if somebody walks in and shoots me, right, and so I go, hey, I don't like getting shot, I start wearing body armor, lo and behold, that's not fear mongering.
Well, yeah, it's because like you're implying you're going to get shot regularly, and putting that fear into the minds of people, saying,
Yeah,
"Hey, I'm going." You're implying these things.
I'm sorry, that's cope.
You're implying fear.
He's telling every single person that all
What he's
the
gonna
courts
do.
are corrupt, that the entire government is corrupt, and this is what authoritarian dictators start by doing. They tell the people that they have no power and then they should be very scared, and they usually get elected. Dictators usually get elected. That's how it starts, and then they slowly start taking power away and changing.
So is it a plan or not a plan? Is it a plan with policy prescriptions involved, or is it not? Because that was your original claim. Now you're saying this is similar to what dictators do. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I agree. Trump isn't a fucking anarchist. I agree.
So go see.
But is it a plan or is it not?
God damn it.
Yeah,
No,
it's a
just answer the question very
vibes-based
quickly.
plan.
Is it a plan with substantive policy in it?
Technically.
Positions.
There's no
Yes, there is a plan. I'll answer for her. She just listed a plan. No, don't let him get you like this. There is a plan. There is a plan. She mentioned one of them, and I said he enacted that originally, the 2020 executive order. He's going to do that because of something else that happened. So yeah, she absolutely.
Well, he's got
policy prescriptions, Scott.
discussing that he has a
Don't give her
10-point
a
plan
bad
right there
faith argument.
in the link that I sent you. Fundamentally reform the FISA courts, overhaul federal departments and agencies, establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and abuse of power. I don't believe he's going to do any of this shit, but it's there.
That would be
Launch a major
basically
crackdown on government leakers who collude with the media to create false narratives, pressing criminal charges when appropriate. Make every inspector general's office independent from the departments they oversee so that they do not become protectors of the deep state. Establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure that they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American public.
They've never
Continue
spied
Trump
on us.
administration
I wonder if we
effort
took
to move parts of federal bureaucracy to Colorado, yada, yada.
I wonder.
Ban federal departments
Project
from taking jobs at companies
2025,
that deal
and we
with. Hold
compared
on.
it to
Ban
this,
federal
how
bureaucrats.
similar would it be?
Ban federal bureaucrats. Ban federal ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with and regulate, such as
that as
big
an
pharma.
exercise review.
Push for a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on Congress. How is that not a fucking plan? I don't like the plan. Some of the things in the plan, but how is that not a plan?
Endorsed by Trump. Like Project 25 is not even endorsed by Trump. Like
Project 2025 is so different. First of all, not only is it fundamentally different, but a lot of people are misrepresenting Project 2025 to mean something that it doesn't even mean. That's completely different than what Trump's running on. So for I know it's 900 pages, and in none of those 900 pages are you going to find it removing no-fault divorce, which is one of the most prominent claims about Project 2025.
But what you will find, right, is them using giving the president power to remove anyone that he wants within that.
Well, no, hold on. It's
What?
twofold. Wait. It's more complex than that. You are going to find.
Complex. Yeah.
No. It is. You can't simplify it like that. It's 900 pages, like you just said. There are some aspects.
There are a lot of things.
There are.
2025.
There
There's
are
a lot. We don't have.
There is. We don't have time to go through all of it. That's totally fair. But like, we can agree that you shouldn't be saying. I'm not saying you're doing this, but a lot of people shouldn't be saying things that are completely false within Project 2025.
Sure. No. You
For example,
lie.
the no fault divorce part. But here's like the weird part though. Project 2025 actually does have a pretty crazy fucking part of it that advocates for banning pornography. That there is something in Project 2025. Project 2025 about that. Trump has never said. Trump has. Doobie does. Trump has never said anything about that. Trump has not endorsed that part. Agenda 47 has nothing about banning pornography. So, that's just one example I can think of.
That's
right?
like the least of the problems I have.
That's the least of the problems of banning pornography. You want to talk about effect on the average American life? That's going to affect it way more than anything else you can think of.
We're talking about creating shooters. Stochastic terrorism ain't got shit on banning pornography.
True.
We're gonna have a lot of shooters after that. Let's be honest.
Okay. So one, I'm gonna let Ghosty finish, but before that happens, actually, I gotta read out a super chat, the one super chat we've had all night. Lawson Harrison, he says, much like his royal tanness, I feel on this issue there are fine people on both sides. Although I may disagree with some, I consider friends. You are all welcome in my safe post-election compound. Thank you so much for the $20.
Hell yeah, dude.
$20.
Does it got HESCO cages? Like
HESCO.
Like we gotta fucking. It's got to be real. You know what I mean? Like, can't be like the Chaz.
Like a Faraday cage, maybe?
No, HESCO cages are basically just big squares cages that you pack with dirt, and they're like the cheapest, best way to make something that is like immune to like artillery rounds or things like. They're easy to install things if you want to make like a compound. It was a joke that like it can actually be defensible.
Oh, thank you for teaching me that. Okay, so so thank you for that, and guys, consider supporting the channel. We could use help. Thank you, Lawson, for the kindness. Corey for resubbing previously. Ali as well. But Counterpoints being a real one with a 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciate you. Also gifted 5 previously. Guys,
thank Progressive Victory.
Progressive Victory. That sweet Progressive Victory money has been feeding his family for months at a time already. Thank you for sharing a bit of that with us. And guys, it's a new month, and we're like halfway through it, and we barely got any subs. Consider supporting the channel. Guys, subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, consider using that free sub here. We'd love to have you. Ad-free viewing and our emotes and my eternal gratitude and love. So help us out. It'd be great. We get Counterpoints already give us 5. It'd be good to start us on a hype train. If we could get 2 others helping us out. Okay. And then and memberships on YouTube. Consider helping us out as well, or super chats. I will read them out. Now, okay. So just because Corey already has questions, right? It's true that Lawson did DM me.
Thank you so much.
Specifically. Okay. I would have seen it otherwise. All right.
That's cheating. Cheating does not count. Stricken from the record.
Okay, thank you, Admiral Gibbs. Thank you for giving us sub. It's awfully kind of you to us to Jersey. And if we get one more, we can start ourselves on a nice hype train. So consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Resubbing also counts. Using Amazon Prime is Prime Gaming. Thanks so much. Okay, I'm gonna let Ghosty back in, and then we're going to go to Scott and Doobie.
Okay, can I get like a poll maybe from the panel? So who does think that the stochastic rhetoric is to blame for these acts of violence, like on January 6th, the presidential assassination attempt, Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked with a hammer, like things like this? Who thinks that this, and is it the rhetoric coming from the presidents, Biden and Trump, or from the actual people, like on Twitter?
It's the president talks, and the people make up their own opinions on what he said and go for it. That's at least my
So
opinion.
who? Okay.
It'd still be the president's fault technically, right? Like to Lactoid's point when he was bringing up, like, if we never had Mein Kampf here, and then he opens up a bookstore and he sells Mein Kampf to people, I would hold him his store.
I think he said Communist Manifesto, though.
Communist Manifesto, is that what he said? I have no
little
fucking
bit,
idea.
little bit different, I think.
Yeah, same thing. Same difference.
Well, to some people.
I think his.
The point is, if I would say that if he was the start of the thing, that he would be patient zero of that ideology being spread. I wouldn't say hold him accountable, but he holds some blame.
And just quickly, thank you, Ripping and Tearing. That's a pretty damn cool name. For gifting a sub and starts us on a hype train. We're at level 2 hype train, 12% done. 88% left. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Hop out the channel. Now's a great time to do it. You get the specific hype train emotes. The concern help us out. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Or resub. Resub is also hop out the hype train. Now's the time. Help us get to level 3 to level 4. So I can keep doing this for all of you guys. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, so consider helping us out. All right, so back to
Doobie
being a real one. Thank you.
Wait, we didn't finish.
Go see. I'll reserve my answer for my turn.
Hold on, let him make his money.
It's more complicated than that.
Like Gibbs.
One second.
Gibbs is saying-
One second.
Oh.
Doobie, no problem. Doobie, thank you for the 20 hot tier 1 gift subs. Really kind. A real one. I do appreciate you, my man. He put us at a level 4 hype train. 17% done. 83% left. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Now's a great time, anyone. If you haven't done it yet, consider supporting us. Hey, Ginger Ramoth, I see you in chat. Nice to see you again. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well, friend. Okay, yeah, help us out. All right, so I'll get back to the content. But I might interrupt you again at some point in time. 4 minutes off the clock. Help us get to level 5. Ghosty.
So, I know. Okay, so Ali, that's your name, right? Yeah, gave his answer. Gibbs, you were blaming the shooting on the bullet, the target comment, but you don't think the tone from Trump's January 6th speech, including all of the context leading up to that, is to blame for the violence on January 6th. Is that correct?
No, I would say that there's probably rhetoric on both sides that would lead to. I'm not one of the ones saying that there is no whatever this bullshit, stochastic terrorism, fugazi shenanigans, whatever word we have for touching grass is not a thing. I definitely think words hurt, and I think words cause problems. Now, I disagree with the idea that Trump incited an insurrection or that it even was an insurrection when we look at the words in context. I feel like one is one thing. That's why I said one's a 6.57 when I answered Corey earlier, versus what Biden said, I think is a 9. Like an 8.5, or if we take hey, I'm going to take him out back and beat it. I feel like the idea of I'm directly saying that I'm going to take some, if I'm going to give you an example, right? Say I said to Ali, I go, hey, I don't like that guy. I'm going to take you out back and beat you. That seems like quite an escalation from, man, I hate that guy. I'd rather we do something about him peacefully and patriotically, and maybe we get him removed from office or come back.
That's
I feel
not
like
what
those are
Trump said.
totally different totally different contexts. I mean, I don't know how you can argue that one's not an escalation over another. Are y'all saying it's not?
I mean, even his in total thing here is just purging all the corruption that are hurting the Americans and the Christians.
But if you actually believe the area is corrupt, why is that fear mongering? I feel like a lot of people think it's corrupt. I thought that the trial recently was a kangaroo court.
That's her point. Is it would incite fear and violence in those people if they agree that it is corrupt and he's enforcing that it's corrupt. That's what she's saying.
That's occurring on the Republican side, right? I've already listed y'all's best example is the Nazi leftists, getting mad and whatever, Charlottesville against Antifa. So we have two lefty groups fighting, and then y'all are going to say it's a conservative group. And then secondly, we're going to sit here, y'all look to January 6th, which barely qualifies as a riot in my opinion, and then say, oh, these are just
when you say shit like that, everyone else just rolls their fucking eyes because
maybe
we can
you
watch
roll your
footage
eyes.
of
Hold on,
because you can watch footage of cops getting the shit kicked out of them. You can watch that.
You might roll your eyes because I know that you're in this little camp of like all these people on the Twitch poll that are like hyper, like, fixated on bullshit. But that's like, Mo, the average person does rolls
I
your
want to
eyes
stop
when
you
he
there.
tells what
I
you
want to
say.
stop you there. I want to stop you there. The reason why that's so unbelievably fucking stupid to me is because I can just YouTube January 6th riot footage, and I can see people
Right, it's a riot.
smashing
I
windows,
called it a riot.
smashing furniture, beating the fuck out of cops. You said you would barely call it a
Barely
riot.
call it a
Like,
riot. Yeah,
and the
barely.
building they were attacking was
Hold on, if
Yeah,
we like
that's
to
retarded.
too,
hold on,
right?
it's barely a riot. Like,
Less than one second. Less than a minute left on the hype train. We're at 25%. Thank you, Chris, for resubbing for 37 months. Thank you for sticking with the channel for so long.
Now, fuck you, sub you, Chris. Get back on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, and on top
Your
of that,
baby's
like, how
old
many
enough
times
now.
have we
I want you, Chris, back.
rioting-
Bruce,
That'd
stop
be
being a
nice.
pussy.
Yeah, I mean, how
Go
many
ahead.
times have we been told rioting is a like appropriate form of protest, right? This was like what I would call a small scale riot over
No,
people that
riots
were
are the
angry.
soul of America.
Right,
expressing
so sure. I mean,
themselves.
there's a lot of people that argue that. So, like, we're sitting here saying, "Oh, this is insurrection," which was, if it was, it's the smallest insurrection I've ever seen ever. We had what 5 deaths, and like most of them were on one side. And I was sitting here hearing what you're saying, and then you go, "Oh, look at the videotapes of January 6th. Look at the videotapes of I don't know all the BLM protests or the Chaz stuff." I mean, like all these videos are way more egregious, and nobody's calling that an insurrection on the left. Like your double standard.
That's
Everybody
because,
sees
that's
it.
because people
Everybody
worship the
sees
state.
Insurrection.
because it is. It's literally an insurrection when you take over
Can we
land
define
and hold
insurrection
it.
while we're here
And we
real
hold
quick?
it. Like, I mean, like they did in Seattle. I don't know how you can sit here and pretend it's not. Like,
Can someone read the definition of insurrection real
And
quick,
other
just so we
cities,
can know what we're
there's
arguing
there's
about?
a bunch of different definitions. Destiny's on like his
It's
fifth.
not. It's not. It's,
Let's agree. We can agree on
insurrection.
one.
Insurrection is not particularly legally defined. That's actually one of the issues when it comes to.
Can we make up? Can we make up a
I mean,
definition?
the
that we can
Colorado
agree on
decision
then?
had multiple fucking definitions.
Yeah, the
I
Colorado
thought I was
decision
here
and
to talk
multiple
about
definitions.
Trump getting shot in the
Well,
face.
well, I
want
need to say one thing. I need to say one thing. As of tonight, Biden did another interview with Lester Holt. I just saw a video on Twitter about it. After Trump was shot, and Biden reiterated the false claim that I just posted Snopes link, and Prime was so eager to read the whole thing out on stream. Biden just reiterated the false claim that Trump called Nazis very fine people again.
Again.
He just said it. He said it again.
Okay,
he
but
said
he's
it
got
again.
dementia.
After Trump got shot. Now there's a level of charitability I'm willing to give to people, but
This is
like
grainy
how
suit?
many more times does he have to say it? Like how many more violent incidents need to happen here? Like
Do you have the same energy when Trump lies?
Does Biden get attacked and then he just has a direct lie about Biden that's already been proven wrong multiple times to him immediately immediately afterwards?
So Wick,
This
you
was 2
agree that
days.
Biden's lying,
What,
right?
2 days? 2 days?
You agree that Biden's spreading this lie about Trump, right?
Yeah, I thought Biden was supposed to be the honest one, right? Biden's the dementia one, and
look,
Trump's
they're
the
all
liar.
politicians. They all lie
Biden's
to
the
a certain
lying
extent.
dementia patient. Okay.
They all lie to a certain extent, but let's not pretend that the amount of lies told by Biden, and I'll agree that he does lie sometimes. No, I'll cop
He
to that.
just did it
But
with
let's
Lester Holt.
measure the amount of lies from both candidates, and I guarantee you,
what kind of
lies?
lies? It was 2 days after I got shot.
I got
Yeah.
shot.
Hold on.
See
See how mad you guys are? You're all yelling because I'm right. You're all yelling because I'm right.
Shut up.
A little fair.
Shut up. Everyone pull back, right? Scott, honestly, has been able to control himself and wait patiently.
He's been chilling, waiting to speak.
He's been great lately.
I want to reward him
patient.
and let him go. And then we're going to go to DB, and then we're going to Corey.
All right, so there's a couple of things I wrote down, right? So first thing I want to address, like the bullseye thing. The bullseye situation is obviously bullshit, Admiral. It is. It's obviously bullshit because people did the same thing to a governor during her campaign when she had targets in her ad campaign, and I also this olive branch, Admiral Gibbs. There's a direct corollary with the bullseye thing that the left did multiple times. The media, all over social media, etc. They lied about Donald Trump's usage of the term bloodbath. It was completely contextually talking about the automobile industry when he discussed it. It's a known term to deal with. There's a bloodbath on Wall Street. There's a bloodbath in the market, and everywhere they kept and Biden reiterated that lie again during the debate, saying that he was calling for a bloodbath, and that and when he wasn't calling for a bloodbath, what he said was, if I wasn't elected, there would be
Name
one.
one
And
Trump
he's
lie.
trying.
Let's be reasonable. Okay, fair enough. Let's give that lie. Name one lie Trump says. Just see if you know one.
In the recent debate, he used the wrong number when he was discussing the immigration. Instead of using the numbers, no, it was a complete lie, because he was over exaggerating to an extreme degree by lying about how many. And he stated that these were the immigrants that came into the country when they were not. But he didn't use any numbers from any reputable source about how many were in the country, but instead about how many came across the border. So he was counting all of the people that were. Wick, you just interrupted me discussing thing. Why? It's not your panel.
The reason I'm doing this, right? The reason I'm doing.
I'm not asking for your reasoning.
A very important point.
So
right?
This isn't
I was on Twitch, or sorry, on Twitter, responding to some because there's idiocy also being spouted in my
I guess I'll finish
Twitter message
later
as well. But sure, the point I'm trying to make is that going back to Gibbs's point that there's a double standard here. So Trump exaggerated the immigration numbers. Trump exaggerated his economic numbers by far. He said we have the best economy on the planet. That was fact checked. Although best economy is also somewhat subjective. My understanding is that buying power actually went down during the Biden presidency. So for measuring economic power specifically by that, Trump might be right, but economists don't necessarily measure it based on that. So that could be a lie. I mean, yes, the man definitely exaggerates a whole bunch. But the point I'm trying to make is that yes, we have Trump, who everyone is saying is a liar, but at least Biden told the truth. Yes, his brains are pudding, but at least he tells the truth. And we're on which fucking iteration now of him specifically lying about calling Trump associated with Nazis the 2 days after he got shot.
Hold on. I want to address this directly. No. You're not opposing him. You're on his team. I would like to address this.
Yeah, you can go. Oh, I mean, I only got 2 minutes things, so.
Okay, so
And we
I want to go. I haven't
Scott.
talked in a while. I've been very patient.
Yeah.
Everybody else is fucking annoying and autistic as fuck. So
Not true.
my standard for Biden is substantially low because of he keeps repeating that his kid had died in Iraq, right? And then the additional explanation is that he got cancer and then he died later, and he ties it to the burn pits in his mind. But his brain is soup. So he keeps saying that Bo died in Iraq. And so for me, I think that you can add up the totality of what Trump has done and associate him as a piece of shit who simps for dissident right-wing assholes, and then he can have that fucking talking point, but then his brain is fucking soup.
Are you ready?
Saying it over and over again. Yeah.
Wait, are you ready, counterpoints? Because earlier in this debate, you said either Trump is lying or he's delusional. And if he's delusional, like there's still a level of responsibility, or we still got to be careful about him. Well, same thing goes for Biden. If he's demented and thus he's delusional because he's demented, same concept.
Guess what?
Same concept.
Guess what?
We still don't want him to be president.
Guess what? Not only do I agree with you, I've been arguing that for the past week. Wick and I have already argued about that earlier in the fucking week. My sincere opinion is I think Biden should step down and let somebody else take the reins, because I do not like what I do not like capacities. It's my.
That's fair. That's fair. I thought it was relevant to point out that like tonight,
I want him to step down and have a competent executive. Yes. That's what I want.
I just want to point out, like, the reason I thought it would be relevant to bring up is because I was very passionately ranting about this is a fucking lie. He said it during the debate. Everyone has been proving him wrong, but he still keeps saying it. And then I just found out on Lester Holt tonight, 2 days after Trump got shot, he is still peddling this lie. He's still doing it. The honest guy, honest Joe Biden.
I want to argue with that on that later on, but Scott, Doobie, Corey.
Okay,
and Chris
so
Gibbs.
Okay, so taking it. I think this entire panel has gotten bogged down a little bit too much in tit for tat, whataboutism. I think we can all agree that politicians are fucking liars and that they lie all the fucking time. And most of them are narcissists, or at least have trait with some level of narcissistic tendencies. Maybe Trump is a grandiose narcissist, while most presidents tend to be malignant narcissists. So his is so much more fucking patently obvious. But nevertheless, they're all fucking narcissistic liars. Except for maybe Jimmy Carter, Maybe. I don't like the guy's politics, but he might be the only one that wasn't a narc. But setting that aside, I think what's important here to discuss is when trying to understand who's at fault for like statements. We're in this position where we're like, the waters are really muddied, because I think we all kind of recognize that there's some moral intuition that, like, when people say violent rhetoric, or when they say things that are untrue, or etc., that there should be some moral responsibility there. And some of us are, maybe disagreeing on what level, etc. But what I want to say is, like, looking at this from a psychological perspective, is that, like, it is context dependent on so many other factors, whether or not it's true, what the media is saying, what current circumstances are, right? Like, we probably wouldn't have had BLM riots as bad as they were if we didn't have COVID lockdowns, because a lot of people were frustrated, locked indoors, maybe not being able to go to work, and those things kind of rile people up a little bit more. And potentially increase crime because of that, and people blame that all on defund the police, but it's probably not all defund the police. It's probably other factors too. What's important to recognize is that, there's this quote that I really like from Carl Jung, and I think Jordan Peterson used to say it a bunch too, which is that people don't have ideas, ideas have people. We have a process that has occurred in American where our philosophy has been eroded, and our understanding and our standards and our cultural enforcement, as Counterpoints pointed out, have been eroded. And because of that, I think we are seeing worsening and worsening conditions on both sides. There's been this argument from a couple people on the panel that, it's actually worse on the right than it is on the left. And while that hasn't been explicitly stated by people on the right here, I would say that you're probably thinking that too. You probably agree that it's worse on the left than it is on the right. Maybe because of the power in media. Maybe it's not worse, but because they have institutional power that the right doesn't have in culture, in art, in Hollywood, in music industry, etc., that maybe the effects are bigger. But one thing that we're not talking about is, like, how do we actually, like, tamp down on this? How do we actually stop this, right? We can argue all goddamn day about who's worse, etc. And I think what we have to recognize is that entertainment and media and social media have gotten progressively worse. And one of the big catalysts starts all the way back with the founder of neoconservatism, Buckley, William F. Buckley, when debating Vidal. And Vidal called him a crypto-fascist. And because he fought Nazis and killed Nazis, he lost his shit and said, I'll say that again, I'll sock you in the mouth. And on his deathbed, he said that was the greatest regret he ever had in his entire life, because it changed the media landscape in politics towards this entertainment and blood sports. Social media has also gotten worse and worse, especially in the last decade, about giving negative engagement from hating someone for a bad midweek take and boosting those people up. And I think if we really want to be serious about actually fixing these things, one of the things we have to tackle is understanding that we have to stop rewarding negative engagement. We need dislike buttons back. We need algorithmic fixes. We need these.
Okay,
and now to make this not boring, we're going to yell and scream and yell and scream and yell and scream.
Okay. I agree with we need dislike buttons back, but at the same time, I think this is the beast. I think this is freedom. I think this is democracy. This is what free people like to do.
Democracy is a contradiction with freedom.
I listened to you for a while. I would like the ability to speak. So this is actually like an improvement over Roman society, because in Roman society, they had the Forum where people would just get wasted and yell at each other. And they had the Colosseum where people would actually just murder each other for the entertainment of the masses. Now we have Twitch and YouTube politics and online politics in general. And then we have American football and rugby. So actually we're civilized quite a bit compared to how we are 3,000 years ago. I think the only thing that we can do that makes sense in a free society is arm the next generation with a level of critical thinking and ability to understand media comprehension that they know that their attention is being hijacked. Inform them about what the algorithms are doing. Inform them that they're being intentionally enraged in order to get engagement. Right. Inform them that they're being sexually titillized in order to farm.
That's certainly
engagement.
a part of it.
And here's the thing. And here's the thing. I think that I have a little bit of an advantage as an older person because I saw how the internet developed. So when I started seeing tits and
Yeah, no, I
everything,
agree.
I was like, I'm being manipulated. And then when I started seeing blood and everything, I'm like, I'm being manipulated. So that immune system was natural to me. I think we need to educate the next generation on it.
Right, but like when I look at my Twitter feed, right, because I debate and like yell at people and shitpost, right? My Twitter feed is full of communists and full of like full-blown Nazis or very, very close, right? And then when you look at the following count on, let's say Twitter, I'm just using Twitter as probably the worst example of this, or X, whatever you want to call it, because of the short form being so short form. You know, like somebody like Jake Shields, for example, on the right, that is like just vague posting Nazi shit and like, you know, denial of like Holocaust shit, right? And he has like, and when I just checked, he has like over 700,000 followers. And then when you see someone, people that are like fairly rational and like, and substantive, and it's boring, right? It doesn't give us that same thing. And so we have to recognize that I think there are a lot of young people, potentially this shooter, who knows, right? That go online and all they see is extremely poor mid-wit arguments by radical extremists that are very violent. And those people are rewarded the most in social media.
I would like to back you up here. I would like to back you up here. I was blocked by the creator Sargon of Akkad because I told him I think that he is capitalizing off of black pill content. And he was so insulted, despite the fact that he has debated tons of the worst people on the fucking planet. He almost insta-blocked me. And so here's the thing, is there are people, I think iHypocrite is another one. And what they do
iHypocrite's
is
gotten so bad, with this.
They just look at...
They're like, are you noticing? And then it'll be like a picture, and then the whole comment is just like, it's Jews.
Yeah, Jews control everything. Black people are beating up white people. You're going to be erased racially. You're going to get murdered. And so as a result, I think you use the term midwit, which is one of my favorite terms as well, because it's people who think that they're smart, but they're fucking average. And as a result, they're fucking morons. They attract midwits who think that they're getting some final part. They get a contrarian but truthful view of reality. They get a dangerous, sexy inside perspective on the way things really are. And so as a result, they're attracted to this thing and it becomes their community, and then they blackpill and they spiral.
Our brain is not developed or is not designed via evolution to be able to deal with the thoughts and opinions of hundreds of millions of people.
Nothing's designed by evolution, just FYI.
You know what I mean, right? Like it wasn't advantageous. Our heuristics that developed because of evolutionary advantages weren't advantageous for us to do that. And so I'm seeing, I even think on this panel, people that have a twisted view of the rhetoric on the opposing side and on both because of the fact that these algorithms push so much of that it makes it seem like it's more real, or that it's more of an existential threat, or that these ideas are more popular.
No, that's not.
Than they actually are.
We got Doobie, Corey, Gibbs. What I got from Scott's last words is that Muslim, Black people, and Latin people have de-evolved brains. That's exactly what I heard there. Let's go to Doobie.
So yeah, I unfortunately agree with everything Connor and Scott said. But I think, and this is why I mentioned earlier, Wick, the anti-Semitism allegations that you made against me and others, because we were in support of people protesting at that synagogue. So I think that's another version of exactly what they were talking about, right? I think we have to.
You're stuck in your bubble. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I'm the one in the bubble, of course.
Yep, of course.
So I think that what seems to be happening, I think, is we are acknowledging, or you guys are willing to acknowledge that this problem exists, but you're not willing to acknowledge your place in the problem, right? And how you contribute to it. You personally, you specifically, through your platform and this platform and other platforms, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever, contribute to exactly this because it's content. And it's a fun time when people get angry and scream at each other and don't actually engage with any topics. They're just fucking shouting back and forth and getting angry at each other. Like you love that actually when that happens on your stream. Everybody loves it. Your audience loves it. But now because Destiny's throwing it, yeah, I love it too. Because Destiny's throwing a tantrum because his tantrum is actually reasonable. If he believes half the shit he believes about Trump, you should be having the same tantrum. But because he's having the tantrum and you want to present yourself as the moral, the upright moral guy on the high horse, you're pretending you don't like that shit. You love that shit.
Well, you might love the content, but still object to it morally.
I do have a conspiracy theory
I
about
love
this, by the way.
Lavloon content. I still object to Lavloon content.
There is a difference, a substantive
Mr.
difference
Girl.
between people yelling about things they like that don't matter, right? Like when I had
do matter,
40,
Wick. It
when I
does
had
matter.
Counterpoints on, and I had Radham on, and I had what was his name, Fabius Bile, or what was his name? I forget his name exactly. And they were all yelling at each other over 40K lore. Okay, Majin was
Well,
there.
that doesn't
They're all
matter,
yelling at each
obviously.
other for 4K. Like, okay, sure, I love it then, but it does annoy me when I'm trying to have a serious conversation about a serious topic and people decide to meme during it. And I've gotten annoyed about that several times. But here's the important bit, right? And this is something I talked about earlier before I came on the panel, but I think it's you just gave a great example of it. It's the assumption that anyone who disagrees with you or thinks a different way is doing so from a dishonest place, right? Whether they're getting paid for it, whether it's because of audience capture, whether it's because of echo chambers or these things. It's this idea that nobody can possibly disagree with me from an honest place. It has to be because of these perverse incentives, because of these very real things that happen, right? But it has to be for that reason. And I think that is preventing us from
You mean like you did to me
real
when I was talking about Trump and election fraud?
Oh my
You said
God!
it's impossible to have a reasonable good faith position.
Yeah,
that
it's
if
exactly
I
what I'm
disagreed
talking
with you, it
about.
had to be 100% bad faith
because
and
I
lying.
laid out the
So
reasons,
Wick,
right?
you're correctly acknowledging the problem, but you don't acknowledge that you do the same shit.
I am
all the
not a
time.
perfect man. I am sure that there have been places where I've been wrong or I've been led by my audience to say things that, maybe I shouldn't have said. If you're asking me if I'm free from sin, obviously not. Obviously not. But if we're talking about things like, right, like, and notice, it's always accusing other people of this and never being like, well, I do this too, right? It's never that, right?
What do you mean?
Moral arbiters on your side, the other
What are you
side
talking
is
about?
all
Dude,
dishonest.
you're the one of the moral high horse recently since the Destiny tantrum.
always
And I do think it is intentionally strong, by the way. Like, obviously. You're the one of the moral high... Go ahead, Connor.
But no, hold on. Just real quick. Let me finish because this is important when it comes to the Destiny thing. If you think I was doing that for a virtue signal, that I wasn't completely disgusted at him mocking the death of an innocent person, I don't know what to tell you.
No, hold on.
Obviously,
That's not what I'm saying.
I was very
That's
upset.
not what I'm saying.
Obviously, I disagreed strongly with Destiny, and I have no incentive to disagree with Destiny. In fact, it's dangerous sometimes for me to disagree.
Yeah,
with
I agree with you
because
that
he
that
does
is my
give
that is
me
my
a lot
claim.
of clout and things
To be
like
clear,
that.
I'm not saying you're lying about not liking his language and what he's saying.
Okay, then what are you
You're one
accusing me
of
of
these weirdos who's
specifically?
like so opposed to death penalty. You'd be okay with like a serial child rapist being alive for some reason. I don't get it, but you're one of those people. I acknowledge it. Okay, I don't think you're lying about your position with Destiny's like rhetoric. What I do think is that if you believe even half the shit you said about Trump and other people on your stream have said about Trump, then Destiny's reaction, which is basically like mine, similar to mine. Oh shit, too bad they didn't kill him. Right, is the right reaction. You should want him dead. You should want other people to take a shot at him.
Cure is worse than the disease. If we open this up, where if we,
doesn't make
no
any
matter
sense.
how bad the other guy is, right, who's a politician, if we open up political violence to be,
What if
the
it was
means to
actually Hitler?
beat the person,
What if it was
right?
actually Hitler who's gonna have fucking death camps? Like you would say, oh well, we can't kill Hitler because something bad might happen. Like really, like I think it's okay to acknowledge that some people are so bad that it's better off with them dead. The world is better with them dead.
But we don't have a crystal ball, and I can't know. So until the person starts to actually enact the things that I fear is going to happen, yes, it is immoral and improper to take a shot at them.
Well, hold on. I have an objection to this.
They're trying to make up the case.
I have an
the
objection. I
camp.
have an objection to this. I do
can.
have an objection to this. We know, and by the way, like I want a secure border, and I actually don't want massive immigration from the Middle East, and North Africa. However, we know that there are refugees from the Middle East and North Africa who will be denied asylum into the United States, and as a result, they will either be homeless, dead, or destitute as a result of Trump's policies. Same thing with the border. We know that if he gives carte blanche to the states, which, by the way, I want a secure border, we know that there will be people who drown. We know there will be people who will drown in the Rio Grande as a result of physical barriers. Okay,
Oh well.
We know these things. How did you say that I didn't know that it was a thing, and then you said, "Oh well, you're a fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear from you. 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 You said that you did. You said that I didn't know, and then you agreed with me. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking moron.
You're literally being
Shut up.
dishonest
Shut up.
right now.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear from you. I don't care about what you have to say.
That's fine, but you're
Anyways,
still lying. It's
so,
okay.
So the point is,
I wouldn't want to hear.
I don't know what the fuck I'm
lying
lying about, but shut the fuck up. I don't care what you have to say.
Yeah.
So Wick, anyways, the point is that if you very much care about these people and you think that they're human beings who are entitled to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, immigration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, then at that point, you don't have to be cheering on him getting killed or whatever, but at the same time, you can at least be ambivalent.
No, because we know the result of him getting shot and taken out in this way would be worse for everyone involved.
How?
Everyone involved. Okay.
How?
No.
Hold on. No. This gets back to a point that I wanted to make earlier, but I didn't get to finish. So earlier it was asserted that somebody would take Trump's. Hold on. Somebody would take Trump's place, and then basically, like, we would actually have insurrectionists. I'm not done. We would have insurrectionists inside the United States. I reject this. I don't think
it doesn't have to be insurrectionists inside the United States. It'd be a much worse thing.
Hold on. I'm not done with
I
my
never
idea.
said the Civil War shit. That was
done.
Blackwood.
I know. I'm not done with my idea. I'm not done with my idea. I don't think there's anybody who is MAGA who has the charisma or cult of personality of Trump. I don't think anybody can replace him. And also, when it comes to pro-Trump MAGA revolutionaries or whatever, I think it would be like Shays Rebellion or the Bundy standoff. I think there would be one standoff, it would get stomped out, and then everybody would go home.
Okay, so the problem here.
Let's go. We got two more people, and they've been waiting quite patiently. I'm sorry, Lick, you're so beautiful. I apologize.
You did this. This is twice. Prime.
Let's go to Corey and then Gibbs. And we can jump back to you at the end to wrap it up, Lick. Okay.
Yeah, so Lactowell rewinding a bit, probably whatever, half an hour. But like you were angry, understandably, that Joe Biden repeated the lie about whatever, very fine people 2 days after the attempt. And so I'm curious if you carry the same level of analysis as in when we bring up Trump, okay, and his, I would characterize them as lies of Biden got 80 million computer votes, okay. So do you, under your analysis, it's like, well, if Trump believed that, then it's not a lie. Is that potentially true also of Biden? If the people around him, okay, which I think it's fair to say that he probably has speechwriters and people give him talking points because he probably can't talk for himself all that well. So that's potentially not a lie, correct?
You're right. It's potentially the fact. It could be the case that he's completely delusional. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I already addressed this with counterpoints, right?
It'd still be a lie.
It's possible.
It would just be he didn't know.
But he wouldn't be a liar. He would just be like brain dead. Now, this is the allegation when it comes to Trump. But like, if Trump believed it, you could call him delusional. You could say that he's irresponsible for believing that. Sure. You can make that point.
Now, if you're a betting person,
Here. I think that there's more of a chance that Donald Trump believes that there was election fraud than I think that Joe Biden at this point has reason to believe that Donald Trump praised neo-Nazis and white nationalists at that speech, based on the fact that there is a single video, very easy to watch, in which he clearly doesn't. I mean, Prime was able to read off the whole fucking transcript of what he said in 20 seconds on a fucking Twitch stream, right? That was very easy. Meanwhile, allegations of voter fraud across an entire country, a little more complicated for a layperson to fully understand. I can believe Trump doubting that more than I can believe Biden, unless he's really gone.
And you can
more than I can believe.
Sure, and you can believe that Trump still believes that today in 2024, as in he's presumably put in no effort to discern whether that's true or not, that the election was rigged or stolen from him.
Well, it's a question of how much effort needs to be put in, right? Like the amount of effort that you need to put in, especially if you're Trump and you believe this to be the case, you would have to investigate every single state. You'd have to look into like how the votes are taken, allegations of particular fraud.
You would find investigations that weren't done.
And you'd find investigations that weren't done. There'd be all sorts of things. With this, it's a single fucking video that Snopes has that you can find the transcript of, and Snopes says it's a lie. And at the debate, Trump said it was a lie. Biden just said, no, that's not a lie. And then, again, in the context, by the way, the context here matters. I think we all agree. 2 days after Trump getting shot, he's on Lester Holt repeating this lie. This is wholly irresponsible.
I'm curious, how is the attempt on Trump relevant in terms of why does 2 days afterwards matter?
It matters a lot. What do you mean?
Because you're associating with Nazis.
Yeah, but why you brought up? Well, it's just 2 days after.
Well, I want to go. I'm not
because we don't know the motive yet, but it could be some Christian Republican dude who doesn't want a Nazi in power, right? Like plenty of Republicans dislike Trump. It could be something like that.
I didn't catch everything that you said.
Okay, I don't care that Trump got shot in the face because I dislike Trump and I identify as a Republican. Yeah.
Base.
Jesus Christ, Connor. What the fuck?
No, he's
I
right.
care about a
He's
republic.
right.
I care about a republic. I want a republic.
No monarchy.
Trump is a delusional fucking liar.
I'd be happy
who
if
thought that suspending the
Well,
Constitution was
Biden
a
is
good
also a
idea.
delusional liar, right? Based
He
on
should
what
step
the
down
hell?
and get
I hope Biden
replaced.
falls down some stairs. I really do.
Well, no,
Me
hold
too.
on. There's a
Oh,
substantive
stop.
difference. One of them during the
I'm gonna prove
presidency
consistency.
actually disobeyed SCOTUS, and the other one didn't, right? So
Yeah.
we have two records to look at.
Yeah, not for a
and
lack
that would be Biden.
for his retarded
Well, I
policies,
agree with
for
that.
sure.
Biden has. I think he's proven
Twice.
to be more. I think
With
Biden
the OSHA regulations and with the rent moratorium.
I think Biden has proven to be more unconstitutional in action. Maybe a little bit in rhetoric. I don't know if it's the same extent that Trump has in rhetoric, but definitely more in action.
Yeah,
Listen,
but I'm going to prove my
trying
consistency
to
right
steal
here.
the elections versus getting student loans. I'm going to balance these things a little differently.
I'm going to again what the Supreme Court says is the law. I just want to be clear about that. And when they interpret the Constitution as meaning something that matters, now I'm going to prove my consistency here, though. I do not root for Biden falling down a flight of stairs, and this is because you can call me beta.
You wouldn't laugh. You wouldn't.
No,
laugh
I
when
wouldn't.
you fall out. You wouldn't share them. You don't want somebody
if he wasn't hurt, if he wasn't hurt,
even
absolutely,
if he was,
I would
absolutely, yeah, right.
No. If he fell down a flight of stairs and he wasn't hurt, I would be sharing that meme and I'd be laughing about it. If he actually gets hurt, absolutely not.
I'll stick up for Lactoid here. He's the kind of guy that means it, right? Who would not
I think if he
around
falls and he sprains his ankle,
be ecstatic over harm that comes to his political.
Dude, I don't think any of us
I don't think it's ecstatic over harm to political operative. I think it's an old man falling and he's going to laugh at it, and especially if it's the president who thinks he's delusional.
No. If an old man gets hurt falling, that's not funny.
That's we got to move on. We got to move on past this point.
If he breaks a hip or something, that'd be terrifying.
We got to move on past this point, and we all know that if he bumped his shins, he would shatter his bones.
You could assassinate Biden with a punch. It's that bad.
Exactly.
You're laughing. You're laughing.
He caught me off guard. So Biden's fine.
And if he found out that Biden got punched and he died, you'd laugh.
We got guys.
I would not laugh.
Killed by a
just have my
punch.
last
You fucking monster.
We're gonna
If Biden fell down a flight of stairs and died, I would not be happy about that. I would not laugh. I would not wish for that.
Okay.
Like Tubi says that
Great.
I would.
Wonderful. I love you. Corey, do you have anything else to say quickly? And then we got to go to Gibbs. Okay, Gibbs, and then we'll wrap it up with Wick. Gibbs.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I mean, I think there's issues with this. Like I said earlier, I think there's a lot of the defensive aggression from Republicans versus the offensive aggression. I don't know about this. This is one more reason I think counterpoints here is not a Republican. I don't even like Trump. Not been a huge
Define
Trump guy.
Republican, you
Hold
fucking
on.
moron.
Yeah, we can do this all again, but
Republican. Define it. Define it. Define it. Define it. Define it. What's a republic?
I know this is your debate tactic, just trying to
trying to get you to no. Yeah, trying to get you to describe the words that you use. That's my debate tactic. Yes.
I was sitting here going, no, you're just trying to get me off my point. Well, I'm sitting here talking about how I don't think this is.
Well, you just said I wasn't a Republican, so I'm going to take issue with that.
I don't think any true Republican would sit here.
You're not a Republican.
I
believe in a fucking republic, and that's the reason why I'm voting against Trump. Absolutely, I believe in republicanism. Admiral Gibbs, what's the definition of a republic?
I believe in our government that we have today You know, and I sit here and think, I agree with Wick, using the political process to like get people out. Now, I also think there's some facts like what Doobie said. If we thought this guy was literally Satan and someone truly believed that, I feel like it's within reason for them to do something along those lines. But when I'm looking at the left and I'm looking at the right, and I'm sitting here listening to this kind of language, right? I think there's like levels and there's different levels. I've watched a lot of like Fox News, I've watched a lot of like CNN, I watched a lot of MSNBC. But what's interesting is I watched a thing by the Australian news, an Australian news agency this week, and they showed a bunch of CNN articles after the assassination, and you wouldn't even know that Trump had gotten assassination. It'd be like, oh, there was a scare at a rally. Trump falls and is picked up by service
Oh,
angels.
within the
Just
first
like
30 minutes, and then they changed the title
just
later, you
wild
fucking
stuff,
moron.
like just wild stuff that's just like outrageous, right? And so when I sit here and I hear people on the
Dude,
left,
when Fabian was
can you
talking
just let
about
me finish?
midwits, he
Can
was
you just
talking
let me
about
finish?
you.
Let me
He
just
was
finish.
talking
I mean,
about you.
I sit
we
here and I
gotta
don't
let
interrupt you.
Gibbs finish.
I don't
please.
interrupt you every single time. Like, just relax. I know that you're taking umbrage with like basic facts, but it's sitting here. They can point to this, and then people go and look at these things, and people go, "Oh, I'm going to draw a conclusion by based off a pattern I see here." I mean, I think it's reasonable that Trump honestly believes a lot of what he says whenever he feels like, "Oh, I'm being persecuted by the government." So when he's sitting here saying, "Oh, I think there's corruption, I'm going to clean it up," like I don't think that's fear mongering language. I think he's obviously thinking, "Oh, I had a kangaroo court. I just got shot at now." You know, I definitely think that he thinks there is a group that is working against him. You know, and I think there are people that can look at this and go come to that conclusion. And whenever we just hand raise them and go, "Oh, you're just like guilt galloping. Oh, you're just sitting here like these guys are nitwits, they're idiots," and I'm just gonna hand wave them away. When anybody with like half a brain can just look and goes, "This is suspicious," you know, that's fucking ridiculous. And it's pretty clear to me that one side, even though they're sitting here going, "Wow, maybe we got some conspiracy theories," they're not the ones going and taking pot shots at the president, and they're not rioting generally. And I just don't know how you can sit here and say
Can
it's
you
the same
define what
kind
a
of levels of
republic
wording.
is without
Can you
Googling it?
just like shut the fuck up?
No, I can't.
I
Can
mean,
you define what a republic is?
how about you defining like cuckoldry? Because that's what you're doing as a debate tactic right here. You're being a bitch and trying to go off
Yeah,
on a
I'm
tangent.
I'm
That's like,
fucking your
everybody knows
points
you.
in front
Listen,
of you. Yeah,
everybody
you're
here
right.
knows.
I'm
Listen,
cucking
bro,
you.
you
That's
got
right.
your poli sci degree from DeVry. We all know this. I don't want to sit here and hear anything about you out of your big brain.
It was
politics definition there.
Valencia Community
Wow,
College. Get
that's
it right,
impressive.
you
That's
piece of shit.
impressive. I can wipe my
Okay.
ass with your degree, and it would be worth more. Like you gotta be fucking kidding me. Every time you
Gibbs
sit
has
here
2
and talk
degrees.
about, yeah, I know, I got a whole bunch. The whole city's sitting here, and he's got the audacity to go, "What is a republic? Define republic." But
Well,
we know
you say
what
I'm not a
We're on
Republican.
a
I would be
politics
interested in
but
knowing if you know what
clearly
the
not.
word
No,
means.
we sat here on a panel one time, and you told me you were a Teddy Roosevelt Republican, and that hasn't been a thing in fucking 80 years.
We got to go. We got to go. We got to go to Wick, right?
You're not a
Corey,
Republican.
sorry, we're gonna
I
wrap
know
it
he's
up.
not.
with
It's fucking.
that.
He's just live.
Wick, please.
Okay. So, wind it back. Ignore everything that was just said, okay? Because I don't think it matters. Here's the deal, right? The reason that I am not okay, even if I do believe that Trump is a real and present danger to democracy and to our freedoms, is because to assassinate him, if he is killed, if he is murdered, that is an attack on democracy. That is a bullet in democracy's head, right? So I am not one to protect my house from being burnt down, to burn it down myself so that the other guys can't burn it down first. That's a fail state. It's a fail state. And if we have to resort to those kinds of measures to stop the democracy from dying, democracy's dead. Democracy can't flourish. It can't go anywhere, right? So if you believe that, right, if you're that doomer-pilled, first of all, you're wrong. You're just straight up wrong. There are many different ways we can deal with such an existential threat than violence. And second of all, even if, right,
Democracy is violence.
If violence is opened up, right, if that Pandora's box is opened, then we have a lot more problems than simply whatever Trump is trying to do, right? Like, we have a lot more problems. It's not going to end well for you.
That box opened with the founding of the United States of America.
Well, Wick, to be fair, blood will run in the streets. It will be a bad situation. And no, it doesn't have to be a full civil war, full insurrection, or anything like that. But just sectarian violence throughout the streets would rise to
you think that wouldn't happen if Trump was pushing
level.
Project 2025 like you said he was?
No,
earlier?
I don't think it would be as bad as
Really?
if Trump was assassinated. No, I
You don't think it'd be as bad if you were like removing civil rights protections, restricting, making it so that gay people can't adopt, rolling back marriage equality, all the crazy shit that people are saying about Project 2025.
Yes, people going down in
you
the
think,
streets to
you
assassinate
think that
their
wouldn't
political rivals
cause
is worse than
fucking
that. Yeah,
protests
worse
and
than that.
riots and blood
Worse
in the
than that.
streets? I feel like some of you might kill him just over the porn ban, right? Like being honest. So I
Don't reuse
think
my
that
joke,
you're-
bitch.
I think that you're saying, oh well, he's going to dismantle democracy if he gets into power, but we can't keep him from getting into power because that also dismantles democracy.
But
it's a lose-lose. It's a lose-lose scenario.
If we do so through if we do so through violent means, right? If we do so through assassination, democracy's dead. It's a fail
No,
state.
that's silly.
How do you non-violently stop the dude from becoming king if
There's
that's
a lot
like
of
the...
different ways to do that. We have a lot of different fail safes.
Democracy isn't one of them.
In
It
America,
is violence.
that we can absolutely.
Well, once again, the idea. Once again, the
You're
idea
doing
for a
violence
normie,
to my brain cells right now. They're being
for a normie
genocide.
like me,
I'm
Wick.
gonna bring you up on charges
know.
on the ICJ for
Wick,
doing genocide to all my audience's brain cells right now.
I know.
Like,
You-
what are
you have
the
difficulty with
IDF,
basic
right, of this
philosophy.
Channel going through and just bombing things.
I have a quick
relentlessly
update.
with
Yeah, Wick,
Extremely important update.
and dumb.
Wick.
That's what you're doing right now. But let me finish my point here.
God
My
damn it.
point at the end of the day is simply this: that we do not engage in political violence because we think Trump is a threat. And if
Voting
you
is
do
political
that,
violence.
and if you hope for that, what you were hoping for is literally the destruction of America. And that's my final point. Go ahead.
Hold up, wait.
Okay.
If you think, once again, my question is, if you
Quickly,
think
hold
the
on,
guy
Lactoid's
is
gotta go. Lactoid, see you, buddy.
Yeah,
Peace out,
no,
Lactoid.
thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Lactoid TV, you can find me anywhere. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't
Bye.
got too much
Take care,
longer
be well.
either, but I'll
So
Peace.
once again, if the fear is like, once again, for the normie like me who watched the fucking discussion between Counterpoints and Pisco, and you were left thinking this guy's gonna become a monarch. You already think Biden's gonna lose. You don't think there's a vote anymore. You're telling me there's a bunch of fail safes. What's the other fail safe?
So impeachment is a process that you could do if he tries to engage in these things. We have a military. The military could remove him if we needed, right? And that can happen in a very non-violent manner. It doesn't have to be violent. But for individuals to take on this,
How the fuck are
like
you
you're
going to
slapping your
remove
face,
someone
You have a retarded definition of violence.
non-violently? You're
When
retarded
they're
if you think you can
technically a king,
use the
by the way.
But I
military
don't wanna deal
to
with it,
remove a
right?
president non-violently. Like
There's
that doesn't
nothing
even
From
make
what
sense.
I understood,
There's military not
impeachment
violent.
wouldn't be a thing. From what I
Hold on,
heard
hold on.
from Destiny Encounter and all, is that impeachment wouldn't really be a thing if we have the monarch there.
No,
right?
a
If
president,
the monarch
who's
is-
already tried
you
to
can remove
who's
them
already
from
tried
power.
to lead an
What the
insurrection
problem
against our
with
government, by
the-
the way.
What the problem
like,
here
come on.
with the ruling, the Supreme Court ruling, is that
Mhm.
you couldn't charge them criminally, but you could remove them from power through impeachment and other processes.
Okay, so it's 11:30 p.m. Eastern, so we're gonna wrap it up here. This
Doc.
has been fantastic. I want to respect everyone's time, so especially
Can I just say a really quick update? I put this in the group chat, but I feel like the audience deserves to know. It's now basically confirmed this guy was a right winger, probably like a tradcon conservative type. Who's 6'4", said he had a 10-inch penis. No fucking way he's like this. It's impossible.
He was pretending to have one, trying to prove his manliness. So yes, exactly, he was a conservative.
Well, hold up. So do we think he was an accelerationist? Is that kind of the theory?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was like a never Trumper type or like a Groiper or some crazy shit like that for sure. Like, that wouldn't
Never
be surprising
Trumper
at
is
all.
way less likely than like a Groiper
No, because plenty of never Trumpers
accelerationist.
believe the rhetoric that's been pushed around on the left too about him being about Trump being like an actual threat to the American democracy, the American
Well,
government.
yeah, I mean,
It's actually
anybody
bad.
that assassinated him is probably believing the rhetoric of the left, or at the very least, if they're an accelerationist, believes that the left's rhetoric is pushing us to an inevitable thing.
I want to clarify for the audience before we do outros or whatever. So accelerationist would be somebody who wants to take out Trump because they think that'll make the country destabilize worse and the government will collapse, and then therefore the extremist ideologies can emerge from the ashes. Whereas somebody who's a never Trumper is somebody who's trying to preserve the republic by taking out Trump. So it's two different outcomes with the same action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So thanks all. This has been great and enlightening. It was one topic we did the entire time, but clearly there was a lot to say. But I thought we had a pretty fun conversation. So we're gonna give an outro to all of these amazing individuals. Before then, guys, if you've enjoyed this channel, hit the follow button, subscribe to the channel. Do all the things, support us. So we'll be back in the future. And thank you to people who supported previously. Yeah, you guys are amazing. The only reason why we're still here. But we'll give a sort of outros. Uh, Fabian Liberty Scott, thank you so freaking much for coming through. You were fantastic. And I mean, I think we had a really fun conversation. I hope you enjoyed yourself here.
Yeah, I usually have fun. Yeah, Fabian Liberty. You can find me on YouTube streaming, usually here Wednesdays. I'm an anarcho-capitalist, which is another fancy word for real libertarian. I'm an anarchist of the right-wing variety, I guess you could say. So if you want to talk philosophy or news or politics or whatever, come swing on by.
Okay. Hey, we were talking about lactoids here earlier, but Scott, I think you have like fantastic hair, like beautiful thick hair. Like, it's really nice, actually.
I appreciate you.
All right. Next, Corey Campbell. Thank you. I loved your contributions today, Corey. And you really got into lactoid skin, which was a lot of fun. I wish you were still here. But Corey, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, well, I try my best every once in a while, and I would still even now try to get under lactoid skin because in that what lactoid was talking about in terms of Joe Biden just reiterated that same lie, but if you actually look at the clip as well, 40 seconds earlier, Joe Biden said, well, there's no place at all for violence in our political, or something to that effect. And so that should absolve him of all responsibility in terms of rhetoric, according to some people, not me. But yeah, and also, this is always great, but I do still feel a little bit betrayed because I was prepared for House of the Dragon conversation that hopefully that will happen next week. And I do agree with Scott, okay, with a point that you made earlier that I wanted to address, where you mentioned basically social media and algorithms and basically, incentives for negative engagement, okay, and also I think that bleeds into, the way our political discourse. And that's something that I've also attempted to push back against in terms of, I've gotten into it with Gibbs of like, I think politics should be less about entertainment and rhetoric and more about truth. And Gibbs was, and from my perspective, was on the opposite end. He's like, no problem with entertainment, it should be more entertaining. I think that's a bad road to go down. But yeah, as always, this is great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Ghosty, Wick, Ollie, Counterpoints, Gibbs, and Scott, always a pleasure. And Lactoid, always a pleasure. And love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Next, Gibbs, another person I have a lot of appreciation for. Thank you for all that you did. Thank you, Corey and Gibbs, for contributing earlier. Much appreciated, friend. But yeah, Gibbs, thanks for coming in and being fantastic and being very honest about your opinions as always.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I always enjoy coming. It's like my favorite night of the week. Yeah, you can find me at Admiral Gibbs.
I enjoy coming too.
Yeah, amen. Right, this guy knows. That's why the porn ban, if Project 2025 happens, revolution. Anyway, sorry. Back to what we were just talking about. Yeah, thanks for having me. I enjoy coming. Anyway, so what I do, politics. Obviously, we do that. We're about to start EA College Football 2025 marathon. You find, and we also do a lot of sci-fi. We do 40K and Star Wars. But otherwise, yeah. So the closing thoughts on this. I think that Wick is absolutely right. Even though we disagree on the maybe some of the specifics of the rhetoric, but I think he's absolutely right when he says that like we need to trust the political process, right? We need to trust the form of government that we have. I am not an anarchist. I like to believe that the reason why we vote is so that we don't have to be doing assassinations of candidates. We don't need to turn ourselves into the Minority Report where we start assassinating people on potentiality. That's a very bad plan. It's a bad plan. I'm not saying there's no scenario where I can see maybe a leader being needed taken out via assassination, but I think that what we have to do is trust the political process and do voting and not be shooting people and applauding people that are escalating violence in politics. And I think that's generally what we need to be watching out for.
Okay. Next we have Counterpoints. Counterpoints has been the best 2 weeks of the year because we've had you back to back. Really excited, friend. Yeah, and I can't wait to whenever you're able to make it here. What's more, you were fantastic. You were dynamic, and yeah, we really did appreciate your perspective on the security apparatus. So thanks so much, man.
No, my pleasure. I do love being here. I just have a young family. I have 2 kids under the age of 6. I'm working full time, and then I'm trying to create content as well. So it's just a little tough to find the energy to do everything that needs doing. But I do absolutely love spending my time with you guys, even if I get a little spicy sometimes. If you want to, in reference to this, I think that the main thing that I want to assert is that I think that stochastic language, meaning that you're trying to make arguments leading people to the point of violence, but then backing off explicitly telling them to commit violence, is absolutely a problem in our culture. I think it's something that should be criticized. I think that the hyperbole that I experienced last week in reference to the Supreme Court, almost certainly, if this person was a never Trumper, meaning he didn't want a despotic king, he was almost certainly listening to this kind of rhetoric before he snuck in there and pulled the trigger. Then we should all be more responsible, but we should also own what needs being done. If Hitler was rising to power, you would be justified at some point taking his life in an extrajudicial, extra legal means, because you know the horror that is going to be committed afterwards is so egregious that you need to make a move. And legality does not equal morality. That being said, if you want to find me, you like my takes, you think it was fun, type in Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints common spelling 40K as in kangaroo, into your YouTube search. You'll find my Warhammer channel. Link down in the description are my debate channels and my essay channel. So thanks for having me, Prime. It was great.
Absolutely. Next, have Ali. Ali, you were fantastic here today as well. Ali, like no joke, I'm going to be using your pictures for my dating profile. It's going to be a little awkward. Going to be a little awkward, but like the first step is to get the women to show up. And we'll deal with the rest later.
You got to bring them in somehow.
But thank you.
Just tell him it was a filter when you meet him in person. It was a filter.
Yeah,
it was just a light skin filter. It's fine.
You haven't seen the Michael Jackson filter? It's great.
I disavow all of this.
So I agree with Connor. What he said was said eloquently. So I'll just leave it at that. That's my first point. Second point. Thank God it wasn't an era, but a Republican is a person advocating for or supporting a Republican government, and then a republic is a state in which supreme power is held by the people and elected representatives, and which has an elected or nominated president rather than a monarch. So do with that what you will, guys.
What's the second
Prime,
definition?
Thank you for.
What's the second definition in your definition?
Of republic?
Is what? Yeah. What's your?
There's no second.
Republican.
A Republican is a member of the or supporter of a Republican Party. There is no second definition.
So would you consider someone that takes money from Progressive Victory, that's sole goal is to get Democrats elected and to push the left further left and be more progressive and chain new activists to be someone that is a supporter of the Republican Party and thus a Republican via that definition? Or would you consider them, I don't know, not a supporter of the GOP when they're taking money from Progressive?
I think the person in question who we're talking about did join this for the shits and the giggles and the little bit of the paycheck that came with it. And then, yeah, you know, but like also, but I think he supports a republic. I think he supports a republic, and I think he's anti-Trump. I will go that far. I just don't. The real question with PV, if we're being honest, is I don't know why, you know, if you didn't, why you wouldn't have picked like another Republican, but there isn't another Republican that was going to win the nomination. So I completely understand the point. I was just giving you guys the definition. Thank you for having me, Brian. It was lovely arguing with you people.
Thank you. Next we have our friend Wick. Wick, thank you for coming through. I was very happy to have you. I've missed you a lot, friend. I always have.
Maybe
a good
you should
time.
get better aim as well. But anyway, no, thanks for being here.
Damn.
Okay. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. I appreciate
You're
it.
used to
I
hosting.
very rarely get to not be the host. I'm usually the one that's having to wrangle. So I appreciate not being the one that has to wrangle, but having to be wrangled. It gives me a perverse pleasure, making it hard for you. So it's okay. But closing thoughts. If we have to burn our house down to save our house, then our house is just ash. I reject doomerism around this. I think that we have plenty of ways to deal with threats to our democracy that do not involve violence of any sort. Right? There are plenty of fail-safes, plenty of institutions. There are plenty of ways to deal with a recalcitrant president who does not follow the law of the land, that we don't have to resort to violence. And anyone who is telling you otherwise is lying to you and does not have your best interest at heart. So please, 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 let's think of each other not as enemies, but as fellow humans, as fellow Americans. Except for you, fucking Corey Campbell, I hate you. You're Canadian. But for the rest of us, right? For the Americans in the audience, for the Americans on the panel, you know, even though you may have your shit takes and I may disagree with you, I do not celebrate when you have harm fall upon you. I wish you well, and I hope that no matter the outcome of this coming election, we can come together and unify and be better as people. And if you like what I have to say, if you enjoy what I have going on, we got some great stuff coming up. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about why movies suck. It'll be a nice different type of topic than today's was. We're going to be having Fairy Queen on. We're going to be having Daniela, and we're going to be having Maeve, and they're going to tell me why Gladiator 2 inspired the shooter. So it'll be an interesting.
The second one that's not out yet.
Yes, I know, but the trailers are. So Wednesday, I'm going to be
Rome
hosting a
must
debate
fall.
between Soyaddle and Drunken and Dragons, I think is his name, on nuclear power. And Thursday, I'm going to be having Hutch on. I'm going to be having Lactoid on and a few others. And we're going to be talking about political violence and when, if ever, is it okay. And then Friday, we're going to have Collins. And that's it. So find me at Wick-TV on YouTube and Wick TV on Twitch and Kick. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much. Okay. Let's let's go to Ghosty. Ghosty, it was very amazing to have you around. This was
Thank you.
it was great to have a new person. You you annoyed Scott, right? And like that's always a plus. It's always a plus. You become one of my favorite people. The more you annoy Scott, all right, the more I love you. It's a direct relationship there. Ghosty, hopefully we can have you back in the future.
Thank you. I would love to come back. Thanks for having me. I had a good time. Yeah, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled 6HOSTII, and I'm on YouTube and X. I'm on a little theology kick right now, so I don't have a regular streaming schedule yet or anything, so I'll try to, get into that, but, kind of just talk about random shit I want to talk about and whatever. So check out my channel if you want to. As for this topic, I think that it just seems whenever Trump is in the picture, we have a lot of tension and turmoil in our country, which I just want nothing more than to end. Seems like shit just seems to be chill until Trump comes up. I think the real race is between a man who spent his entire life in the United States government, who's old now and doesn't perform well in debates, versus a slightly younger man who tried to overthrow the election and got immunity from the Supreme Court. Most of the people here spent the night talking about Black Lives Matter and the bullseye comment and calling Trump a Nazi sympathizer, while other people talked about the fact that Trump tried to get allies from various states that he lost to appoint a fake set of electors and pressured Vice President Pence to delay the counting of the votes. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just incomparable and incomparable in my mind. And Biden 2025. Peace.
Thanks so much. Okay, and finally, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Doobie, thank you for being here. Thank you for your contribution earlier to the community. Much appreciated, friend. But beyond that, thanks for coming through. You are a like we don't get to see you as much because you've been busy in real life, but every time you come through, like you make a really big impact. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. I think we're at 86,000 members now, hundreds of people in the voice channels every day, all day, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, it's a good time. I'm totally expecting it to be deleted at some point in this election cycle, by the way. I can't imagine Discord lets us get away with it for this long through this election. That'd be fucking crazy.
You're too big to fail.
No. So yeah, totally expected to be deleted. That'll be cool too when that happens. I'll finally be free. Yeah, I'm praying I'm praying that the country invests in optometry and lots of broken stairs.
Oh fuck!
Nice.
Nice. Yes. So, oh god. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for that. His link is in chat, so you guys can check that out. Under exclamation Doobie. Yeah, this was amazing. God, you would think I would be ready. Oh wait a minute. Hold on. All right. and this just happened only 4 minutes ago. PDX pleb, thank you for the $5 stream. What's it called, super chat. Based DB in counterpoints, people I don't normally agree with. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe. Thank you so much. Yay! And then Emily K2352. It's not a super chat, but it says get some right wing women on the panel. We would love to have some right wing women on the panel. If you're a right wing women panel, reach out. Why don't you hit me up on Discord or something? We would love to get any right wingers here. I mean, we don't.
All I can think of is that video of Nick Fuentes getting dressed down by, I think it was like Hannah Cox, where like where they edited it, and it's just like she drones on fucking telling him like you're misogynistic, and it just goes like, ooh. Nobody ever seen that one? Just me? Okay, all right, I'll find it.
I think I just saw that video.
I'm gonna send you off to hey, Gibbs, are you streaming?
I am streaming.
All right. Well, we'll go to our friend Gibbs. I was going to send
Thank
you
you.
some random person, but
Peace out, Girl Scouts. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
yeah,
See you
have a
later.
good one.
Bye.
And I got to run as well. Good night, guys.
Bye.
Peace out,
Take
brother.
care, Connor.
I'm gonna.
While I still have you,
I'm starving.
while I have whoever's still here,
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing
When
this
I-
for a while.
yeah, while I still have you here, at least Admiral Gibbs, or Corey Kibble, when I say like add a dislike button, like I don't mean just like a dislike. What I mean, just to be like flesh out slightly more. I know, but like maybe some other people were. I just wanted to clarify, like what we need
Thank you again, Prime.
is
Yeah,
our
so
current
no problem.
algorithms. Our current algorithms currently look like, because we don't ever have like full information on the algorithms, because as soon as YouTube or somebody releases that, people game it. Like they did that with like clickbait intros. They did that with like, they figure out how to game the algorithm. But like it appears that most algorithms focus primarily on engagement, and they don't discern between negative engagement and positive engagement. And when people give positive engagement, it usually means that they're available for a smaller period of time, right? Like if I'm on Twitter, for example, and I see something I like, I might give it a like. I might even repost it, but more than likely I might give it a like and be like, hell yeah, and then I leave. But when I'm pissed, I won't like the post, but I'll be in the comments, and and I'll stay on the platform for longer. And the problem with that is that it seems that like what we need is what I'm saying is like we need a dislike button that then is used in the algorithm to lower, at the very least, lower the percentage in terms of like the engagement, right? Like if I dislike a video and then I stay on a post for 5 minutes because I'm arguing, right? It should be worth like, let's say 20 or 30% of someone that likes the post and then spends a similar amount of time arguing in the comments. Like I'm not saying like get rid of all negative engagement, but the fact that negative engagement is overvalued over positive engagement is driving creators, especially, to just, I mean, like you said, like Connor said with iHypocrite, like he'll constantly grab a meme and then be like, "Are you guys notice it?" He'll do something to like get the groypers in. Right, he'll do something to get the groypers in, so they'll all yell about the Jews, and then that'll trigger all the lefties to be like, "Fuck you, you anti-Semite," blah blah blah, and then they'll go back and forth, and that's how you get like a lot of like views and things like that. It's like we need something to counter that, because not only is it bad for our culture and bad for like political discourse, I think it's also bad for advertisers. Like it's not helping advertisers. Like. And so then what we end up with is groups like what is it GARM or whatever, fucking Global Alliance on Responsible Media, that World Economic Forum partners with, and they own like 90%. They're associated with, I won't say own, they're associated with like 90% of all ad revenue online. So you end up with like this censorship apparatus that is like trying to find things that they think are negative and then pull away from them. And so now you have like ad revenue that only goes to the left at this point. But at the same time, it's like it's not working because their bias is just stupid. And like it's a platform problem on all of these platforms. It's not a problem of like what advertisers should and shouldn't go with. They need to fix it at its root, which is the algorithm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Like in my assessment, like I think definitely your recommendation is an improvement. Like I still see sort of a problem in terms of like whether it actually play out like this, like on Reddit. Like obviously you can downvote on Reddit, but then like it totally happens that like the best comment like it's actually the true comment is like downvoted and just gets buried. I have a concern. Like I think overall you're right that some sort of dislike.
Well, Reddit's different, right? To be fair, because Reddit is you're in a subreddit, and so each Reddit is like intentionally creating echo chambers. That's the point of Reddit,
yeah.
Right? It's like we all like isekai manga, so we all go to this specific place where everybody likes isekai manga, and then like
I'll
something.
Assume you mentioned comprehensible words there, but yeah, I agree that exists probably.
It's like Japanese for like another world, but it usually means like people reincarnated in like a magic world or something. It's trash manga, but it's fun. But like, and then if you say something shitty against isekai manga, you're in that subreddit. Like, obviously, you're going to get downvoted to hell because everybody there is a fan of that. So, I mean, I feel like Reddit maybe is a little bit different in that regard.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just curious because, yeah, I agree with you. Some sort of dislike button or to like drown out negative engagement would be an improvement. I'm curious, like, do you see a potential solution of like social media, like TikTok, for example, like from my estimation, for what I observe, and even there's some studies to back it up of like in the health and wellness space, there's a lot of bad information out there.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go to the ridiculous, like drinking your own urine and all that stuff, and coffee enemas. Like I don't know how, and that seems to like for whatever reason gain traction. And I don't know how you deal with that in terms of like.
I think it is that. I think part of it is the negative engagement. I think again, health is health and wellness places. I think are particularly susceptible to misinformation or bad information because no one wants to follow somebody that if let's say my algorithm is really like centered on like workout tips, right? Because that's constantly what I'm looking at. Well, how many times can I see someone go like, yeah, like you need to do 20 minutes of cardio before you start your lift, and then you need to isolate a muscle group, and then you need to do these tried and true methods of this muscle group, and then and either go to failure or, depending on how you're trying to balance your muscles, maybe potentially, rep, and the best way to do it is to start with high reps and then move your, and then with each iteration, move your reps down. That's going to be pretty much it. And then you're not going to have that much more to say.
Yeah, it's not exciting.
It's not exciting. It's not novel, right? And so there is a desire to be seen in a wave of people that put out information that is like that, to be like, if you want to, like I saw a video the other day and it was this guy and he was like, stop using machines. Like the machines are not helping you. You're not going to engage your core unless you only train with free weights, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, I have a genetic disorder that like fucks up my joints. Like, no, I'm going to use the machines because I don't want to break my fucking ankle. Like powerlifting, I'm going to use like a hack squat machine because fucking guess what? I'm not going to break my ankle because it maintains the motion. Like, but they'll just say dumb shit because it's novel, and then people are like, ooh, interesting. And then this is where the negative engagement comes in with that. Then you have people that are lifters or whatever that go in the comments and go, this is bullshit. This isn't real. And then other people are like, oh, you don't know, I bet you're fat. And then like all of that negative engagement spurs it on. So I do think that it is still the negative engagement that drives that. But of course there is going to be a bias towards novel information. And it's easier to make up bullshit.
Or just catchy. Like, yeah, the BS, like as you consume, fitness and health content on social media, like, yeah, as you I think you gave great examples of like, they're going to come up with like the most ridiculous exercise to like drive engagement. Or like, yeah, you have to like, you have to train with chains and, all kinds of like levers and pulleys and most ridiculous positions. And then they film it. I'm like, yeah, it looks ridiculous, but that's what gets the eyeball.
I don't know this is true, right? This is just appears to be what I see. It looks like the more short form the content is, the worse this is. And that's because when you look at, let's say, YouTube or Rumble, right, where you have long form videos, they have a metric that's not really as available for shorts, and certainly not available as much for like tweets and things like that on Twitter or like Instagram, for example, which is if I make a 20-minute video and my video is bullshit, then you have meaningful watch duration. So what will end up happening is someone will watch 1 minute, be like, this is all bullshit, and they'll go in the comments, but they won't watch the last 19 minutes of the video. So it seems like the algorithm doesn't reward the more long form the content is, the less rewarding it is towards negative engagement, because people don't negatively engage with long form content as much by watching it, right? Like people don't watch the content that gets them angry, but they do go to the comments and want their voice to be heard and like downvote the video or something, and they do click on it, but they won't watch a whole video. Whereas with like TikTok or YouTube Shorts, you know, with TikTok, what is the maximum? Do you remember, Ali? Because I don't have a TikTok. I want to say it's like 3 minutes or like 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
You can do 10-minute videos, but most people are uploading minute to like 30 seconds to a minute long.
Yeah, well, it does better in the algorithm, and also you can just copy the same video and put it on YouTube, because YouTube's is a minute, or actually technically YouTube's is 59 seconds. But because there's like a buffer to it or whatever, if you try and upload something that's exactly 60 seconds or even 59.5, it'll get converted into a YouTube video, not a short. Just for all you people out there that want to know. But yeah, so it seems like because of watch duration, long form content tends to have less of a reward for negative engagement in that way, because you just get less hate watchers the longer your video is.
Yeah, so you do believe that like some sort of well, if the algorithm takes into account negative engagement, like that would improve the situation with, let's say, the example of like health and wellness and all that stuff. Like, you think that ultimately, fundamentally, it's the negative again? Okay. Obviously, I'm open to try that experiment. Like, whatever makes it better.
Yeah, like I don't want to completely get rid of negative engagement, because it is important that people are entertained and you keep people's attention, right? Like intention, like the biggest problem I think really is that I think advertisers are not understanding how dangerous negative engagement is to their brand. Instead, they're still focused on a concept that like, oh, this content is bad, so we'll remove our ads from this content, instead of realizing that you can't. It's like whack-a-mole for advertisers, right? And then every time they whack a mole, there's this problem where they're likely to get negative feedback for censorship, right? So you have to be you like, because if let's say I'm Nike, right? There's been research. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. But there was market research from private companies, not university. They're doing their research, and basically, I remember, and again, I could get one or two things wrong here because I'm just remembering. I'm paraphrasing. They had looked at like what were considered controversial videos, and then they put brands with them multiple times, and then they did like self-report surveys about like, how do you feel about this brand, without ever mentioning the videos. And they did it like with a bunch of other videos, right? So it was just put into their normal viewing experience, so that they probably wouldn't even recall what video it was attached with. And what they found is, for brands that have like medium to low approval rating, it didn't really affect their brand at all. But for brands that were like really innocuous with really high approval rating, it actually negatively affected the image of their brand. And if I remember correctly, Colgate toothpaste was one of them, right? Like it's an innocuous thing that had high ratings, and then when you put it with a bunch of controversial shit multiple times, there seems to be almost a subconscious link to like the controversial negative feelings to the brand itself. So not only is the advertising not working positively, it's actually hurting them. It's actually going to like negatively impact their brand. And so like you can't do that with individual channels, and all of these biases and things. You got to do something about the algorithm itself rewarding this type of content, at least as far as I see.
Yeah. And I think there's an underlying issue. I think you sort of allude to it, of like, obviously, these platforms and advertisers looking for attention. Okay. And I think that's a real issue of just like fundamentally, like short form content is like inherently problem. This is one of the reasons why I got into it with Gibbs, of like he's all about catching eyeballs. Doesn't really obviously doesn't seem to care all that much about content. Okay, as long as you're getting the eyeballs and if you're just catching people's attention, well, that's enough.
Well, no.
It,
Hold on,
yeah,
let me
I
just
could be
let me
mischaracterizing the
just
position.
I mean, I don't think you're to some extent you're correct, right? Like I think that there's a little more um nuance that like I mean obviously I want to think there's one nuance, but like when I say just catching eyeballs, yeah, like I understand why some people do that, like where they just do the extreme thing to get the eyeballs, and I'm not exactly promoting that. That's not if that's the message y'all have gotten, that's not it, right? Do think that
Leave me out of that. I
right,
didn't
yeah,
say you
right.
said
I'm
that.
not s no. I'm just kinda, like, giving broad generals right here. I think that there are people that do that in general. Like, some people are just like, they're like the basically the tabloid content creators. That's what they think. And even, like, politicians, there are politicians that use this method. But when I say I think politics need to be more entertaining, I think there's a truth to the fact that it seems like we've gotten people in office and in like this that don't know how to like speak, right? And when they go and get these
Mm,
messages out, it's like, oh,
mm.
I say it turns into a soundbite and it's super boring and that turns people off. I know some of y'all are really like to do the break debate, bro, definition debate, and that's fine. But my critique of that is that you might be right with everything you factually say, but if nobody wants to listen to you, then it doesn't matter what you say, and even if you are right, because it's not entertaining. That's why you can take sometimes I'll take like a hyperbole or a comment and like exaggerate it up, but just to get a point across, it's like, oh, but it's even though it's like dumbed down, it's that like people can digest this, they can interact with it, as opposed to like some abstract concept that was explained in a very boring way that turned them off. And I think that's a problem in this space and at the political level.
Okay, yeah, on that is my direct pushback in terms of you in my mind, you want to sort of like cater to, sort of like the lowest common denominator in terms of like
But
people
that's the
don't
most
want.
important in democracy, right?
Pardon me?
Well, so I would agree that's the most important thing in a democracy, though, right? Like, is it the average
Uh,
person, like the lowest common denominator, like the
Well,
average
well,
voter?
so I would like to believe that the average person can be sort of like elevated in terms of like, so you sort of mentioned that, some of these politicians, they don't know how to speak, okay? And just like, I guess people get bored of hearing them speak. But to me, I'd like to believe that people can, learn to, assimilate and listen to people that are maybe not the most, rhetorically effective. Just as like, I mean, this is one of the pushback when I come across people that like, I don't like reading. I don't like reading books. Well, you should
Yeah,
learn to read. Okay, you're like,
I agree.
unless you're just like self-admitting, okay, that you're an idiot. Like, you should learn to read something. Most likely, some sort of novel. I also nonfiction, but some people just on principle. It's like reading is boring. Okay, and just on principle, since it's so boring, I'll never learn to read. It's the same thing I encounter with people of like. Just going on the topic of working out, like I don't like doing leg day. I want to get strong legs, but I don't want to do leg day. Well, good luck squaring that circle. Like you should learn to engage and do these difficult things, even if they're boring, even if they're challenging. You should learn to do challenging things,
Sure.
like listening to someone
But
that
it's
maybe
not
not be
effective.
rhetorically
It's
effective.
not effective. You know what I'm saying? But like effectiveness is like a key thing, right? Like if you go out there and say you're a street preacher, right? And you want to start a church from scratch, right? And you go out there and you can't get anybody to come listen to you, then maybe your calling isn't to be a street preacher. Like it's just like I hate to like be this like negative Nancy, and I'm not saying that people that aren't entertaining don't have value, but there's a reason why we listen to like these like scholars, and one of the ones everybody has on TV is Neil deGrasse Tyson, because when he explains it, he does it in a manner that the average person can relate to these concepts to, whether it be
Mm.
entertaining or like at a like low enough level that's it's not it's I'm not saying there's no value to this, but I'm saying that like to like the people that don't do this, but I'm saying that I think that these people maybe if they're really serious about their fields and especially in politics should maybe take classes or learn or like engage or try, because you just get better by things by doing these things. And I just don't think that I think that's a real problem. Like I just thought this earlier the debate that people were critiquing Fabian here, and I've critiqued Fabian. Like I think the very first time I was like, cool, the fancy word for touching grass, right? And I like on some level I'm memeing, but on some level I'm also like people don't like people can also feel condescended to. People don't want to hear like the long things. I don't know. I just think that like entertainment is a key factor, and people like when they dismiss it, they're like, "Oh, well, we're only going to low stuff." I'm like, "Well, in a democracy, that's a big portion of people,
Yeah,
right?" Like, and I don't mean they're
I,
idiots when I say this. I mean they might not have time to engage in anything but the like little like blurbs and comments and the short form. Like that's what all they have time for. Like
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, there's absolutely an element. Okay, well, I mean, Scott has mentioned this many times in terms of whatever the pillars of, I guess, effective argumentation of pathos, ethos, and logos. I believe the three ones. And yeah, there's totally like something to be said for like rhetoric. I just think I'm concerned of like I don't know where you stand, but it seems like you want to like overvalue it a little bit. This goes back
If I'm
to
gonna be,
not to get yeah. Go ahead.
if I can be as Chadmiral, Chadmiral,
Chadmiral Gibbs. We're going to use that one from now on.
Even more.
That was
I gave
getting
it to you.
clipped.
There you go. That one's getting clipped. That's okay. But if I could be as charitable to Admiral Gibbs's position as I can, it appears to me that when people, because I thought a lot about like trying to understand why certain people were popular, because at least for a period of time there, I was like really serious about streaming. I'm not quite as serious about it now because I have other things going on in my life, etc. But especially when I was on Twitch, like why are these people gaining attraction, etc. And what it appears to be to me is that people really value when it comes to infotainment, right? Because that's really what we're talking about, infotainment, right? Gaining information and being entertained at the same time. They really value when something is right at the tip of their tongue, right at the edge of their thoughts, but they still grasp the concept. And then what they say, and this is something that I noticed with Jordan Peterson when he blew up, right? Was people constantly said, I was thinking that all my life, but I couldn't quite put it into words.
That's a good point.
And so that's why I think people like Destiny are so popular in one regard, is because Destiny, I'm not going to make a claim about his IQ or anything, but it appears, at least in the way that he explains concepts, he's probably sitting around 115, at least in the explanation of his concepts. That doesn't mean that he's 115 or anything like that, right? But it seems like that's about where he's at. He's a little bit above average, so that the majority of people that are sitting at 100 to 115 IQ, right, which is the majority of the population, are between 85 and 115.
One standard deviation.
Right. I mean, obviously we could change. We could say 110 to 90 is a bigger, but you get what I mean. The things are explained that way, and so to Admiral Gibbs's point, I think we've all met people that are explaining concepts at like a 130 or 145 level, and it's not entertaining. And one of the reasons it's not entertaining, no matter how flowery you are or poetic you are, is that the concept being explained or the way it's being explained is too complicated for your average person to get or to fully grasp. And then that makes them angry, or that makes them feel stupid, or that just makes them feel like you're talking nonsense. Right. And I do think that there is value in being able to, I don't want to say dumb down things, but be able to effectively communicate complicated things in a similar way, like being an effective communicator. And so like, I don't disagree that like, especially with science above all else, because people that are involved in the sciences also tend to be very antisocial. And they're not great communicators. And so they're dealing with incredibly complex things. And then you have a lot of people that aren't great communicators. So they're not able to like say it in terms that work well. And like Admiral Gibbs said, I think it's why so many people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, even though Neil deGrasse Tyson, I have issues with him. And I think he says stupid shit a lot. But nevertheless, a lot of things he says are well communicated, kind of dumbed down versions of really complicated things, and that becomes entertaining because he's effective at communicating those things, and also is effective at putting in a little bit of humor or a little joke or something to like grind up the monotony of the concept, and is able to grasp on things that are inherently interesting. Like I remember he did one of his Joe Rogan appearances. He had a conversation about how light works on movie sets and how he can constantly see shadows on movies and know that it was filmed at night and that it was artificial sunlight because of the length of the shadow changing up close to where the light source was versus farther away. And you don't get that with the sun. And so he's explaining shadows. He's explaining how, like he's explaining scientific things that might be maybe not outside the grasp of normal people, certainly not. But he's explaining things that other people could fail to communicate very easily, but he's doing it in a way that is entertaining and relates to other people, because other people are like, yeah, I watch movies. Dude, I'm going to look out for that now. And now, God's honest truth, I see that shit all the time when I watch movies. Like, I'll see the shadows further away being longer and be like, or, vice versa, sorry. But you see the shadows changing in the distance versus the frame. Like, oh, that was filmed at night. You know what I mean? Like, and I just see it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Right. And so I think there is value to being entertaining because it does do that. It does make it to where your average individual can do that. And that is a valuable skill, though I don't know. I think that is something that where I disagree with Admiral Gibbs, is that's something individuals need to focus on and not something algorithms or, platforms or things need to focus on, because I think it would probably have a deleterious effect.
Yeah, I think there's something to sort of deconstruct. So, like, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson's a pretty good example in terms of like, well, yeah, from what I understand, he's like a cosmologist. Okay, I don't know that he's strictly like well, I mean, he is a physicist. He got his PhD in physics, but like, I think cosmology, is a certain branch of physics that probably, I don't think he's doing like the hardcore mathematical equation. I could be wrong. Could be totally wrong. I don't know. I'm not a cosmologist, but I have not read any of his books. Okay, mostly engaged with like whatever his interviews and his YouTube channel, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, there's totally something to be said for like effective communication and being able to, translate science. Now, would I say he's like translating, like at some level, yeah, he like that example you gave, like, is he getting into the weeds of like light and photons and like no, he's not.
But hold on, Corey,
I don't know.
Just to engage with your thing right there. All right. So what if I change the word from entertainment to effectiveness? Right? Like that would make a big difference to you, I think, right? So
Yeah,
if
I
right,
do see those as two separate things. Sort of.
right. So I guess my argument that I'm making is the way I'm looking at it is when I say entertainment, like I'm going to use an example of my algebra teacher. I think I've given it to you before, but I struggled with algebra. Now I'm really, really good at math in general. It's like one of the things that I like. It just comes naturally. But I was struggling and I couldn't figure out X. And I go into his class one day and he goes, "Hey, X is like Cartman from South Park." He's like, "Screw you guys, I'm going home." And he moves across the equal sign. You got to solve for X. And I'm like, oh, well, this shit's easy. And it's just like the effectiveness of like entertaining communication to put it into terms that like a kid can relate to. That's important for teaching. All this is like when I'm saying like effect like
As
entertainment
opposed to
is
rote
I'm saying
memorization. Yeah.
right. Yeah, it's like an effective form of communication. And I think that when we like go into these abstracts, if we're going to talk about these abstracts, you can explain abstract concepts, but you could do it in a way that's more effective, aka entertaining, is kind of the argument that I'm making to you. So like I don't know, like even among research papers, are there some that are easier to read because they're written a certain way as opposed to ones that are written a different way, and it comes down to author styles? Yes, I know you know that. And so like you see what I'm saying? Like which one's easier to slog through? You're gonna go, oh man, it was a read, but I got through it. Versus like, I really enjoyed their writing style. I got through this paper real easily, and was able to look at the data.
No, yeah, you're right. And like, so that sentiment, like, I largely agree with you. But then, what do you do, like you when you want to get someone to like learn, let's say, about immigration policy, which I don't know, is like, I think there's some level of complexity there in terms of like, let's say optimizing immigration policy. Like, what do you do? Like, can you make that entertaining? What do you do to the person that's like looking into like, I want to be both informed and entertained while learning about immigration policy? I don't know if that's like the easiest thing to do. There are some topics that it's like very difficult to make. Take care, Ollie. Always a pleasure. Be well.
Sorry.
Yep. Maybe this might just be a lack of creativity, but I think there are totally instances where it's like there's a topic that's like really complicated. Okay, I think there's a reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson like sticks to like making examples with the universe and we're all made of stardust, really flowery language, and he's not getting into the weeds of like the uncertainty principle and like lights and photons. Okay, and so it's like, what do you do? Let's say when it comes to politics, which can be I think fair to say really complicated, really get into the weeds, especially philosophy, and it's not entertaining. Like, or you can't. It's the barrier to making entertaining is really difficult.
You do with anything. You hit the high points. Like I don't need to like someone to explain to me, in politics, right? Like this is what gets me mad. This is why, like, I haven't taken issue with like Connor's debate style like that he used against me tonight. 'Cause this has been a recurring thing with him and like another one. A couple people are like, "Oh, we'll define something." I'm like, "Bro, okay." Like, not to be a dick, like, and not counting my meme degrees, right? I have a degree, a political science degree from like a presidential library. You're gonna sit here and try to get me to define the word republic. You're clearly in the middle of my like your thing. Like, that's a bad tactic. That's annoying. It's boring. Like, okay, cool. We're really gonna just die on these weeds, these definitions, whenever we can actually be talking about the issue and using like good language that people want to listen to. I think that's like a style that's bad. And I see that even in like non like hostile panels. I see just the way people like want to approach writing or want to approach like putting info out. Like, did you like? I'll give you an example. It's a good thing. Like, this is gonna sound bad, but it's kind of a good thing that Mitch McConnell like was on the way out when he was right, because clearly he doesn't know how to talk in the age of like TikTok, right? Like he's a different animal. And you see like people that are able to take this advantage of this, like AOC has been very effective, right? And what she's done with like TikTok and all the social medias, and it's just clear to me that like as people like things evolve, I think that now that they have more direct access to the polis, like becoming a way to talk to people in a manner they relate to, that's effectiveness. And it like to be effective, you have to be entertaining.
Yeah, yeah, that's again, at some level, I agree. I'm curious, Scott, how you would potentially approach this. So, like, let's say, through the things that you do, you come across someone, okay, that reaches out to you saying, "Hey, I've heard you speak and I've heard you allude to, objectivism and the philosophy, and I want to get started on like diving deep on objectivist philosophy." I assume at some point, okay, you'd recommend, some sort of book by Ayn Rand for objectivist philosophy. And like, what would you do if like, well, okay, they started reading it and like, yeah, I tried to read the first few pages and I thought it was boring, so I gave up.
Yeah, I mean, so Rand especially is probably Rand is probably the perfect example you could give for my answer here. And the reason is because Rand recognizes that there's only going to be a few philosophers. Like at the end of the day, the masses are not going to be philosophers. Like it's just like at a certain point you have to like there is this. I look at someone saying a well-informed voter, to me, is the same contradictory language as clean air and water. How clean? Right? Like, because like we could sacrifice all of our gross domestic product and tax everyone at 99%, and we will not have purely clean water. Right? Like, so it's an easy thing for politicians to say, I believe in clean water and clean air. What the fuck does that mean? Well, relative to what? Cleaner than it currently is? Well, over the last 100 years in cities, our water and air has gotten cleaner, right? Like even with increases in technology and even, right, like since the Industrial Revolution, our water in cities has gotten cleaner and cleaner, has gotten less impure. But there's no safe amount of lead in the water, right? Like there's not an acceptable level. What's acceptable is better than what it was. And so it becomes a political
Obviously, if we
trade-off.
can actually in real world get it down to absolutely zero, we would do that. But can't really do that.
Right, but in order to but we could get water to near absolute zero, right?
Yeah.
But you would have to sacrifice everything. You would have to sacrifice roads. You'd have to sacrifice driving. You'd have to sacrifice electricity in most homes, right? Like you like more and more sacrifices would get you cleaner and cleaner water.
Yeah,
And
what's
so-
wrong with little chemicals anyway? It's all right. Build immunity.
Right. So that's the thing, right? Is that like it's a platitude. It's not a real thing. I look at it the same way when I say we need informed voters. How informed? Informed on what? Right? It is impossible to have perfectly informed voters. Why? Because that would require every person in America to know everything. It's impossible. So what you really mean when you say is we need an informed voter base is that you need people to have more knowledge than they currently have. It's saying, I don't like the fact that there is, a dearth of knowledge amongst the voter base. I would like to increase that by some degree. And then there becomes a trade-off on that. And so when I look at things like philosophy, I'm going to tell you, eventually, if you want to know Ayn Rand, you need to read all of Atlas Shrugged. And if you can't get through it, knowing more about Ayn Rand probably isn't going to help you. I might be able to give you, some quick video from Ayn Rand Institute that like explains a concept if you want to know it a little bit better. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be a philosopher, especially of objectivism, unless you're intelligent and motivated and like this. And if you don't like it and you're not motivated and you're not intelligent, you're not going to fucking get it. And so, but of course I'm an anarchist, right? And so, and I'm an anarchist that believes in hierarchy, which is, you know, many anarchists would say is anti-anarchy, but they're retarded. Well, they're ideologically captured.
They're the lowest on the hierarchy.
Well, it's just like, you know, it's stupid because it's like, there's like, we don't believe in hierarchies. And it's like, okay, you want to learn tennis. You go to someone that's been doing tennis for 30 years. You ask them to teach you tennis. You accept that they're better at tennis than you. Congratulations, you just made a hierarchy, right? Like, it's dumb to think that hierarchies don't exist. Or that you can live in a world without them. But that's kind of the thing, is that like voting treats everyone as if they have the same value to add in our political opinions. And I just don't agree. I think, and that's part of the reason why I'm an anarchist, is that I think people that are really good at X should devote their lives to X. And so it's kind of like when I see scientists.
The platform? Twitter?
No, I just mean like X as a variable, right? Like it's kind of like when I see it's kind of like when I see scientists or engineers that aren't scientists, that have a bachelor's degree in engineering, you know, and consider themselves science communicators, right? Start talking about politics and trans issues. It's like, dude, you're as dumb as the average American on this. Like, just because you have a high IQ and you're really good at this one thing, this domain over here, doesn't necessarily translate to other domains. And it's like, I don't value fucking a science communicator's opinion on political issues that I'm better informed on. I don't care that you're smart and you have a doctorate degree. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like when Jordan Peterson starts talking about politics, half the time he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. It's like when it comes to alcoholism research and it comes to
hold on,
Jungian psychology.
You don't think that there's some crossover? I've had this argument.
There's some. I'm not saying there isn't
with my
any.
professor, like, because I the way I look at politics, like, maybe this is not a broad statement, but I think a portion of it is like group psychology, right? And I think Jordan Peterson's what specialized in like an individual, right? So I kind of like think there is some crossover.
No, I would say
yeah.
no. His expertise psychologically is on Jungian mythological concepts, which would be collective psychology, archetypes and things like. If you read Maps of Meaning is a slug, right? But it is a really good book.
By Peterson wrote this?
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. That's the book he wrote from Harvard Press when he was a.
And that's what put him on the map. Well,
Harvard.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I like
that was before
I
any of the
some
controversy.
of his interviews. That's about it.
This was in the 90s. This was when he was talking about Jungian concepts about, like, you know, the monomythological structure and like why they're the same, and like and his expertise or driving force in that was trying to understand communist revolution and rise of fascism psychologically. So his expertise is almost certainly in collective psychology, and he has a course. You can watch one of his Maps of Meaning course on YouTube, like back when he was teaching it.
The University of Toronto.
Course. Yeah, but his sorry. I'm sorry I brought up Harvard, but not the Canadian University. My bad. But I don't give a fuck about Harvard. It's stupid. So I mean, like, that's the thing, is like, as an anarchist, that's kind of part of the crux of as an ANCAP, is that I don't believe that everybody should have an equal voice in how this country is run, especially considering other people are subject to it, and I consider it violence, etc. But just from like a consequentialist perspective, right? Part of the problem is that like a 20-year-old girl with a low IQ has the same political voice as a 45-year-old man that is a lawyer, a constitutional law scholar. Like, the idea that those two people have equal say in how a political system is run, it just seems retarded. And it is.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I don't really philosophically disagree with you. And like, I would actually even respond sort of the same way in terms of when I brought up the Ayn Rand example, and the person that doesn't want to engage with it, but they asked you, or they've expressed interest learning about objectivism. I would say the same thing. I believe, okay, if my memory serves me correctly, it's like, well, I'm on the same page of like, I guess not everyone's cut out to be a philosopher because like I encounter sort of like the same issue with like I'm a big but I'm also a big fan of like the Republic, and I think that ideally everyone should read that book. But like I believe that book is written in a certain way. Well, obviously I read it in an English translation, but I think overall, like in the original Greek, the way it was written is sort of like a filtering out process. Like, yeah, if you can't like slog through this, well, then you're just not cut out to be a philosopher. Just like if you can't slog through, the NFL Combine, you're not cut out to be a football player.
To be fair, and to back up Admiral Gibbs's point, one of the reasons the Republic is so difficult to get through is because like half of the text is unnecessary because it's conversational, and it doesn't translate to the reader currently. Right, like it's not because it's conversational. It doesn't.
It's a dialogue, yeah.
But like, I mean, with
dialogues
that, with that,
are kind of boring to the modern reader.
Right. I mean, and with that, right? Like, okay, maybe that is the like filter to like separate you from being a philosopher, or like, hey, I'm going to be a graduate with a political science degree, right? Sure, you might be right about that. However, that being also said, if I wanted to, like, if I was talking to my mom, who's got like an accounting degree, right? I think, a very intelligent individual, probably more intelligent than me in some regards and different like aspects, right? Like, I would sit here, she would find, she wouldn't read the Republic, right? She'd find it boring, she would stop, but she would be interested in the concepts like espoused on there. And we've had many discussions where I've talked about it to her, and then I've, she's looked up stuff on, other concepts from other famous people, and she'll be like, what do you think of this? Right. And like, if you could put it in an entertaining way, well, they will engage with it. That's key, right? Like, they don't need to be a philosopher to understand the basic concepts and like the implications of what something is. Like, I don't need to be an astronomer to understand that, basically the life cycle of a star at some point is going to get so big it's gonna, if it turns into a red giant, absorb this like us unless something moves, right? Like, I don't need these like high level understandings that, oh, the speed of light's really fast, we can't beat it unless something changes. Like, okay, that's easy enough to explain to me. Okay, my car can't hit the speed of light. These are like, you could dumb it down to like where people can engage this and be correct and get like the basic conclusions of stuff and like whatever. I just don't understand why that's an issue.
Yes and no. The reason it's an issue is because I mean, like,
yeah,
like
but I'm saying there's like the filter. But like, when you're talking about like politics, like, why should there need to be a filter for just the average voter for something? Like, that's the issue I'm having with what y'all are saying.
The reason is because there's two different things we're talking about, right? There's knowing a concept, right, and being able to regurgitate the concept, and then there is having a foundation of understanding why that concept is there and how that concept actually works. Because a lot of times knowing a concept only partially, as you're saying, makes it not necessarily transferable to other situations, right? So it's a difference of knowing what to think versus how to think. And so a lot of times we have kind of what you're talking about is entertaining ways to memorize basic concepts, and that's good. And I do think it is better if more people have an understanding of important concepts that they had no understanding of before. But the problem becomes when the world changes, right? When the ground games change and things shift because society changes, technology changes, political things change. You can't
like
necessarily apply that concept and apply it to a new thing because you don't have a foundation of the understanding of why that concept exists in the first place. And sometimes it can almost become a form of misinformation because you keep trying to force an old concept into a new set of dynamics.
No, but you could do comparable stuff. Like, okay, let's take the border, right? Like, that's what I feel like y'all like. No, I like to talk about here, right? I feel like, okay, it's a very complicated issue, and like, I granted, some of these things in the back end would be helpful. I've even tried building bridges previously. Like, oh, okay, if I give you everything you want, we still are gonna have to figure this problem and do the old, stick your finger in the dike kind of thing and stop the flood, right? Like, that's been argued. Now, anybody that's listening knows what stick your finger in the dike, we're gonna stop the flood means. It means we gotta stop the influx, right? One way or another. And then you can take like levels after that. You go, well, how do we stop the influx? And my answer would be some kind of super security system along the border, maybe drone striking people. I don't know. We can figure something out. And then on the back end, we go over here and go, hey, if we actually secure it and it's like a firm, nobody's crossing, or at least a very marginal number of people are crossing nationwide at the northern border, southern border, and we force people for the main part, even the bad ones, to go through ports of entry, then that's going to stop the influx, and then we can do the back end stuff, which y'all want to do about the asylum seekers and the all this other stuff. But we need to put this up, and I say that, and like, wow. This is a really complicated concept, and I just dumbed that down in 3 sentences to where the average person can understand my opinion, understand that there's more nuance and more levels to this, the exact specifics, but like it's not that complicated to like get this out to like in a bite-sized segment to a viewer, like or the average person, like
Yeah, in that regard, but again, I still think one of the reasons why I sort of take issue with it. No, okay, and this might just be unique to me as like someone in the sciences. It's like so, yeah, and I agree with you. Probably at some point for just about any topic for someone to engage with, like there has
these
to
are
be some
soft
sort of
sciences. You're a hard science guy though, right? Like
sure, but you need
See,
you need some sort
stroking
of
his ego.
uh totally hard, but yeah, you need some sort of hook at some point, and that's important, just like there was a hook for me, okay, in growing up. There's a reason why I pursued the sciences. I'm still pursuing it now. It's like I grew up on Bill Nye and the lesser known Beakman's World, and seeing all the cool science stuff on TV, okay, and even now, on like whatever Tonight Show, you see like scientists, get all pretty explosions and colors, okay, but like at some point, okay, boots on the ground, okay, you're not doing these types of like fancy things, okay, at the university level, okay? You're not making like whatever elephant toothpaste, okay, and making a bunch of red color jump out of an Erlenmeyer flask, okay? You're not doing Mark Rober type of science, okay, when you're in the lab, okay, and running experiments like on E. coli. It just doesn't work like that, and so you're primed. It's like the hook only gets you so far, and you should like learn to engage with like some of the mundane, okay, the actual hard stuff. Just like again,
but why should
the
you? So, but here's what I'm saying. This is kind of what my argument against that. I think you're kind of like skipping it, or maybe you're not. Maybe
I
I'm
could
not.
just be too
Maybe I'm
stupid to
not
understand.
explaining. Maybe I'm not explaining. Maybe, sure. What? All right. So I agree. There should be, if you're going to be a scientist or you're going to be one of these things, there's got to be these filters, right? My argument is that a lot of people, the average person,
They don't have
like
the
my
time.
right, my mom is an accountant. She's an expert in accounting, right? She's very good. She's like got a master's in it. She's this like that's her expertise, right? Not like okay, she probably had filters that would have kept her out of there that she couldn't pass, right? That she got through, right? And same thing with the sciences. There's the hook, there's filters, right? This is something interesting to me. I want to keep doing this. Or I have a friend who's like an archaeologist and he hates it. He's like, damn, the hook got me so far. It got me to my doctorate, and now
That totally happens. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
it happens, right? So like it could be the opposite. But my point is with this, when we look at it, these people, okay, he's an archaeologist, right? Now, do I expect him to have the understanding of the influx, like all the political, like in and out? No, because he's specialized, right? My mom, she's specialized. They're intelligent people. They're the lowest common denominator. They're average people, right? They're probably higher than average on the intelligence scale. But if these people, who are the intelligent ones, don't understand these high tech, these high tier concepts, because people are sitting here and they turns their brain off because it wasn't something they ever were hooked into, then it's not on them at that point. It's on the people communicating to them because this is their target audience, and that's my point right there. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So, and I agree with it, but then so the reason why I'm pushing back because then
It's
that
sales. It's sales.
because that open at least in my mind that opens the door to what like Scott is saying, which I understand the perspective of like, well, you're basically going to maintain yourself as essentially like a low information like voter, as in if you're not going to like do that deep dive and you're going to rely on the sound bites, then it's like, well, then why should we take your opinion seriously? Right? If you're going to maintain yourself at whatever the 20-year-old teenager level, and then think you're equivalent to whatever the 50-year-old constitutional lawyer, well, then, yeah, maybe we shouldn't include you in the democratic process, and we shouldn't be democratic. And I'm trying to say to the 20-year-old, you should behave like the constitutional scholar. Maybe not, pursue a full law degree, but you should want to get into the weeds because this is important to the process. And I believe you can. I think most people, maybe I'm too optimistic or naive, most people can like move in the direction, get into the weeds, and they just for whatever reason, the way we prime their brains in terms of like sound bites, they don't want to get in the weeds because they think and act in 1-minute sound bites, and that's not a good thing.
So I try to avoid these in the panels, right? Because I don't want to distract from like the entertainment or like the topic at hand. But, this is part of the reason why I'm an anarchist, And it's
I know,
because
I recognize it.
yeah, but like my problem here is not to reiterate what I said. I'll go a different vein, right? No matter how educated you are on these things, the states always runs into the economic calculation problem, which is that there is limited information that a state representative even if you have a basic concept and you vote for your team and they get power and then they pass a law and then it goes to some panel of experts, if you will, right, that are highly educated in this thing, and it is their will to enact the president's decrees or Congress's laws, etc., that are based upon the will of the people, even if everybody's educated on that. Because the state is doing it, they will always do it less efficiently than the market. And you have a group of experts that are working on very, very, very limited information. And when it exists in the market, the information is captured in price, right? So price is this kind of magical thing in a way, but it's not magical. It's very simple. It contains the ordinal values, right? Like the highest value, lowest value information of every single solitary part of any duty or thing, right? Like if I'm the price of ice cream contains within it the desires, needs, and values of the dairy farmer and of the sugar plantation and of the consumer that wants ice cream and in distributors and in gasoline prices, etc. All of those things are reflected in the price of ice cream. And when the price of ice cream goes up, right, because dairy goes up, well, all of the dairy starts going up, and then people start making different choices because milk went up and half and half cream went up and ice cream went up. And so what they do is they might cut ice cream. They might stop buying ice cream. And the reason they might stop buying ice cream is because milk is more important than ice cream. Maybe not important in the sense that you think it should be, but to a lot of people, they're going to value having milk more than just having ice cream because now they have to choose. The ice cream's gotten too expensive, so they only buy the milk. And what ends up happening is that dairy products naturally shift more towards the sale and distribution of milk and maybe half and half for coffee, and they shift away from those companies. Those companies either have to innovate, compete, etc. And so when we talk about like dumbing things down so that the voter can be informed enough to vote on these policies, what you're talking about is an ever increasing race to the bottom. That's what democracy is. It's a race to the bottom to have the dumbest people voice their opinion on reining in intelligent experts that work in the state who are way more informed on this, and at the same time they're reined in by having that power anyways.
You don't think that like there's ever like this is a big critique I have of this kind of thinking is that sometimes people are too smart for their own fucking good, and they will go and make things overly complicated. That like, for example, if I told you, cotton prices in 1980, I think like the average profit was like 69 cents a gram, and then I told you today it's only 89 cents a gram, but comparable other like
to
I don't know,
inflation,
yeah, grains. Well, yeah, but it's only 29 cents increase. And a comparable like grass that is grown in the same kind of environment, coastal, was originally selling for like 30 cents a gram in the 80s. And then now it's selling for like $3.50 a gram, like that now. Now these numbers I'm kind of just picking, but like they're comparable. If I were to tell you
Yeah,
these
it's okay.
things, it's like okay, because I know I know I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I know this is a big issue in the farming community right now. But I'm a rancher, so I just am kind of adjacent. But the thing is, when they're sitting here and they're complaining about this, it's very easy for me to understand. Going, hey, the cost hasn't adjusted for inflation on this one, and this one it has, or at least to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
And why would you? He goes, okay, well, here's the solution. Well, we're not going to grow cotton because there's less money in this. We're going to grow the coastal instead. And then that causes other things to happen that are bad, right? And so, like, okay, we look at this and this goes, oh, okay, well, because there's not been anything done about this, XYZ has happened. And so I think that's something basic, pretty easy for anybody to sit here and go like, oh, okay, I don't need to be a doctor in agricultural, ecology to understand that, there's an issue with the cotton or the grain, like increase in prices or not increase in prices, like based off, numerous factors. Now, do I need to know that you get a doctorate in the special economics, the worldwide grain distribution, or in the cotton distribution? No, no, that's ridiculous to say the average person needs to have that. And it's a race to the
Right,
bottom.
I agree. The reason it's a race to the bottom, and I will work within your example because I think it's a great example actually. The reason it's a race to the bottom is that it is voters that know nothing about farming and people that are still, even the experts that might be in charge of regulation or, regulation or let's say, oh my God, what is it? Subsidies, right? Like, Bureau of Land Management or all these other people that might be in charge of regulation as well as subsidies for these products are also missing information. The information that is actually important is the price of cotton hasn't gone up. What that information is telling us is that throughout the entire world, throughout the market, that cotton has become less valuable, that it is not needed. There's too much cotton on the market.
That would be one's interpretation, right? Like that would be what I
That would be the correct interpretation.
Right. Well, there are
unless
other
of course, those other factors are, for example, state intervention that have caused that problem. Right, but that other factor, what you would say is we need more government to fix the problems that government created. When the right answer is to get the government out of the market completely.
Or the opposite. Yeah, or the opposite. Yeah, that would be my point.
Like, well, my point would be you would need to get the government out of it, and the price itself contains so much information that no one person can know, right? And so what I'm saying is like there's so much information in that cotton market. The price of cotton contains information of how valuable cotton is to clothing, how valuable cotton is to
but it is
all of its uses. Right, but that's the thing is that what you know when the price isn't going up relative to other goods is that for whatever reason, cotton is not as valuable in the market. And so, yes, it is a good idea to switch to other things. Or, right, maybe that's a temporary thing. Maybe the right solution is, you know what? I'm going to keep growing cotton because by the time we harvest it, it's going to actually be worth more. I'm going to bet on that. And so what the market will do is, let's say you're scared of that occurring. Well, someone at BlackRock or Vanguard or some mutual fund purchases cotton futures because they're betting based off of their knowledge of markets that they have an expertise that actually they think cotton is going to be worth more in the future. And the farmer knows, well, I'm scared that the cotton isn't going to be worth that much. So they promise to buy that cotton at 90 cents instead of the 89 that it's currently at, or 91 cents. And they're betting that it's actually going to be worth $1 come harvest, and they'll make a profit. And the farmer can then calculate their costs in the immediacy by going, well, the futures were bought. This cotton's already bought and paid for. I don't need to worry about losing my farm or anything because I've got the money to plant, and I've got the money to maintain everything that I have. And if they're wrong, guess who loses then? It's not the farmer, but it's the person that bought futures, and it turns out it was actually worth 88 cents, or it turns out that it was worth 90 cents, but inflation got so bad that that is actually worth less money in the future, so it wasn't a good deal for them. But one way or the other, the actual problem is having the government go, oh my God, all of these poor cotton farmers need government subsidies because the cotton market isn't doing what it should be. And what that does is that forces us to overproduce cotton and underproduce things that would be more valuable, and that lowers growth in the economy, lowers GDP, and it in the long term hurts farmers. Those subsidies hurt farmers. They don't help them. It's the government involvement and all the people voting on all of this shit that is actually a problem. And so educating the voters on fucking farming and agriculture isn't going to fucking help no matter how much we educate them, because they could never be as educated as price.
But hold on, this is like a real. I can oversimplify this again, right? Like in this argument, the argument that most of the cotton farmers I know, and this is a big reason why they like Trump, and this is like a lot of them do. One because he's a populist. Populists always popular with farmers. They, he wants to put the tariffs on a lot of these countries, and that would increase prices for them instead of us getting it from them. So, like, I agree with you maybe in the abstract purist form that I don't like big government. Like you involved in my economics. And so I would say generally I would agree with you. Take the government out. However, there are other governments that want to do things to benefit themselves that are going to be involved that can affect. So, like, maybe I don't agree with some says, maybe we tariff China or like whatever countries are high producing cotton, right? Like, I feel like there's definitely sometimes where the government can be used, if you're not like, to benefit you. Cause I know we disagree on this, but I like a pretty big advocate of the government is to the people. That's why it exists, right? And so, like, hey, if my people economically hurting, sometimes somebody somewhere else gonna get a bad time. And I don't feel like
Yeah.
this is a very complicated concept for me to like explain to somebody and then to be like, yeah, he makes a lot of sense.
Well, so like,
Versus like
yeah,
going down
I
the
mean, let's
abstract of it.
talk tariffs with China. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about trade and tariffs. We know unequivocally that tariffs always have a negative impact on the economy and growth. They always have it is always true. It is never 100% of the time. It is never going to cause short-term or long-term growth. However, that is in an evenly rotating economy, which is a term for like everyone can predict the future, basically, right? Here's me dumbing down complicated process so people can understand them, ironically. Right? In an evenly rotating economy, that is true. So when we talk about China, the question then becomes, what do you gain from the tariffs? And the thing is that China is not engaged in free trade with us. We have an illusion of free trade with China. What we have is we enforce intellectual property rights over here, and they don't. What we have is they don't have private property rights in China. What we have is they defraud America constantly by putting poisonous chemicals or cheaper things or, paint that they say is going to last this long that doesn't last this long. They constantly engage in fraud because their government can't even build a fucking building that isn't tofu construction. We have a lot of things that aren't free trade. And then on top of that, they do all kinds of shifty things in Beijing when American companies bring their manufacturing process over there, etc. So we have the illusion of free trade without actual free trade. And so the question then becomes is, if you can use tariffs to recognize we're in a trade war with China, and a lot of people, and especially libertarians, I take umbrage with them, are living in fantasy la land that we're not in a trade war with China, and they go, well, tariffs on China would be this evil thing, and it's unjustified because it's a form of taxation and it hurts people. But if you are Trump and you go, hey, motherfucker, we're going to tariff you until you stop doing these things. And the net result is that they stop defrauding us and they stop engaging in non-fair trade. And then we can get rid of the tariffs so that we have actual free trade with them. It's going to be a net positive growth to the economy if you can get a freer market. We're currently in a trade war with China. Now, obviously, I'm an anarchist. Obviously, I don't believe that the state should be using tariffs because I think the first and best solution is to dissolve, right? Is to dissolve as much as the problem. And I think there are better ways to engage with free and fair trade. But so long as the state considers itself and uses its power to steal our rights to protect ourselves, right? Like, so long as they control policing and international courts and things like that, and they're the sole arbiter of those things, I don't take a whole lot of umbrage with them using them if they're using them to get us towards a freer trade system, right? So I'm not pro tariffs, but I am, in a sense, if you refuse to give up the power, willing to accept that you're going to actually use this as a weapon to try and gain fair trade. The problem with that is that I know that it's going to hurt people. I know that it's unjustifiable. And what they need to do is pull out of that. But at the end of the day, tariffs are going to have a negative effect, especially if we do Chinese steel tariffs. it's going to fuck the housing market in America and Canada even more than it already is, because it's going to reduce the construction of apartment buildings massively.
I don't think he's going to respond anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to respond to that. But like that's the thing. Like those steel tariffs, if Trump institutes massive steel, because China produces what, like 82% of the world's steel. Like if we start putting tariffs on that, where the fuck are we going to get our steel from? And if America does it, Canada is just kind of going to be. It's not likely that China is just going to institute anti-America policy only, right? They're going to do whatever they do to retaliate is probably going to happen to Canada as well.
Yep, probably. But all your talk of ice cream earlier, Scott, reminded me that I am boiling hot in my apartment because I have to turn off my AC to be on the panels because it's too noisy. So unfortunately, I have to go and turn on my AC. But yeah, this has been great. I always love getting into the like I enjoy engaging, getting into the weeds, like after the panel, as opposed to trying to, I guess, again, maybe poor rhetoric on my part, but it's hard for me to distill down my points into 30-second sound bites. But I should obviously get better at that, which I'm working on. But yeah, gentlemen,
You're good with the one-liners. You already got the one-liners down.
I'm witty every once in a while. Yeah, this has been great. Take care and be well. And I'm glad to see you back. And again, my heart goes out to you, Scott. Again, with my grandmother in hospital in the close call. It's like, and pretty much my grandmother can go any day now. I don't want her to. Okay.
Well, good luck.
It's
spend as much time with her as you can, because you don't get it back when she's dead.
You're absolutely right. And every day now, I'm not religious, but it's because she's 91. Okay, and she's pretty fragile. So yeah. But either way, I'm glad you're back. And until next time, take care and be well, everyone.
Absolutely.
Cord boys, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I think entertainment is key in politics, especially like in the Twitch poll. I mean, like in general. I mean, I don't know. There's some people it's just like very hard to interact with on some of these things. Like I have the two pet peeves I have are like when it's like disingenuous boredom, and then it's also like when there was like sometimes like if it's like it could be a theory panel. Like I did one not too long ago with the like Nazis or leftists kind of thing, right? And obviously we're gonna get lost in the
that was fun.
theory aspects of it. Yeah, right. We've done a couple of these kind of things, and that's like a theory that's abstract. I think the other issue is like sometimes we go too far down the rabbit hole, like explaining things, but it's like okay, let's just summarize. Let's talk about what the solutions are, and we can argue about what is the solution, right? Like that. I don't know that. That's an issue I take like problems with here. Like I think overall it's and in like normal politics, it's an issue. Like I said, I think we're in a kind of a I think we're kind of in an era like where the old guard, like as old as they are, they're slowly going out, and it seems like we're getting more people that are like current media savvy, like they understand the TikTok more, like the generation, like our generation's now being elected like regularly kind of thing.
Well, I mean, if Trump gets elected, fucking JD Vance will be a millennial in the White House, right? I mean, he's 39, he's a millennial.
Yeah, exactly. Like, wait, is that a millennial? Yeah, am I that old? No, he's 6 years older than me. So yeah, I guess if he's not, he's close, right? Like,
no, he's a millennial. Sure. Millennial starts at 1984.
Yeah, then he's definitely a millennial. That's crazy. Like I said, I feel like as we get older, it's just going to change. I mean, like everything evolves. Politics is always evolving. Like kind of thing. I don't know. I also take issue with like how the left is characterized, like earlier with the language, right? There's like the like I don't know if we really dived into this during that debate.
No, we didn't.
But like
because it was too much whataboutism. What about the right? What about Trump?
And I found it interesting when they said it was you who put this one together at the back, or like helped put it together, because I was gonna bitch to Prime like in my open before I read that about how why is the January 6th thing even included on this? Right?
Well, I gave him the idea. He wrote it, but I told him to compare it to January 6th but he wrote it from a leftist perspective, right? I said because it goes both ways, which is like, okay, well, if Trump's responsible for January 6th, then why the fuck is then obviously Biden is responsible for the assassination attempt, right? Like you can't really decouple those. Like if you believe that like, hate and incitement to violence can be done just from saying, they stole the election, then how could it not also be from, MAGA Republicans are a threat to the soul of America and a threat to democracy and he's a fascist?
I really have an issue with this because I like so Trump has said some pretty wild stuff. I'm not gonna pretend he hasn't, right? But when I sit here and I talk about like the like violent rhetoric and I look at it, like I don't think I could find an example of Trump going, I mean, hey, we need to go in there. We need to go in there and beat Biden up. I don't like I can
I
see
think he
him
said
saying,
that once or twice about like Middle Eastern countries, if I recall. I
right.
can't remember the direct quotes, but I don't think he's ever said it about Biden.
Right, like I mean, like not as looking at, or if he did, he's like, yeah, the idea that he could beat me up is laughable, or whoopable. But like he is like he doesn't sit here. But like Biden, I have watched on like 4 or 5 speech use the exact words, take him out behind the building and beat him. And I like to take him behind the gymnasium and beat him. And I'm just sitting here looking at this, and I feel like it's very. I don't know if they're openly being dishonest. I think some are. I think some are maybe like echo chambered in, like because my news feed, my algorithm on my PC, this PC, I specifically try to only look up leftist sources on this PC. So my algorithm is super lefty on this, and my phone is super righty, right? And so I find it interesting when I go and look these things. It just seems very disingenuous because I look and the lefty sources are just like, oh, why the assassination is a good thing? Why is all this? And it seems very aggressive, very offensively. We have to do something versus the Republican and the conservative side is like I was trying to say earlier, seems much more like we have to defend ourselves. We got to stand up for ourselves. We got to stop this tail, as opposed to like they're not actively trying to do it, but then they attribute things like to the like I don't know. It seems very like double standardy, bad faith. I don't know how to like really go with that. But okay, like I said, like I can't think of a single time when Trump's been like, yeah, we need to put a bullseye Biden. Yeah, we need to, I mean, the worst he's ever said was we're gonna lock up Hillary. Like
lock her up.
Lock her up.
Yeah.
Right. Like lock her up. Like, okay.
So what we have this is the problem that I have with panels that are so short form, and it's not a problem I have with them. I just understand that it's one faucet, right? But it is like I would say not necessarily a problem I have. It's a weakness of panels, which is that it's very, and that's why I had a really long intro, is because I knew that those philosophical things simply weren't going to be. I was not going to be able to discuss that at all once the panel kicked off. So I was like, whatever, fuck it. I'm going to discuss it in the intro, at least plant that seed. Because I try to plant philosophical seeds the best that I can in a short form content, and in those panels and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do something like that in the intro, really.
Like, yeah, you have to do it in the intro because you're going to get yelled at.
Who was on there today? Like that.
Yeah, especially with like Wick, especially, right? He's just going to interrupt you when you say something that he thinks he can subvert. But the thing is that I really do mean
the one I would think is the worst about that. But yeah, I don't think he's as bad as others. I'll say that.
Yeah, all right, maybe. But yeah, counterpoints. I'm never gonna let that fucker down for progressive victory. I bring that shit up every time I can. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, I like on a purely capitalist level, like I'm sure that there's a number like that progressive could give me. I don't know if they even have that money to where I would sell myself out as a pure capitalist, but it would have to be a large number that make me go against what I believe in order to make me offset my losses for switching sides. Like I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but I know he's not taking that kind of money, and I also don't think that he's over. Like I'm openly telling y'all that there's a number somebody could give me to sell myself out. The rest of y'all fuckers aren't doing that.
Well, I mean, I don't. It depends on like. Yeah, I mean, if progressive victory gave me enough money, I would take it, but I would sabotage them as well until I got out. Like I wouldn't
change what I said. Like I definitely would come on here and maybe they could use me as a lolcow, but I mean,
yeah,
right.
You
know what I'm saying.
But no, so philosophically, like the problem that I have with people's understanding of the left is that they're trying to hold the left to standards without understanding that one, the left don't have standards, and the right does, but not really. They don't have principles; they have values. Like the modern right in America, they have certain values. They don't have principles, and so we see this all the time, right? Like, and this is kind of why Michael Malice has that quote that everybody likes. Republicans are just progressives going the speed limit. Because like when you look at Donald Trump, he's just Bill Clinton. Like his presidency is just Bill Clinton.
I say that all the time.
right?
Yeah,
like the Republicans have moved to the left more and more and more. Look at JD Vance, his VP. Like that guy's a lefty. Like that guy's not a Republican. His stance on economic issues, for example, he's pro raising the minimum wage to $20 an hour because he thinks it'll be good for labor. Like that's the most lefty socialist economic take you can fucking have.
Yeah,
other than
you already know that I'm
grab
not
your
huge fan of
guns, the
socialism.
revolution starts tomorrow. So understanding, like, this is why I think understanding the philosophy is so important, because everyone takes these isolated incidents of like radical shit that certain lefties have said, and then they try and attribute like some percentage of blame. And it's like, that's not what's happening. What's happening is you have a country of people where a large portion of the country have become ideologically possessed by a philosophy that is, you know, what's James Lindsay says, your reaction is the action, right? Like it is designed to destabilize and subvert value and to attack so that you mimic their own behavior, right? And it's one of the things this is a perfect example, this concept of stochastic terrorism, right? Like this rhetoric is designed to get you to, like the ideology speaks through people. The philosophy speaks through them. Because when you're ideologically subverted, you don't have to know the entire philosophy. All you have to have is accept certain premises or axioms. And once that occurs, without your own knowledge, it changes. When you accept those premises, you think that way. And so the left has a way of thinking that is based on left-wing philosophy. It's based on power dynamics. It's based on viewing the world as oppressed and oppressor, right? It's based on the concept that those at the top are greedy, and that greed is wrong, and that they are maintaining their power because of their greed, etc. There's a lot of other things that they're accepting, but they accept some of these premises, and then the philosophy just kind of naturally happens. It's just the logical conclusion of those things. And that's what we're seeing the left have adopted a policy where political violence, well, first of all, the statism is political violence, but I don't want to get there with, because it'll get us in the weeds and get us arguing. But they've adopted that it's all of these things are justifiably okay, so long as the ends meet their goal. But the problem is that they don't have a set value or goal. David Halperin wrote, he's a queer theorist, right? And queer theory is just one of these branches of leftist philosophy, right? I'm saying this for the audience as well. He wrote in his book, Saint Foucault, in 1996, Saint Foucault, A Gay Hagiography. He wrote that queerness is an identity without an essence. It is whatever is against the normal, the powerful, and the normative, the powerful, and like something else that just means like normal, another way of saying normal. And what he's saying there is there's no such thing as queer. Queer can't be defined by like a set principle.
I'm gonna get some water. I can hear you. I in my other room. I'm doing that. Keep going, Pop.
But yeah, like what queer is it's not. It's like even the way that he defines it. It's not like, oh, queer means you have this type of sexuality, or queer means you're into these things. When he says it's an identity without an essence, what he means is that it is against the power structure. It is against the heteronormativity. But even now, because of that definition, you can see where I forget the term, but there's a term for like gay normative culture that is like where they're trying to adopt kids and they get married and like they have a house where they basically live, where two men get married and they basically live the nuclear family lifestyle. And even now you're seeing academics and people come out against that, reject them. You're seeing gay Republicans get pushed out. And you're like, well, why would gay Republicans not be in the LGBT movement? Why would gay people that vote Democrat but want to live a normal life and don't want, leather daddies swinging their dick in front of children on the streets be pushed out of the movement if it's about LGBT, QAI plus? And that's because queerness is against the normative. It's against the stable. It's against the power dynamics. And so when gay people adopt the regular American lifestyle because they're accepted and they become normative. And once they become normative, they become an enemy of queer theory because queerness in and of itself is about going against that normalcy. So the gays are being pushed out of that movement because they're too normal, and they are now a threat because they're being accepted. And so that is what you're seeing, like in the LGBT community. You're seeing the same thing with normative positions on immigration. Why is Trump evil? Why is he a fascist? Because he doesn't want to allow us to destabilize the country by bringing in millions of immigrants. We have to be against that. And most people don't realize, they don't know their own philosophy. The philosophy speaks through them. And that's why the rhetoric keeps getting worse and worse on the left,
Well,
because
that's
the Overton window keeps shifting.
I think that's big, but like just in this panel today, this is why I keep coming back to the like the who's saying what, right? Exactly, right.
Mhm.
This is kind of, and I don't know how the left can sit here and say, the words didn't cause this, and then have the audacity to turn around and say, oh, Trump is
But
doing all these
Trump's
things,
did.
like,
Yeah.
right, and then like today, like Lackley brought it up, oh well, he brought up that the Nazi thing again. Like that is, if I don't like calling someone a Nazi, is the a politician calling someone a Nazi, like, and referencing that is the political equivalent to on stream, that'd be like Jack Doherty dropping the N bomb, right? Like that's what they're doing. They're dropping the
Mhm.
political N bomb to like go over here and get this attention, and then they put this message out. Like I saw, I'm literally at the strip club on fucking Saturday. I never go to strip clubs, but like they talked me into it. We're there. I'm literally at the strip club. I said this Cuban girl get on me, and she sits down next to the table. And my buddy and I took, oh my God, Trump just got shot. And my buddy goes, yeah, it's crazy. Have you read all of Project 2025? And I looked at this motherfucker as he just had just done like a line off someone's titty. And I've known this guy for years. And the guy has never read a fucking book in his life. And so he's going to turn to me and tell me, have I read, when he knows I'm into politics, Project 2025? And no, I fucking haven't, because it just came out. So there's no way this guy did. And he's going to sit here and tell me, oh, whatever. Well, guess what that means to me? That means the rhetoric by the left has been extremely effective, and I'm acknowledging that it's been effective. And for them to sit here and go, no, it's not the same. It's, in fact, Trump's is worse. And then I look at Trump's rhetoric, and he doesn't outright call for any of this stuff. It's just it seems I'm having like brain aneurysms. Like
Mhm.
I can't decide, like, if it's purposeful. I think some is, like I said, or like it's will for ignorance, and I don't know. Like when I say I can't decide, I like can't decide what I think the majority is of like the people like that. That's what I think is a concern. But that really got glossed over. Really,
Yeah,
I
no,
think what happened.
the more I recently reread Atlas Shrugged because I just know a lot more than I used to, right?
Yeah,
You know,
that re-changes your reading of like a book too. Like
right.
when you
Yeah,
like know more,
for
and you go
sure.
back.
Like I had a much better, and I wanted a better understanding of Ayn Rand's philosophy. And it was so crazy to me how I don't think she got the heroes right. Her heroes, I think, were flawed in ways that I don't think necessary. Like I don't think we should worship Henry Reardon as the adulterer and piece of shit that he was, and he was kind of an autistic asshole, right? Like I don't like, you know what I mean. But like, but God, was she fucking spot on how the enemies work, how 20th Century Motor Company works, how the government works, and how that philosophy is a poison. This concept of altruism, this concept of sacrifice, that you're supposed to sacrifice what you value because other people are suffering. And it doesn't matter whether or not they bring value. Their suffering itself is a value. And we're watching it happen before our very eyes. We're watching Atlas Shrugged, admittedly happen slower, but happen nevertheless. While you are seeing and you are seeing it poison everything. Like this concept of greedflation, right? I am seeing so many people that have no understanding of the most basic economic theory, that are deeply convinced that the only reason grocery store prices are rising is because corporations are greedy and are
Oh,
increasing
yeah.
the price of these things for no
I
reason.
mean, yeah, you and I did a panel with someone like that, and I was like, okay, let's do exactly what you prescribed, and like I gave him everything you wanted. I said, what number do you think that is? And I already had the numbers, and he was like, oh yeah, well, it would create this much money if we. I was like, let's say we gave 100% of the salaries for the CEOs, and then they gave it, and I'm like, oh well, that's not even half the amount that's prescribed by your own team to fix this problem. So your own solution that you're advocating for only makes up 6%. Yeah, I mean, but those people are easy to expose. Like like that's it's the ones that like are sitting here using the rhetoric while simultaneously like hand waving like on the like okay, I would wager, and this is the thing I think that Twitch poll
Let me interrupt you real quick if I can, and I know I've been talking a lot, but please. You said something I think is really important. Those people are easy to expose. It's fucking whack-a-mole. I agree with you that they're easy to expose, but it's whack-a-mole, and the reason is because that idea stems from the philosophy that has poisoned America. It's poisoned most Republicans. And so you can expose that person in an individual moment, but like the masses believe in these things. And so it's like trying to stop a tsunami with a bucket. It's like, sure, you can expose them, but the philosophy is poisoned everywhere, and it's too little too late.
Maybe I'm not. I don't know if I'm convinced it's too little, too late. Like this is why like I'm not willing to outright say that. Like I know that you disagree. I think all forms of government basically are political violence, but I I I believe in the American government for the most part, right? Like as a form of government, I think works, right? And so when I look at this, I'm not saying there aren't scenarios, and y'all know this as a proud Texan, with Texas secessionist sympathies. I can sit here. I'm not advocating that's the best option. Don't get me wrong, but I can relate to a lot of their views. I'm sitting here. Have a good look at me. I'm sitting here looking and going, oh, hey, like whatever. And I think there's a lot of people that are the normies, right? That have views very similar to mine, right? And I know I come in here and I try to like meme or whatever to some extent, or like, but I try to represent the average person that I'm talking to because the people on Twitch poll are the content creators that eventually like Twitch, and all these streamers are the ones that eventually trickle down into size bites, and they see the really famous ones on like TikTok or whatever. But what's crazy to me, right, is I feel like my views align much more with even the moderate lefties that are like the normies and the moderate like Republicans. Like I think like I like on here everybody thinks I'm extremely far right, but like in real life, I don't know that I would almost be like a moderate Republican on some like because I don't give a shit about like religious conservative issues, right? I only care about mainly the economic ones and foreign policy, and then we can debate on what form of conservatism we want in foreign policy. But like I'm sitting here looking at this, like I don't think I have some of these extremist views that I just get expounded upon. But then it's like you talk to people in real life, and they're like, oh, I don't. I know you're not like that, but then you talk to people online, and like these people here, like, it's like so, and like you said it earlier, and like I don't really have a better expression for it. Autistic. It seems very autistic, and I think that uh, I don't know, like it turns into like hero worship until like they absolutely cannot. Like, and that's kind of a concern I have with the rhetoric and stuff here
Wait,
as
what do you
well.
mean
Like,
hero worship?
like so that
Say
like
that again.
you mentioned at the end of your thing there like these people it's like a whack-a-mole, right? And these people will like you prop somebody up despite all the evidence that they're terrible or whatever. And I'm just like it's like these like people dismiss the conservatives and they go, oh, echo chambers, right? But it's the same thing. I think that there are echo chambers. I see like bro, I see it every day. I like on here, like I'll
Well,
be in a
yeah, I
chat
mean,
and like
one thing, I would say that, like, from
on
my
both sides.
perspective, I think there's echo chambers and issues on both sides, without a doubt. But I try, like, there has been
You don't hand wave it,
Jonathan
though. Like,
Haidt,
these people are
right?
hand waving.
Jonathan Haidt did research, moral psychologist, who worked with fire to help guys that were, like people consider him a right winger now, which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Because
I
he's
mean, you
not.
mentioned that earlier. Like, it's like the overton was a lot. Like, it's a
Yeah,
lot. There's
but
like some issues that are diehard conservative and are like regional specific too. But like, it's like even my parents are like, gay stuff, like whatever. They don't like, they don't give a
yeah,
shit.
but
And
but
like,
but
they're
what I
like
mean is
super
this:
religious conservative.
he did research. He did research asking people that self-identified as like right wing and people that self-identified as left wing and centrist. And then he gave them a survey of like moral questions, right? And then what he did is after they answered those moral questions, he then got those same people to predict how they thought the left, if they were on the right, would answer, the middle and the right would answer, the middle and the left. And if they were in the middle, how the left and the right would answer. And if they were on the left, how the middle and the right would answer. And the right was fairly accurate. And the center was slightly less accurate than the right. And the left was wildly off. The left, when asked, how do you think the right will answer this question, couldn't answer the questions at all. So for an example, one of the questions was, do you have any sympathy for homeless people? And the left said, oh, well, when asked that, right-wingers will obviously say that they have no sympathy for homeless people.
Right, it's
that
a
they don't care
fundamental
whatsoever.
not understanding. Like, they don't like...
Right, and it's like, and the thing is that the left thinks that, like, I absolutely agree that social media creates echo chambers, but number one, right-wingers are less likely to block people. So they don't create their own echo chambers.
I hardly... It takes a lot for me to block somebody. I won't say I never
Right.
do it, but...
Number two, when Hollywood and the media and legacy media are all captured by the left, the right can't escape knowing what the left thinks. It's fucking everywhere. But the left, what they have, if they create an echo chamber online and they create an echo chamber within their friend groups, right? And they say, oh, I'm not going to talk to this guy because he's a fucking MAGA Republican or whatever. They have no exposure to actual right-wing opinions beyond those that are filtered through a bias of Hollywood,
right,
or a bias. They have no idea. Like the it's so funny to me that the left can't even, the research has even shown, at least to some degree, right, or evidences, the idea that if anybody's in a fucking echo chamber and doesn't know what the other side of the country is thinking, it's the left. Like, they have no concept. And here I am as a libertarian. I think I probably have an even better understanding because I have a concept of the right, but like I'm just, and it's not like because I'm like this Billy Badass big brain, though I'm sure that's part of it. But mostly it's because I'm just separate, right? I'm in a whole different category. And the reason I say that is I think Marxists are like that too. Like, and when I say Marxists, I don't mean leftists that are all these
So
lefties
you mean like
that
Marxist,
are like,
Marxist?
yeah, I mean like legitimate, like, you know, classical Marxists that are like well-read. They have a better concept of the right than your typical Democrat voter does, because because they're out of that, they're in a different space, and they're in their own echo chamber, and that causes problems. But at the very least, like they're out
Yeah,
of
they're
it
so
enough to
far
see a
removed.
landscape.
Yeah, I would agree with that state. Like, it's like you're looking at it from like a bird's eye view, because it's like, well,
Yeah.
neither one of these align with me at all. So like, I have a better understanding of them than the people who are biased on one side.
You're
Yeah, I agree
outside
with that.
looking in. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, I can't think of the specific industry. I just it's really, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's great. I'm having a hard time here. I can't. I just can't wrap my head around this, because I see this like in the, like I said, I guess maybe my anecdotal experience, shouldn't count towards whatever. But everybody looks at a lens. But like, I'll give an example. Right. I feel like the normal people are much more willing, and maybe I don't know how much of it is just for content online. I've definitely read into people, like ran into people who are like, "Oh, well, you're conservative, I'm lefty," and like they've like acted like, "Oh, mentioned it about private. Oh, well, let's just." Rage it out. And I'm like, to some extent, cool. I don't care. Like, if y'all want to do that, that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about entertainment. If I like have an issue with you, I have an issue with you. You're gonna know about it. Like, but like, I'm not gonna be sitting here going like, oh, we're gonna do the lolcow kind of content, and I'm like, that's not really what I'm talking about either. It's just when you go in there, I feel like those people are at least being genuine in what they want. And then like here we have I can't decide like how much of it is, and I think it's important because if this many people are genuinely getting bamboozled and like turning to like this and like this kind of thought to where it's like there's no middle ground,
Mhm.
then like that is a real problem. Because I mean, then I agree with you. At that point, we might as well all be anarchists, because then I'm going to go with my own anarchy, which is much different than your form, and that's might makes right. And I know that you're not, because I'm not going to be a moralist anarchist if we get to that point, right? So when I'm sitting here, like the system's in place to stop people like me. And I would be small potatoes. I'd probably be
Right.
dead within the first couple of months, right? So like, it's you sitting here, you're looking at this, and I don't understand how like they can like get to this point and not understand that we need to like talk in the middle. Like, all right, I know that we don't like Brianna Wu, she's progressive victory, but like I've talked with Brianna Wu on some issues, and I think that if me and Brianna Wu sat down and we were like, hey, we have to have a policy on, I don't know, immigration or foreign policy or something. We could find some sort of compromise or something like
Mhm.
on something to get at least something workable, right? Like even if I didn't now, do I like think that I hate 99.9% of her policies? Absolutely. But it's like you have to be able to talk to people, and if y'all all just like, oh, everybody that's the other side is evil, and then like won't look at any evidence to contrary, I don't think that's how normal people are looking at it. Like I went just like last week for Pride or 2 weeks ago for Pride. I'm not super big like whatever. I think most of these people would be like, he's anti-trans, he's anti-pride, and I'm like, I don't really give a shit. Like if that's you or whatever. And somebody asked me, he goes, oh, well, your friend here who saved your life, she's trans. You voted for Abbott. He is wanting to stop that policy. I'm like, well, she's I got like a life debt thing going on with this one. If it's that bad and that important to her, I'm not gonna ask no questions. I'm gonna take her down to Mexico and we're gonna get her treatment done, right? Like I'm not gonna operate on like this thing. I'm a tribalist at that point. Like I don't know. It's just seems like people are not being really like the genuine, or just if they are, then that's scary, terrifying. Like I don't know what's
So
worse.
what I would say is it is a mixture of both. So from the content creator perspective, I think every content creator that has been doing it for a little while knows that there's always a little devil on your shoulder. And that little devil on your shoulder is kind of whispering to you, like, you could get more likes if you did it this way. Right?
Sure.
Like you could cause some drama right now and it would get some views, right? And so I think when that devil on your shoulder is there, that's an incentive. And so for some people, they're going to fight that incentive, and some people are going to lean into that incentive, and some people they're going to do a mixture of both. And so I do think that online content creators are probably more than your typical person leaning into the drama and the rhetoric and the hate and the violence because they
But
know
it's not just
that
them;
if
it's
it
the
bleeds, it
communities. Is what
leads.
I'm saying.
Right. So I'm going to separate the two, right? And the thing is that when you have parasocial relationships like streaming communities, when they do that, the devil on your shoulder in that space is, from the viewer perspective, is I want to be accepted by everybody. It's not as explicit and it's not as loud as the content creator says, but it's there, which is I don't want to be ejected by the community. So what ends up happening is you have a spiral that a lot of these people go in, is that in order to get, especially if they start to lose viewership, in order to gain more attention, I need to be more hate filled. I need to be more drama bound. I need to be more lolcow. And then the community follows that spiral because the people that don't go in the spiral will be ejected. And the longer you're in, you have this kind of like, oh, I'm a part of this community, these are my people, the more likely you are to just go along with this craziness. And you get influenced by the same thing that influenced the influencer. And
Yeah,
so
it's like a
it's
feedback
a
loop.
back and forth. It's a feedback loop that happens. And it's happening all throughout the internet with young people especially. But it's happening with old people too on like Facebook and shit, where they
Oh,
try
I
and
mean,
say things to be
absolutely.
based and then
Well,
like
I
and they
mean, I think
share
you brought up a
memes and
good
it gets
point
wild.
earlier with the millennials. Like this is why I kind of brought up like I think the old guard is like I know they're fucking 1,000 years old, but I think they are like dying out, right? Like I think there's a lot of things that are coming with that, and we're getting the millennials like he's like Vance. I guess you just mentioned it. I was just looking up his stuff, and yeah, he's kind of lefty, I think. But
Yeah, he's a
if
lefty as far as I'm
yeah, there's
concerned.
like
Yeah.
he's like got a few on the right, but yeah. I don't know about that. I mean, he's a populist. Doesn't surprise me because Trump's not really a righty either. It's just when my two options are fucking dog shit and dementia. I guess I'm gonna pick dog shit. But anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked there with my ADHD. Um, yeah, the feedback loop thing is a real thing. These people just like feed into it, feed into it, and I uh I don't know. It's concerning because I think that like I don't like okay. I don't know anything about this shooter. But it feels like like with the old people, right? They missed the like generation where we were at, right? Where we like grew up. Like YouTube, not YouTube. MySpace was brutal. I got in
Mm-hmm.
physical fistfights over MySpace because people would take you off your top 8. Oh, you get a girl, get a boyfriend, and then move you down or some shit. And then like, oh, it was brutal times, bro. Like this is the first like social thing. You were ranking your top 10s, your top 8. Like, and then we've evolved, and like we were introduced that like pre-Facebook. Now we have the Facebook kind of thing going down, and then Twitter pop starts going. I mean, I'm not chronological, but like now and then I have Instagram and TikTok, and it's just like our generation saw this evolution, and
Mm-hmm.
we've gotten better like with the old forms, and we've gotten better with the new stuff of picking out misinformation. We can just tell. Even my dumbass friends in like that are normies can like they're like it's harder for them to sway. Now they might have whatever, and some of them are probably going more radical now because things are getting really bad. And this is why I brought this up and played the conspiracy theorists a little bit because some of these things the normies are going to look at this and draw a conclusion. Like maybe y'all think that's dumb and y'all can dismiss it, but there's a large section that are going to say exactly what I've said all night, right? Like, and I don't necessarily even believe there's conspiracy, but if I give a series of facts in a row and go, hey, does that look suspicious? I think it does look suspicious. I don't think there's a conspiracy. I think there's probably other explanations, but I can see how other people can come to a different conclusion. And then some hand waves. That's a real
Right.
issue. And like, I just don't think. I think there's going to be a reckoning, and I think that's why we're seeing more people just radicalized by the internet than ever before. Because the Twitch poll people, like, if they're just a microcosm of this, they're like they need to touch grass, and like they're not. And like I don't know. I don't really know what the fix
Touching
is. I don't think we
grass,
can train. I mean,
touching
I've used it
touching grass.
metaphorically.
I feel like touching grass is the millennial and Gen X and Gen Z, mostly millennial and Gen Z, obviously, um, version of boomer saying, yeah, that works in college, but once you get out into the real world, once you get a job, it'll fix it. And it turns out,
No, it's different. It's definitely different. Like, there's
no,
definitely
I
an
agree. No,
acceptability of like never leaving your house, like always being online. Your online, your friends are your online friends, as opposed to like you don't have any. Like, say, like if I got sick and died tomorrow and didn't contact somebody, I'd probably have someone at my house within like 48 hours, 24 hours, right? Or give us an
that's not
answer
what
the
I'm
phone.
saying. I
Like
feel like
these
you're,
people, like they're at home alone. They don't ever go off the internet.
no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Republicans had this, or Republicans, boomers had this view that all of this shit that was in the colleges would stay in the colleges
Oh, of course,
because
that was
once
dumb.
they went out into the world. And I think we kind of have a similar weakness when we're like, oh, just touch grass. I agree with you totally that they need to go out and touch grass. I'm not against touching grass. But what I mean to say is that I think there is this kind of dismissal that like, oh, if you just get out of your house and you just go out into the world, all this shit will go away. And what I'm saying is that these views are becoming commonplace. Like there were liberalism is dying. And I mean that like classical liberalism as well as liberalism within the Democrat Party. It is only held by the Republican Party at this point. And even then it's dying there. Individual rights, property rights, all of these things, they are slowly being eroded day in by day out, day by day. And I don't know. I like I'm not trying to be doomer pilled. I'm really not. I don't want to be doomer pilled, but the way that I see it
I'm
is
concerned. I'll tell you that. Like concerned is
unless
the word.
I don't see this. What I'm seeing is I'm seeing 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Right? I'm seeing the left and the right fight. And then every single time they fight, the Republicans lose and the conservatives lose. Not necessarily that they lose the fight, but they lose the ideological moral high ground and they lose in philosophy and they become a little bit more left wing and a little bit more leftist in their thinking and in their views. And I don't know how this ends, but it doesn't end well unless we can
Well, I'll
return
tell you how I think
to
it ends. I think
to
there's I think
to
there's something.
principles of liberalism at the very least, but hopefully,
I'll
libertarianism.
I'll tell you what I think is like. Oh, this is a sound weird way to say it, is like anger, like is that like rubber band kind of like theory kind of thing we got going on, or the pendulum. Like I was talking to my friend Matt the other day. He's like a 18-year-old kid, 19-year-old kid. He's got 1.2 million people on TikTok, right? And I'm talking to him, and this guy is the
So
most like
200,000 people.
Maybe, I don't know. That's still more than I got.
I'm just
saying,
joking about the fact that TikTok
this
is
guy's like, this guy's no homo, the best looking guy I've ever seen in my life. If I had his genetics, I'd have been a problem, right? So like, he's just clearly the thirst traps. And this motherfucker is the most based right wing Mike Pence I've ever met. Like this guy, like when he has girls like out at his house, he won't be there alone with them, like ever, like never. Like I'm just like, bro. He's like, we wait until marriage and like all these things, like super bait. I mean, I don't know how Christian he is when he's over here posting his, his nudes, but either way, he's over here like on one side super tradish, on the other side, embracing the thirst trap message, and it gives me hope because, like I said, I'm not a religious conservative. It gives me hope that like maybe there's gonna be a swing back to like some of this with the next generation like that's coming up because they're just so sick of the insanity that they can see it from like growing up like, wow, our parents are insane. I don't want like our kids to have to live like my parents, and I think that's happens with like a lot of generations.
So
They
this is my
rebel
problem.
against someone before,
This
but
is my
like
problem. This
it's
is
like
my issue.
but it's an attack on everything, right? Just let me finish with it's an attack on everything, and I think it's like the way of life, and I think that like might cause a reaction, right? Like it's so the right would be happy if things just like, and I know this is they're saying status quo, but if they just had their little like fiefdoms and they were just left alone there, they would be happy. But it's like the left actively wants to like force this thing upon them, and I don't know if the solution is going to be a positive one. I think there is going to be a line that eventually they're not going to be able to cross. As like to answer what you were just saying, like how far will it
Yeah,
go?
the left can't
I
leave
think
you
there
alone.
is
The
going to be
left
a line.
can't leave you alone. The left can't leave you alone. They won't. The ideology requires that they don't leave you alone because the ideology of the left, I mean, you can, so I want to say two things. First thing, my problem with the idea of like being hopeful of a reaction, I agree with you that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And this is also true within societal change in politics. My problem with that is like, that is how you get fascism. As much as you get hopefully a return to individualist philosophy, etc. If you don't have the philosophical background and you don't, right, like, I don't know that we will get a reaction. We will get a swing back. The pendulum will swing. I just don't know what shape that takes, right?
Or like how long, right?
Right, like yeah, like that shape could be fascism or Nazism. And that shape could also be a return to like the Enlightenment principles that founded the nation, or it could be something even cooler, like libertarianism, like a much bigger swing. Like I think that's the least likely. It's the one I'm most hopeful of occurring. But the thing is that like without a solid movement within the country to change the way that we think and the axioms and the philosophy and the way that we view the world, what will end up happening most likely is that the right will just start playing the left's game. And that's when shit gets really fucking scary.
I mean, it's already what's happening. That's what's already happening.
It is.
Like,
it's starting to happen, but it's not happening, right? Like, and we mentioned it in the panel, right? Every time there's this
well,
thing.
some of them are. Trump's doing it. Like, I mean, how soundbitey based is that?
Look at the riots. Like people were like, you brought this up. You were like, well, the right doesn't riot, and it's
well, that's
like
true because that's not the message he's telling them. You telling me that's my point. If Trump wanted to, he could outright say go riot tomorrow, and there would people do it. But the right's not doing that.
But the right doesn't riot like that, right? The left is a constant cycle of of Hegelian dialectics, right? It is a maybe to be fair to Hegel, Marxist materialist dialectics. It is a constant force of find the antithesis, right? And then utilize the antithesis to cause conflict and then synthesize it as we move closer to the right? And then repeat that process over again. We have a new thing that we're pissed off about. We demand change. We riot over this change. And then you compromise with us. And that's the synthesis. And now that we have the synthesis and you've moved over to what we've moved over, we're going to do it again. And we'll use violence every goddamn time. And the right, it has some of that philosophy. They have some of that in them. They've lost a lot of their philosophical way, but they're not quite like that. They don't act that way. I'm afraid of what happens when the right starts to riot, because when the right starts to riot, they don't fucking play. The right doesn't come out.
That's been my point, right?
They don't come out. They don't come out teenagers. They don't come out with a bunch of teenagers and black bloc and burn down one Starbucks and march through the streets and then go hop in their Toyota and go back home. They fucking
Yeah, they
grab their
take over
guns and they
governmental
get organized and they do shit. Like they do
Yeah,
shit.
they took over a governor's palace in Michigan. Like that's exactly you're exactly right. Like
Well, that was
I'm
the
mad.
FBI.
Well, sure. When somebody there's they, it's like okay, what was his name?
Oh,
The
you mean the
Bundys.
first? Oh yeah.
The Bundys did what took over Preserve. They had their own thing in their land, right? Like that's just like the tip of the iceberg. And I brought up I know everybody's like, oh, Gibbs loves Texas. I do love Texas, but like Texas, I think is a real like easy one to like look at, right? Like I don't know what the rest of the United States' feelings are, but Texans are like, we're not working with the rest of the South on this if shit goes down. It's definitely a very much like we're out. Like y'all fucked us last
Texans.
time, South, and we're
Texans
definitely
are
going to do it again this time. Like we can't rely on nobody.
Texans are more likely to act because Texans have a collective identity, right? Like
Right, that's
Floridians don't think of themselves as Floridians, right?
Well,
Louisianans
right.
don't think of themselves as Louisianans. They might think of themselves as Creole or Coonass or or
Yeah, they don't
Cajun.
identify like the state
Right.
identity.
Texans
first.
are
And-
like we're Texans.
right, and then like I mean, on top of that, we're also recruiting. We're like a religion. We're like, hey, get here as fast as you can. We'll convert you. Like I mean, it's a thing. But not only that, we have like the government. Our government is sympathetic to this like cause. Like I said, like a third of our government within the last 20 years at one point was Texas secessionists at like the local and state level. Like that's, I mean, it's died down a little bit since then, but the roots are there. And most of like the Republicans in Texas are sympathetic to these people because they get like money from them, right? And they're, there's a
Mhm.
very big like national identity, like you said. But on top of that, so when like I'm sitting here, I use this Texas thing. When people like Scott are like, no, this would never happen. I'm like, I could give you a scenario tomorrow that I could see if at least would be considered starting an insurrection, like where they immediately, with a small scale, they take over like National Guard armies, or we have a state versus government issue, and Abbott's like, "Fuck you, Biden. We are putting our troops here, and if you try to tear down this wall, well, we don't care what Supreme Court says. You're not going to do it again or something." And now we have shooting, and like I could easily see at that
People,
point, right? Those are
people,
two
people like
very
those on
different
the
scenarios.
panel. Yeah, the people like those that were on the panel that were like guffawing the concept of a civil war have gotten way too comfortable with the stability of political system in America. Like
That's
it
true.
is, it is they have this thing, they have a as Connor himself pointed out in direct opposition to his statements later when talking about the assassination attempt on Trump, they have a normalcy bias. They have a bias that nothing ever happens, that everything will be like it was before, right? Or you might consider it the hotshot fallacy, right? The hotshot fallacy being, well, it was happened like this in the past, so it's likely to happen like that in the future, but that's not actually true. Like just if a basketball player, makes 10 shots in a row, they go, oh, he's on a streak, he must keep making shots. But the fact of the matter is if he makes 90% of his shots on average, it's a 10% chance every time. It doesn't matter how many shots he made
Right.
before. And so there is this bias that like, oh, that would never happen here. It's like, I find it crazy to me, a little bit crazy, that you see the political situation as it is. And you believe that Trump, with a few tiny words, instigated an insurrection that almost took down our government. And you simultaneously believe that if Trump had been assassinated successfully, there's almost a zero
that's a good
chance of civil war. That is crazy to me that you can simultaneously believe that a few choice words that he had, and make sure you're peaceful, was enough to make the insurrection happen. But you don't
it's
think him
outrageous.
getting fucking assassinated can't cause a civil war is fucking, that's wild to me.
It's lunacy. It's lunacy. Like I think you can't honestly have that take. Like that's my issue with this, right? Like, and I I don't know. Like I know you called me a plant one time, like jokingly, or I don't know, maybe I was being hyperbolic. I don't remember. But like I don't think you truly believe I'm a plant. I might be out there, but like when I listen to like Connor, this motherfucker's or definitely a plant. Like you can't tell me you're a Republican. Like even like by any metric of modern society, right? Like by our even if you think that Donald Trump is Bill Clinton, which I do, I've said many times, that is a close enough definition of a modern Republican, that we can use. A MAGA people, they're Republican generally, or they're like Republican sympathetic. So I'm sitting here going, okay, I'm not saying that's all of the forms of Republicans, But like by any forum, like we go to mine, Texas Independent Liberty guy. Hey, you don't meet my forum. How about we go to the religious conservative? Well, you don't meet theirs. Oh, how about we go to the MAGA people? No, and we just keep going through the list, and you don't meet any of them. And you tell me something like I'm a Teddy Roosevelt Republican. Like, bro,
I'm going to
that
be
is
honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you about how I feel about you, and because I don't because because I'm terrible at networking, and because I try to always be honest, even if it's shitty. I don't believe that you're a plant at all.
No, I didn't
That's
think you
not what
did.
I believe. What I believe is that you are a character, and you play it up a little bit because your audience and other people like that you play it up a little bit, and you say things that are a little bit bombastic. And I think what people like Prime do, because of their own incentives and because of their own audience, they love to pair you up with someone like Connor. And I also don't think Connor is a plant per se. I just think that he leans into incentives the same way that you do. And the incentives is the money and the popularity go with being the reasonable Republican when really all you are is a center leftist. And he has probably gaslit himself into believing that he's a reasonable Republican because it's easier on his psyche to agree to that than to just accept the fact that he's a fucking blue dog Democrat, because that's what he is. He's a blue dog Democrat. He's a Democrat that believes in gun rights to a certain extent, and doesn't mind the military being having some power, and doesn't mind the police having some power. That is what he is. He's a blue dog Democrat. There's not a lot of them anymore.
Yeah.
And what I think happens
I agree with
is,
that.
and what I think happens is you get invited and somebody like him gets invited, and you kind of play it up for entertainment a little bit because that's what your audience likes and that's what their audience likes. And then from the left's perspective, you look like the crazy, lol cow fucking
See, you say
dumb
that.
Gen Xer
I have a
person.
different assessment of how I come out.
And then, but fair enough. But I don't think, I think to like normies, I don't think you come off that way. But I do think you come off that way to the left. That's how they view every time that you say something kind of jokingly, like, fuck it, turn it to glass. They're like, oh, the Republican goes mask off. That's what they all believe. They all want to turn it to glass. And what I think is, and I think Connor is there to be the reasonable voice so that they can be like, this is what the reasonable Republicans used to be like. And meanwhile, there is no far right person. They just think you're the far right person. And there is no Republican. They just think he's one of the good ones. And it balances out so that they can have a nice little thing. And then the left wins because the reasonable Republican that is a diamond in the rough is Connor, and his opinions are the fucking Democrat opinions. They're not Republican opinions.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with your assessment on the results because I mean, just based off like, I mean, I can just say on just off my numbers. I'm not like really like big numbers, but just based off like the numbers, the seed, and like interactions and the networking, I like. Sure, there is some of that. I think that the left tries to do that. But I think what has been happening, I think, in my opinion, and this is kind of why, is one, the entertainment, but two, is that, and this is a real problem. This is kind of a problem I've had with a couple other people, and like not the entertainment thing, but on the Republican side, is that like I'll use an example. Rob Noor, definitely a conservative, like, or at least like a MAGA conservative. Like he's somewhere in this range. He's definitely on the right? Okay.
Yeah, I consider him like a paleocon, to be honest. He's kind of got some libertarian leanings, but he's not.
Yeah, I don't know all of these things, but I know, but just based on their actions, somewhere on the right. Then you put someone like Connor, like, or Tiberius, who both like think they're Republican. You put them like next, like me, and I think that like I don't know if I'm more right or left right than Rob, but I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, y'all want to talk religious like reasons? So you're not gonna get me on these. I don't care. Like let's give them the rights. I'm an individual liberty guy, right? Like cool, But we turn right over here, and I come to like these views. And I'm like, okay, I'm obviously, and I'm a bit bombastic, but it's clear when you're standing back to someone that's like somewhat a normal person who's like whatever, maybe a little loud and edgy, just to be funny, like or like to dumb it down for like hyperbole to get this like point across in less words because we don't need. If I need 30 minutes to give you a 2-second point, then I failed as a panelist, right? So it's kind of like you'll take this and you can say, okay, yeah, I'm not. He Gibbs probably isn't actually calling for drone strikes on children. Now, if I were to sit here and say, okay, statistics back this up, maybe who knows? But he's not actually going in here like, oh, we need to start, the great burning wall that if they touch, they like turn to cinders. Like they know that. But now I might use that as an example. right? And I would say, hey, we stopped whatever, and then they compare that to like someone like Connor, who's like, oh, I'm a Republican, and then has all the same talking points as Joe Biden. They're like, oh, well,
Right.
one's actually not a Republican, and like that's why I think he's so like vehemently like pushing back against like me on some of these things because he's had this brand, and now it's like you see, and I'm not just using me as the only one, but there's a few people
Mhm.
now that like when you compare him to like you, Rob Noir, like some other people that are actually conservative, and you put us like you put them next side by side, ooh, it's striking. Like it's a striking contrast,
Yeah,
right?
no,
And
I
like we're
agree with
gaining
you. I do
conservatives
agree
that
with you
see the
that the
difference,
game.
and I think we're taking people from these guys.
I agree with you that the game doesn't always work. And I do, I'm just saying that I do think that you are seen that way by lefties. But
But the
obviously,
lefties have convos with
some
the outside of there, and we convert them
then
into conservatives.
the normies hop on Twitch politics, see the panel, and go, that Admiral Gibbs guy sounds like he's based and having fun, and I get that he's joking when he says this. And then all the lefties are like, he's not joking. That's what Republicans really think.
They're
And
coming
then the
for
normie
us.
guy goes and
Oh yeah,
watches you,
absolutely.
and he's like, yeah, right,
Yeah,
just
I
to
mean,
see
like I
what you're
think in
saying like
general
after a
though.
stream.
I mean, not just me. I was just using an example, but like all of us. Like I mean, when you compare us to like what, like because like Twitch hadn't had conservatives till like. I mean, we had them and
Yeah,
then they're gone,
I had
and
to
they're
leave.
back
I
now.
had to leave because the censorship got too bad on Twitch
Yeah.
for me. I mean, I
Yeah,
got to
I
the
mean that's
point I got because I was averaging at my peak. I was averaging like 80 viewers at my peak time on a stream, and then at like low time I'd be like 40, 50. And I'd have like 80, and I would raid somebody with like 88 viewers, right? And then it would say you rated with 40 viewers. And I'd be like, what? And it's like, oh, okay. Well, maybe that's just like because people dropped out during that time. And then there was times where I would get rated, like I got rated multiple times by Rob Noor, and he'd come in with like 80, 90, 100 people. And my numbers would go from like 72 down to like 45 because he
Yeah, that
rated with like
happens.
100 people. And it was like, and it happened to me constantly. And then I was constantly getting DMs like, hey, I can't find you when I search for you. Like, you don't exist. I have to like click you specifically, and I don't get notification, and nobody
think
got
that's definitely a
notifications
thing.
when I would go out. It was like it was getting really bad. And then on top of it, I realized I was like, if I get banned from Twitch, I can't do a panel with anybody else that's on Twitch because it's against their TOS. So I might as well go to YouTube, and then like if something happens, I can switch to Rumble or something, right? Because at least if I get banned from YouTube, I can still do Twitch panels, right? And it's because I did a panel like about a year ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, and about transgender issues and detrans issues mostly. And I had Chloe Cole on there. I had Blair White. I had oh god, Tranpaw, can't think of his name right now. The female to male person, trans person that did porn and was like a model as a female. I can't remember his fucking
I mean,
name right now.
their
You know,
news settings have made it a lot better though. By the way,
right. But I had Blair White. I had her. I had Taftash. I had Richie. I had Genuflect. I had Shapeshifter. And we did all a big panel, right? And this was probably going to be the top panel on Twitch, right? Like, there's no doubt about it. Like, we started the panel, and I immediately shot up to 100 plus viewers. And then we were maybe a minute into the panel, and people were flooding in. And then Taftash was like, I just got taken off of Twitch. I just got a temporary ban off of Twitch because I was talking to someone else that was banned off of Twitch. And then I had to go to YouTube immediately. So I had to shut down the stream and go to YouTube. And at the time, I wasn't monetized on YouTube, and I never used my YouTube to stream or anything. And so like we ended up just chilling with like, roughly 100 viewers on YouTube. Buck Angel, thank you, chat. It was Buck Angel. And it was like, that was like a big moment for me. Like, oh man, like they attacked my panel by attacking someone on the panel because they couldn't get me in the reports, and they were doing everything they could to silence. And it's like Twitch's system is too easy to get people banned from just bullshit reports, and shut down stuff. So I had to get off of Twitch because the manipulations, the algorithms, and like I saw so many people that like I don't want to name names, but like I would see people that would have like 400, 500.
Do it. Name the names. let the dark side flow. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to name names.
I have a good relation. I have a good relationship.
No, you don't
with
have to.
him, so
I'm just giving you a hard
I have a
time.
good. Oh, no. I have a good relationship with him, but maybe I won't after this. But it's fine.
No, don't name
Dylan
names.
Burns.
You don't have to.
No, I'm going to name it. Fuck it. I'll be based. Dylan Burns was as an example. I would see Dylan Burns with 400, 500 viewers, and I would be sitting with 50 viewers, and my chat would be moving twice as fast as his. I'm like, how do you have 10 times the viewers of me and half the fucking chat speed as me? And I saw that constantly everywhere. And I'm like, either A, these people are getting botted to fuck, or B, my numbers are being hidden. And it was so demotivating to see my chat moving twice as fast as
There
people
could be
with
explanations
10
for that,
times the
though.
view. There are explanations, right? And it could be that
your
he's
chat
not the one
moves
doing
faster
it.
Than, your chat moves about as fast as CuteBot's though, and CuteBot's got like 6K. And I know that she's not botting, right? Or 3K. I think it's 3.5K is the average. That's
It also might be that my
I know she's
audience
not
are
botting.
because my audience is
You could definitely have a more
libertarian.
active chat. They could be definitely depends
sure.
on the communities to some too. So
For
I don't know
sure.
that I would for sure say it's. I think Twitch is pretty.
I'm
good
not.
about
Hold on.
keeping
Pause. I need because I named the name. Pause. One quick.
Sure, yeah.
I'm not saying Dylan Burns is botting his own chat.
Right.
I'm saying that there's something sketchy
Discoverability.
about him having 10 times the audience and sometimes 20 times the audience, and during certain debate nights, 30 times the audience, and me having a more active chat than when he has 10 times the audience as me. I don't know if it's Twitch. I don't know if it's him botting. I don't know if it's other people botting him or just bots on Twitch in general that want to not get caught by Twitch. So the more viewers you have, the more bots just naturally watch you, so that when Twitch is looking for bots, this channel follows a bunch of channels, even though they're only actually botting one channel. They're botting other channels just because they're at the top of a category. You know what I mean? I know that happens on YouTube, for example. On YouTube, the more subscribers you get, the more of those are going to be bots, because YouTube's looking for bots. So they're looking for suspicious behavior. And one thing that is suspicious is that you're only subscribed to one YouTube channel. So what do? You subscribe to other popular channels in your category so that you don't look like a bot. Well, what does that mean? That means if you have 10,000 followers versus someone with 100,000 followers, you probably have a higher percentage of bots subscribed to you.
I think some of that. A lot of that is true. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's not true. I've used Kick as an example. I don't trust Kick at all, at least with their numbers. I know that Twitch, I'm like a numbers guy.
For sure.
I'm good.
I've seen people on Kick with triple the 10 times, 20 times.
Well, I'm going to tell you something.
No one
So
talking.
I track my numbers on Twitch. I have my numbers saved from when I was working for HCS. I have all my Kick numbers. There's nothing like these Kick numbers. I have 135 followers on Kick. I've streamed 4 times since I got their affiliate thing. Right. I have 5 subs on there. No big deal. Whatever. And I average, with 135 followers, I average 33 viewers.
Yeah,
something's not right.
Possible.
It's not possible. And I'm not buying it because I'm not making enough money over there for that to be worth it. So it's definitely not me botting. And this has been it since I got affiliated. Every time I do it, I think that they're botting themselves for the dopamine, or that maybe they're willing to scam these bigger ad companies. I don't fucking know.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal. Again, I say this all the time, that George Cullen quote. I try and say it as much as I possibly can, because you don't need a conspiracy when interests align, right? It is not in Twitch's interest or Kick's interest or YouTube's interest to try too hard to find bots. Because if you find every single bot, then you have to report. Well, now you have to report your viewership is down. And if you report your viewership is down, then you can't charge as much money to advertisement companies, right? So,
of course.
But here's the thing: everybody's doing it. So everybody's doing it. And when I say doing it, I mean not trying that hard to find the bots, unless it's egregious. And so if YouTube were to do it tomorrow, then all of a sudden they'd get less money. Google would get less money from ad revenue. If everybody did it, then that wouldn't happen, right? But because YouTube, decided, got a wild hair up their butt, or somebody from Alphabet was like, no, we're going to fucking crack down on bots. In the short term, they would get less ad money, because they'd have to say that all of these channels are getting less views and less subscriptions and less, et cetera. And they'd have to say that, and they'd have to report to their shareholders that they had lost viewership. So people would be like, ooh, I'm going to sell my YouTube stocks. It's not looking good. Right. And so there's not really an incentive for them to go after bots too hard. They just have to go after them hard enough to where it's not egregious. Like someone doesn't make a brand new YouTube account that nobody's ever heard of and they have 1,000 live viewers. Like, yeah, you're going to get in trouble. But if you've been around for a while, and you happen to have a third of your audience that is bots and 2/3 are real, they're not going to do a big investigation unless you get reported a bunch. And that's just how that game works. And then, of course, like I said, that spreads out to everybody else and it causes all these problems. But I think live stream in general, so YouTube streaming, Twitch streams, etc., they have a problem with it. But Twitch and Kick are so bad because you get more views the more views you have, right? It's a snowball effect. So I don't know. There's just a lot of reasons why I had to leave Twitch. Twitch is, and then on top of that, I just felt dirty on Twitch because it was mostly just selling whores to kids. I mean, like, let's be honest. It's a bunch of fucking e-girls that are selling their fucking.
Well, they got rid of a lot of that now. Now it's not nearly as bad.
But even what's happening is a lot of these girls don't have their link tree, but you can search their name and you'll find their OnlyFans. Oh, and guess what? Their OnlyFans.
I mean, like, you look at
And
my
guess
name,
what?
you can find all my socials. Like,
Right, and then guess what? A bunch of the OnlyFans are free. Well, why are their OnlyFans free? Why would you make it free? Why wouldn't you put it behind a paywall? Well, the reason you do it free is so that fucking kids can watch it. And those kids can go look at your porn, and then once they're done whacking it, they want a chance to talk to you. So then they go to your Twitch stream, and then they give money on your Twitch stream, because when mommy and daddy see the credit card bill and they see Twitch, they don't think anything of it. But you better be goddamn sure they'd think something of it if they saw OnlyFans on it. So what it allows them to do is it allows them to get money
but
via
the free
donations.
OnlyFans isn't really free. You still have to put a credit card in, I think, right? Like, I don't know. I don't have any OnlyFans subscriptions. So,
I mean,
like,
I think
I'm
you do have.
assuming
I've
you gotta
never.
put a credit card, right? Like,
I've never done it, but like most kids that have like one job that are like 15 or whatever, right? And work at McDonald's, they can put in one thing and their parents aren't going to fucking notice. But if they're spending a good chunk of their money on it, their parents are probably going to notice, right? I'm not really talking about like 12-year-olds as much as I'm talking about like probably 15, 16, 17-year-olds. And they know that they can get money via Twitch donations. But not only just that, just because of the embarrassment aspect, right? A lot of people aren't willing to, like, it doesn't matter how hard your dick is, right? Like, you're going to go to put in your credit card information on OnlyFans and be like, ugh, I should stop. But you don't have that same feeling on
I
like
gotta be honest
donations
with you.
on Twitch.
I like, I think this is where maybe we'd separate on our morality versus our capitalism things here. So when I was sitting here thinking of my process, if I was an OnlyFans person, I never once thought I'm gonna put it free to like get like kids in. I thought we do free, like free crack giveaway, and once they get a sample of the free, then they're more likely to, and you don't give them all the goods, then they're more likely to invest in the paid because they like what they saw in the free, and then maybe they could come to some kind of deal on like I don't know, Twitch with like how it's got the Discord and the parasocial actually, Snapchats. Like there's
Mhm.
sure, I think there's some of that, but it never once occurred to me it's to get the children hooked. And like I thought, being honest, I mean, I guess that could be part of it. I don't know, but like, I'm gonna take issue with this just a little bit, right?
Well, so they don't have to be malicious about it. They don't have to be
right.
It could just be the incentives. You could give out free OnlyFans and then, but like get donos on Twitch and be like, oh, I make more money when I do it this way. You don't even have to be aware of it.
Let's just okay, just to push back against this just a little bit though. I think there is something to be said for two things, right? One of these is related to the other. So I'll say the first one. I think attractiveness definitely plays a role in like people's success on
110%.
right. Like
Yeah,
I think that
there's a reason Hassan. There's a reason Hassan is more popular than Destiny, even though Destiny is smarter, better at creating drama, better at creating conflict, has put in as much effort as anybody else. I mean, he's a masterclass at like causing drama.
Don't tell me he invented the Twitch chat. Don't tell me that. I will fucking snap.
I'm not saying he invented it, right? But he's certainly a groundbreaker in bringing politics to live streaming. And he got Hassan popular. He made Hassan popular just like he made Vosh popular. And yet, Hassan is wildly more popular than Vosh and Destiny, even though they're all playing the same fucking game. And let's be honest, Destiny's better at playing the game than either of them are. Well, so why is Hassan there? Because Hassan's a very attractive man. He's way easier to look at than Destiny, who's like a shriveled little doughy.
Well, I mean, you look at
the
politics. George Bush, pretty looking dude. George Bush Senior when he was prime, good looking dude. Like Obama, good looking. Like I think that like it goes for every industry. Attractiveness is a thing. So okay, that's fine. I have met like a lot.
Part of the reason the wage gap exists. It's part of the reason the wage gap exists is that young women make more than young men. Why? Because young women are fucking hot. And as men develop skills, and they get better at their job, and the women start to get older and they become less physically attractive, guess what? The men start to outpace the women as they get older because the women got too much shit handed to them because they were the pretty girl in the office and they made more money than the other guys, or they were a waitress and they made great money on tips, whatever. And then over time, their beauty starts to fade a little bit and they make less money, whereas the men are more skills driven and their attractiveness is less valued.
I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know. I don't have enough evidence to disagree with that. Or disprove
I'm
that.
not saying it's univariate. I'm just saying it's a factor.
Yeah, I will say that I know there's a lot of stuff that I mean, at least that I know. I can tell you that like if you're a man, I'm not gay, but I'll definitely hire the better looking dude over the worse looking dude if all their other features are the same. Because this guy knows it's going to get me more sales for my company, right? Like,
especially in sales. Especially in sales. Like, there are different things. Like, I'm not going to give a fuck if it's an IT programmer or something.
But
this is where I come for sure.
So I agree with that part, right? But what I disagree with, I think that maybe you do agree with this because you kind of just brought it up here with the age. There's one, there's the time variable, but two is there's a cap if that's what you're doing, your only feature. Like Hassan makes political content and he's good looking, right? Like Riley May has transitioned really well into politics content and she's attractive, right? And she's doing a lot of that now as opposed to what she was doing before. She's cashing in while the looks are still good. Like, I think that's intelligent. I don't see any problem with like that, right? That's going to happen, right? In general, just it's going to happen. But then when we sit here and go, oh, it like average girl doing this. Like I've been when I was in Vegas, we went to the kick party, and I was like a totally degenerate affair. Some of these people have been canceled since then, and a lot of these OnlyFans girls, they're topping out 600 average viewers. Right, and that's good. They can make a living on that, and I'm sure they make the living for their other things. But that's great, and that's definitely the top 0.001% of Twitch.
But it's not Asmongold.
But it's not it's not Asmongold. It's not okay, I'll even use two guys like I can. It's not even Zerka or Heel Mike who are scrubs, right? That's less than Action Man, right? Action Man's probably one of the bigger guys that kick, right? Like on Twitch, same thing. Like maybe Amaranth is doing it, but that's the and Pokemon, but they're the top of the top, right? And then if you look at them, I looked at the average reported earnings. I know it's not perfect, but Scary Cheese is averaging 40 viewers, and he's in the top 10 income people based off his audience, right? So there's all these things that'll work against them, and I look at these things and I'm like, oh, okay, they clearly cap out even if they're using their attractive unless they combine that with something else. And I don't know that I think it's a fair narrative.
It's a flooded.
OnlyFans girls are coming for the kids and they're coming for the platform. I don't
it's a
buy
flooded.
That.
It's a flooded market, right?
Yeah, but they're mids. They're mid-tier girls. It's not like they're fucking the.
Well, what I'm saying is,
Playboy buddies
if you're a hot girl and you stream, and most of what you have to offer is that you're a hot girl, well, there's 100 other girls on Twitch just like you, right? It's not the same for somebody.
Well, why wouldn't you do that if you're attractive though? Why wouldn't you take
it? I mean, there are plenty of reasons why you wouldn't do it. If just mostly because you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, but what if you didn't have the other skills? Why wouldn't you cash in? I don't understand. What's the
well, I mean, not every girl wants to be a streamer. Not every girl's an extrovert. Sure. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Not every girl wants to be on camera. Not every girl wants to deal with the fun.
Right.
Because let's be honest,
I'm saying if you
these
could
girls,
do that, you wanted to do that. Why wouldn't you do that? If that was I don't have a lot of options. I don't mind being on camera. I'm sexy as fuck. Why don't I play into that? Why is that a nefarious thing?
I'm not saying it's necessarily nefarious. So I'm fairly socially conservative. The difference between me and Republicans in my social conservatism is that I am always recognizing the right of people to do whatever they want to do so long as they don't harm others, right? I have no desire to use the state's influence to like ban it or regulate it. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to socially shame it or that I view it as positive morally. You know what I mean? Right? I look at it as a net negative and I'm against it, so I don't want to fucking support it. And I find it to be distasteful and harmful, but that doesn't mean that I think it's aggression or you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I didn't think you. I don't know. If I felt like you were prescribing there a little bit, like this is a great evil of this platform, right?
I'm not saying it's a great evil, but I
Like it
am
is a
saying that
reason why
I
like you didn't like it in general. I mean, I think all
well,
of them
so
are doing this though.
yeah, it's not like what I'm saying is like when I see an e-girl egregiously violate Twitch's TOS, I'm like, but she's pretty popular. 9 times out of 10, I know she's going to be back in 3 days. And yet I see like some conservative slip up and say something that isn't even like black and white in the TOS. It's pretty gray. I know they're going to be gone forever. Right. And so like that, I think that might be where that anger was coming from. It wasn't so much anger at like some whore somewhere, pimping her body out. Like I find it distasteful, but I mean, do you? And I do find that, it is on a platform that a lot of kids are on and I don't like it. Right. But I think it's the more of the anger is like coming towards the fact that like Twitch doesn't follow their own TOS in any way, shape, or form. Like if you're popular and you're bringing in money and you're not politically controversial, because whores aren't politically controversial for the most part, but conservative politics streamers are way more controversial than just some whore. And so, they'll bring somebody back in 2 or 3 days, and then these other people will be permanent. I mean, look at Destiny, for example. Destiny just got turned down for his review. The idea that Destiny,
Yeah, that's because he's got a contract with Kick. I mean, that would be like giving the competitor back the keys to your house. Like, I mean, like no offense, but if he didn't have the contract and he was just streaming there, like that'd be.
maybe not. But there have been plenty of
there's definitely
conservatives that have been perma-banned from Kick.
Sure.
I mean, sorry, from Twitch, right?
Yeah,
That
but
have done
okay, that's
way,
fair. But
way less bad things than like letting something that's
Destiny,
like
I can
obviously
your point.
intentionally putting your titty out so that like you can get in the news cycle.
How bad is
and then
that,
like
though?
get banned for 3 days.
How bad is that? Like, if I go, okay, you tell me right now, what you think is what it is? If some girl like accidentally pops a titty, or a
Accidentally.
conservative like political streamer with their policy says like we need to glass all of a specific country when they're wasted on stream one night, or like, oh, we need to kill all a certain kind of people. Like if they get wasted, say one of those, I think is much more egregious, and I think it's the conservative. Even as the conservative, like if they wanted them to say some like one of those
I
things,
agree. I agree. I think
I don't think
I don't
that's
think
even
that's the
nearly
choice.
remotely the same. Oh, it is. I can tell you.
No,
Like
I agree. I agree that some people have been rightfully banned for, at least according to Twitch's TOS, right? What I'm saying is there have been plenty of people that have been banned just for just for talking against like drag queen story hour type shit. And they're small and they get banned and they never come back. And then these other people will get banned for like, they'll get perma-banned for letting a titty out, and the internet will be outraged and they'll be like, oh, sorry, you're back 2 days later. Like, what's her name? Alinity. Alinity has been banned from Twitch like 17 fucking times at this point. I mean, I don't know how many times it's actually been, but it seems like she's been banned over and over and over again. And then like people get up in a kerfuffle and they're like, oh fuck, we got to bring her back. And it's like, meanwhile, there are conservatives that get banned and it's like, nope, no redemption for you. You're gone forever. And it's because Alinity makes money and also doesn't put the platform at risk of like Washington Times, coming out and being like, they platform Nazis.
Well, right. I mean, and okay, so I mean, I think you avoid that as a conservative by just like policing yourself a little more. I'm not like I'm saying self censorship. Like I'm not saying I'm not a
It is
fan of that
self-censorship,
censorship.
but yeah.
Yeah, but like okay, I tell my chatters a lot of times, and I tell like I feel like I tell other conservatives in the space, like, hey, Like, it's not muting yourself to say something in a like slow down and say something in a proper way, or like a less like I go pretty wild. I'm a little bombastic, but I generally don't think I think it's pretty rare that I actually say anything that gets close to TOS. Like, right, like,
Yeah, no,
and
I mean,
so
I got pretty good at it too. But like, I mean, an example was like, during COVID, dude.
yeah, COVID's a really one sore spot. I will
There
agree
was
with you
there
on
was
that one.
it was because I was
To
me and
question
Rob
the
Noor.
narratives to get banned.
Me and Rob Noor were the only people on Twitch at all, pretty much, that were willing to be like, no, fuck you, I'll debate you. That's how I met Corey. I met Corey before Prime, being on Prime, because I was like, yeah, you're a biologist, microbiologist. I'll fucking take you on the vaccine. Let's go. I'll take you on the medical stuff that's going on. And we had a really good conversation, and I took him to fucking task. I did, because I knew what the fuck I was talking about. I was knee deep in hundreds of research papers during that time because I wanted to fucking be the best on that. And of course, I gave vaccines when I was in the military, and I had to do like MilVax reports, and my chain of command was Lieutenant Colonel Faistel, and he made me read it. So I actually had a pretty decent education on vaccines before that. But like, you know what I mean? Like I had to self-censor so much, and it was just like,
COVID one was egregious.
I don't know. Like, I mean, like, it's just Twitch is. I do miss Twitch sometimes because YouTube just doesn't have the API built up that Twitch does. You know what I mean? Like the ability to like channel points to like have a quick little video, play something funny. I had a lot of interactions, and I do miss some of that stuff. I wish YouTube would get on their shit about that. And I want to be on Rumble. I really do, but Rumble just it's still not there. It's still not there. It's hard to get money on Rumble because it's hard for people to pay money to you. Like people that want to pay money will be like, oh, it's not working, and shit like that. And Rumble has even worse things when it comes to like chat bots and, all the programs like OBS and shit aren't really set up. So it's just like, it's just a link, as opposed to like integrated. So hopefully I do hope Rumble does better and stuff, but I don't know. I am a bit socially conservative, if I'm honest. Right. And so I don't like the favoritism that Twitch has towards whores. I don't like whores. I just don't like them. Like if you want to be a whore, go be a whore. But I don't like whores in the same space that I'm in. Right. I don't like competing with whores for male attention. I just you know what I mean? Like I don't like what they're doing. I find it to be disgusting.
But I mean, how's that any different what Fox News does? Are like, have you seen their panels? Like, even their old ladies are still hot as fuck. Like, I don't know. I don't know that I see a difference. Like, why?
Okay,
why
listen.
was
Come on. There's a difference between a hot tub stream and fucking like a Fox News panelist that has a low cut dress. Like, I understand that the same thing is kind of occurring.
I mean, if Tommy Lauren posts a bikini photo on Instagram, what's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference? Like, tell me, like, honestly though, like between that and a hot tub streamer. Like, it's her personal Instagram. Like, she's not getting paid for it, but hey, it's still gonna draw our views to all the other shit. I don't understand what the difference is.
I agree that I would say that there is a sliding scale. I agree that there is a sliding scale, or I would say that there is a sliding scale to how egregious something is, right? On one end, all the way down at the other end of the spectrum is something that I think literally everyone except for the most devout Muslim would consider to be socially acceptable, like makeup, right? Like a girl wearing makeup on stream is using her sexuality to some degree because she wants to look better, right? And the same with me grooming my beard and making sure that my beard is good, or going to the gym to look better, right? Like all of these things are on the one end of the spectrum. And I would say that Tommy Lauren posting a bikini photo on her Instagram, that she also shares her political things with, is a little bit higher up on that. And I would say on the other end of the spectrum, closer to the other end of the spectrum, would be someone wearing green booty shorts and having a green screen so that Fortnite is playing on the shape of their ass. And you know what I mean? That's brilliant. I think I said the same thing when I saw it. I was like, I hate this, but fuck, is that a great idea? Like, I had to give her props. I was like, the same chick did something where like her nipples weren't showing, but she was slapping her tits together so that you could hear her tits slapping together, and was like all sweaty and shit, and was like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't want that I think that's a bad influence to young men that are in these places. And I think it's detrimental to their psychological well-being that like they have this easy, I don't like porn. I hate porn. I'm not an anti-porn activist or anything. Right. But I can't watch porn anymore. Because I had a moment, and I've told this story before. It's a very quick story. I was watching a porn on Pornhub at the time. And I saw this girl, and she had a bunch of tattoos, and on her knuckles she had fuck on her knuckles. And I was watching her, like, I'd suck this dude's dick with like fuck on her knuckles, and I was like, oh, it's hot, And then later in the porn, I saw her other hand, and their other knuckles had the letters "you dad." So her knuckles together wrote "fuck you dad," and like that just like
issues.
Yeah, and the other thing was it reminded me of something that I'd watched before, but that I had kind of memory hold, which is I watched when I was a kid. I watched Dr. Drew's Celebrity Rehab, and there was some chick, Penny something, I don't remember her name, Penny something, and she was a porn actress, and she talked about the drug addiction and how many people are addicted to drugs and have all these issues. And I was just like, this is fucking evil. Like I'm poisoning my psychology, and I'm poisoning, myself, and I'm treating women as like these like complete sex objects, like just you. And it's like, it's poisoning the way that I view women out in the world. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't think it's good for you. And I don't think it's good for men I think it tricks the brain into what men do. Like, men are supposed to like go out and achieve things so that they can get the hot chicks, so that they can like and have success. And it's given them this dopamine rush, like they're having sex, and then they're not achieving shit because they're getting their brain is being tricked into a natural process that's supposed to make them go out and achieve shit.
What if it's the
I just
opposite
don't like
though?
it.
What if it's like the Wolf of Wall Street, where you're like cranking them out to keep your testosterone up, so you're just like ready to go all the time? Like, what if it's motivating people?
Well, again, this is the thing about libertarianism, right? Is that like, if it's not aggression, I don't use violence or anything to stop it. I think it's morally wrong. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but as far as I see it in the landscape and the evidence that I've seen, it looks morally wrong to me, and I don't like it.
I mean, is the hot tub meta even really like a major thing anymore? I get there's a few like
I don't fucking watch it anymore.
holdouts.
To be fair,
I mean, like I feel like, and like to be fair, I feel like I'm much more into the degen side than you are. If I had to wager like on Twitch, because I do the dating shows. Like, I go and like talk to the e-girls, and like we'll do the little bits, and like we'll plan like comedy stuff. And I don't even watch like them. Like, I mean, I might talk to them once or twice on a thing. I don't know that I've even seen them. I've seen some of them clearly just like putting the sexy costume on and gaming, but I don't know that they're like if that's even really. I think it was a meta for a minute, but like, and every once in a while a new meta like that will reappear whenever like they change a rule
Mhm.
or something and people exploit it. But I don't know. I think that like was I, it's one of those issues that self corrects, like, right? Like, I think we're like same thing with the rubber band thing we were talking about earlier. I think rubber bands coming like that's the only. I think OnlyFans. This sounds kind of funny when I say this. This is democratized porn, and that is like got rid of like the need for like the main porn companies. Has got rid of the need for like the produced porn. Why would you do
Yeah.
this when you can have your fantasy girl like right there, right now? And there's their own set of cons with that and problems, but I think maybe I could even argue that it's taking away some money and power from very bad people. And I just I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that even then I think there might be a backlash against the OnlyFans soon, because at least I think they might have had the right idea, but the way they monetized it, it
I
seems
mean,
to
maybe. I mean,
pretty
culture
bad.
changes, right? Culture
Yeah, it
changes, people
changes. It
change.
goes back and forth.
Well, like, let's look at prostitution for an example, and also and compare it to drug legalization as well.
Oh yeah,
One of the
well,
biggest
I like
problems,
drugs, so
one of the biggest problems with libertarians, and is that we align with the left, to give people their freedoms back, and we do it the wrong way, right? And I'll explain. So in Oregon, right, they legalized all drugs, or they decriminalized all drugs, right? And then the streets turned into these fucking dens of fucking fentanyl addicts. You know what I mean? Like you could go in Portland, and it was like the homeless and drug problems skyrocketed. And now Oregon, even the Democrats are now being like, okay, we're going to institute some drug laws again, right? Like they reneged on a lot of the things, right? And it's like, the problem is that libertarians especially don't understand that the state is like a web of shit. And you can't just, it's like playing Jenga. You can't just pull out anything willy-nilly because the whole thing might collapse. And it's like when we look at drug addiction and things like that, well, what happened? Well, you had one state that had it decriminalized, and most other states don't have any of those drugs decriminalized. So if I'm a transient homeless person that likes doing heroin, I'm going to fucking get a bus ticket to Oregon so I don't go to jail. So they moved there. So all the bad shit moved to one state. That's not Oregon's fault per se, that they weren't like that otherwise, but that's what happened, number one. Number two, they allowed that shit in public property, right? Well, public property is not like private property, right? If I own a fucking if I own a park, right? Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a rule that says you don't get to fucking shoot up heroin in my park because this is a park that I built and I'm trying to make money for people to come play on the playground and have picnics and shit, right? But when it's a public park and the state just goes, it's legal now, well, guess what? Now you got fucking heroin addicts at your fucking kids' playground leaving dirty needles around. And so this is a problem with porn, is with like prostitution as well, is like, I don't like prostitution, but prostitution exists. And people are like, oh, well, we'll just kind of make it legal. It's like, no, you need to really make it legal if you're going to make it legal. Like if you're going to make prostitution legal, what you ought to have is you ought to have it be perfectly legal for a company to create an app called John, right? John's. And it's like fucking Yelp for prostitutes and Yelp.
Or whatever.
Yeah, and like you ought to be able to go on there and be like, hey, don't do this guy. He got kind of rough with me and I didn't like it, right? Can you hear me? Oh, shit. Is Gibbs saying he wants to show us his nips? No, I don't think so. I got to get out of here soon, actually. I got to get to bed. I got shit to do tomorrow. Kind of just realizing how late it is. Oh, fuck. I'm browsing Twitter right now to see if, like, there's any big news that came out. Is there anything going on? Still the JD Vance shit. Who's this bitch? Oh my God, what are the fucking odds? I go to Twitter. Twitter's listening to me. Amber Rose is on fucking giving a speech at the fucking RNC. What? What is happening? A fucking porn star is giving a fucking speech at the RNC. Hold on.
I realize Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
What the fuck is happening? What timeline are we living in?
And that's when
What
it
the
hit me.
fuck?
These are my people. This is where I belong.
Yeah, I love that Amber Rose. Bro, did you see that thing? That's funny about the timeline.
Bro, what the fuck?
Let me
This
tell
is
you
what I'm
something
talking about,
crazy.
man. You fucking conservatives, you fucking Republican Party is a goddamn left wing
Bro,
now, man.
let me tell you something
They're like,
crazy. You ready for this?
What the
I was
fuck?
watching it. I was watching a TikToker.
Fucking whores
Friday.
on the stage of fucking RNC.
So it's funny you brought the timeline thing up, right? So I'm flipping the channels, like flipping through the little clips, and I watch this guy and he starts talking about timeline changes. He goes, "Oh, if you didn't know this, like whatever flare that happened like this day or whatever, switch the timeline so we're in a new one." And then like 3 days later, like the Trump shit happens, the assassination, and I see the Amber Heard stuff, and I'm like, man, I hate to give these conspiracy theorists any credit, but this does sound like some bullshit. Whatever, we got Trump getting assassinated. I mean, if you told me 20 years ago that Trump was going to run for president, I would have laughed at you. Like, and now he's already been a former president, and like,
right.
just like Amber Rose is now, what did you just say she's gonna be at the RNC?
She just gave a speech at the RNC being like, these are my people. And I'm like, fucking what? Like, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, I don't want this fucking degeneracy. Like, yeah, she has every right to do what she does, but she doesn't, like, fuck a platform.
I mean,
fuck her platform.
I'd rather have her vote than not have it. You know, like if there are people want to come vote for Trump at this point, like it's got to be better than Biden, bro. Like, I mean, maybe we get him in, then we can convert him to conservatism. You know, like we can.
Oh, fuck you! You're not. You don't.
save 'em.
You just want to. You just want to have her with you at the goddamn strip club. You're not going to
I
convert
mean, I
her to
absolutely
fucking
would
social
love.
conservatism.
I would love to hang out with her at the strip club. I won't lie. I'm sure she'd be a very fun individual at the strip club. But I'm saying that we get him in. I mean, I don't have the social conservative issues. I think maybe I turn her into an economic conservative, and then she spreads that belief to amongst her people, and now we have a new segment to rally around conservatives, and we can like convert them over time to the other stuff. It's like you got to take your victories. You can't. Nah. Don't be a purist. If you get a pure, then you never get anything done.
I'm an anarcho-capitalist.
I know
Obviously, I'm a fucking purist.
I know you're. Yeah, that's why we're never going anarcho-capitalist. That's why I'm not worried.
You know what I'm saying?
You're
Like,
getting in charge.
I gotta get out of here, buddy. I gotta get some.
Yeah, perfect timing. I'm gonna
today.
do. We'll start this NCAA marathon. It was good talking to you. Until next time, Paul.
All right, brother. I'm just going to. 1 second. Where did I click? All right. I'm going to hop out of here, boys. It was fun. I'll be back Wednesday, probably. I might have. We'll see. I got some stuff I got to do Wednesday. So I may or may not be back Wednesday. If I'm not back Wednesday, though, I'll definitely stream Thursday night. We'll see. How do you manage to say brother without sounding racist? That's so hard. Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. It's part of my parlance. I just don't. I don't know. I appreciate you guys. But, yeah, that's fucking wild. Amber Rose, the RNC. What a fucking timeline we're in. I'll see you guys Wednesday or Thursday. Make sure you join the Discord. Link in the description. And that way you'll know whether or not I'm going live or on Wednesday or Thursday. And like I said, I got shit to do Wednesday, so deuces. Missed the debate, going to watch it now. Hell yeah, brother. It was fun. Brother.